that there was bumper harvest. But in this speech, there was nothing mentioned about fertilizer. This year was a bad year for the farmers, Honorable Speaker, simply because the price of fertilizer. And since I came to this parliament for 5 years now, what I have been talking about is, when we talk of agriculture, it's not only crops. But this ministry, I don't know. They are only concentrating on crops. Look at what happened this year. Most of our animals, when there is an outbreak, they die. This is why, for me, I want livestock to have its own ministry. If we want agriculture to move, Honorable Speaker. Because the way we are going, it is not helping. Without separating this livestock from agriculture, we will not go. Look at animals. They move from one place to another. Most of the animals around the rural areas, they go to Nyani, how to call it, they go to Nyamina. Why they go there? Because of water. No drinking points for these animals, and food. So therefore they must go. And when they move, Honorable Speaker, it's an advantage to those communities because of their remains. When they are there, it will add values to our farms. But when they move to other areas, it is those people that will benefit. But when they have enough water, enough food, the people there also can use those remains as a form of fertilizer. No drinking points for those animals. And livestock assistance is very few in this country. Very few. I don't know what the ministry is doing to train more livestock assistants, so that when there are serious cases of outbreak of disease, those people can easily help those farmers. And it is mentioned in the reports, Honorable Speaker, it is mentioned that there are 8 projects. And those projects, the project which is very, very, very important, that is small ruminants. And we are told that projects, they should do certain things at those places. We want an update of that small ruminant project, at what level they are. But that does not feature in this report. You see, a report should be well informed, because that is the report that I will be talking to you without saying you. But if the report is not well informed, you will not know. That will make us to ask so many questions. Honorable Speaker, I want to move to health, which is also a very important health thing in the Gambia and all over. We know there are so many issues in our health centers. Personnel is an issue. Even sometimes drugs is an issue. You go to other areas. Let's say you go to Bansang or you go to Karantaba. You go to Karantaba, they said, they only prescribe, they said they don't have that drug. Where are you going? When there is, pharmacy, correct pharmacies there, where are you going? Around here, you have a lot of pharmacies here. And you have a lot of private clinic. You can go. But at the rural areas, those ones are not there. So I think we have to look at these issues critically. You know, Honorable Speaker, all this suffering is the rural people. All this suffering that we are talking about here is with the rural people. I think it's high time now, at least the government look at the rural people. At least upgrade those health centers like Karantaba. People, if they are from Medina, maybe they go to Karantaba. If it is instruments are there, it is going to take care of their problems. And very sad, Honorable Speaker, the whole CRR North, there is no major hospital. And I have been saying this over and over for 5 years. And before, the whole CRR North, no major hospital. No major hospital. I will not, no major hospital. You come with a point of order, but observation, no, forget about that. Okay, now, in the report, we talk about, no, Honorable Speaker, I'm the chair. I'm the chair. I'm on the floor. I'm the chair. I'm on the floor. If I don't excuse it, no. Honorable Speaker, in the report, we talk about community ambulance. Nobody can distract me. Whatever I want to say, I will say. Community ambulance. Honorable Speaker, this community ambulance, they came up with obstacles. We are told that fuel is a constraint. Salaries for the drivers are constraints. And even there are communities, they have their own ambulance. If the ministry cannot provide an ambulance for them, but those communities have their own ambulance, I think they should look at those communities are paying their drivers, they are putting fuel for themselves and even maintenance. I think they should look at least and say, now, let us at least take some for them. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, what I have before me, that's what I will look at. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that I want to look at is basic and secondary education. We know education is the key to success. A better education moves the country forward. The partners are doing a lot in Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. It has featured in the report. They build a lot of schools, a lot of toilets, and we must thank our GTU CCU. They are also building staff quarters for the teachers. One school in Bolibana that was built by the GTU CCU. We must thank them. And Honorable Speaker, our committee, we went round. That was during the 50th legislature. We went round to see.
Honorable member.
We went round to see some of these schools.
Honorable member, our committee.
Huh?
Our committee. We committee.
That education, I'm talking about education.
No.
Because already,
Honorable member, don't argue.
You are not the chair, please. You are not the chair. Let the chair talk. No, you are not the chair.
Honorable member, please don't entertain side talks. And when you talk about, honorable member, please, don't entertain side talks. As people tell you observation, just ignore them and continue if you don't want to. Two, when you talk about my committee, tell people which one is your committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I believe when I started, I said Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. I don't want repetition to say education, education. You must follow the pattern of my speech. When I started, I said agriculture, from agriculture, I said health, from health, I said education.
Honorable Member,
the pattern of my speech.
You have done a lot of repetition here as you are speaking. We never commented. What I'm saying is, when you are talking to people, let them understand you. Say my committee, education committee or agricultural committee. You may be talking on one thing and then you go to another one. Please, it's a simple thing.
No. Follow the pattern of my speech. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Any topic, before going to it, I'll mention the ministry that I am going to dwell on it. So I don't want anybody to take me back to say which ministry. Thank you.
Honorable Member, please.
Thank you.
Can you take a seat?
I'm going forward.
Yeah, no, just sit down, please. You are just interjected here, Honorable Member, and you call yourself the chairman because you are taking the floor. So that nobody can challenge you when you are on the floor. Respect others also who, as Speaker, I am overseeing the operations here today. So if I tell you something, it's not distraction. I just want everybody is on the same level. People to be informed, no assumption or whatever. It's very simple to say, my committee, education committee, because it does not necessarily mean when you are on an issue, that issue is specific to that education committee alone, education alone. That's just for your information. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My education committee, Honorable Speaker, during the 50th legislature, our education committee, we went around on a tour to look at some of these facilities, where some of these teachers are staying. Honorable Speaker, if you see where some of them are staying in classrooms, horrible places. Honorable Speaker, I think that alone, Honorable National Assembly members, you know, during the 5th legislature, we once allocated 100 million to agriculture. I think this time, yes.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
May we hear the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, point of order, standing order 30, clause 1.
Honorable Speaker, we can hear him.
Allow
please.
me to read my point of order, please, honorable members. Debate upon any motion or amendment to a motion or upon any bill, part of a bill or amendment to a bill shall be relevant thereto, except in the case of motion for debate on the adjournment of the assembly. Honorable Speaker, the members should confine to the State of Nation address of the President. They should not be going out of this. Please, otherwise they're taking the time of the assembly. Thank you so much.
It's noted. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think I'm talking about the staff quarters. What?
Allow the speaker to rule first.
Yeah, I must acknowledge that the president spoke about, in his address, he talked about education. I think the only relevance is he's taking us back to the previous legislature. Yeah, I think he's just making examples, probably, but the issue is the current situation, past and present. You can continue.
Thank you. That is, we allocated certain amounts to agriculture. This time, I want us to allocate the same amount to education so that we can fix these problems. More staff quotas for the teachers. Because if we want better education, those who are delivering education, they must have free mind. They must stay comfortably. If they don't stay comfortably, how can they go and deliver? They will never. So therefore, we have to consider that. And also, Honorable Speaker, in the report, I don't see where the schools, if you look at some of the schools, water is a serious problem in some of the schools. Even furniture is a problem in some schools. These are all issues that the schools are facing. We are saying that, Honorable Speaker, the results are poor. But we may ask ourselves, if you see the results are poor, mostly schools at the rural areas. Because most of these teachers that are handling these subject areas, especially mathematics and English, is a problem. Some of those teachers, they don't want to go to those schools. So these up-country schools, they suffer. This is why the students there, they cannot make it up. And even, other equipments in those schools are not available. Things that are available here are not available in the upper rural areas. Okay? Honorable Speaker, I now move to higher education. Honorable Speaker, I refer you to the report, page 23, number 10. Because of the need for skills development programs, the Julangel and Mansakonko skill centers will intensify training efforts in this area. Both are fully operational in URR and LRR. To boost this, to revitalize Ndemban and Kanilai skill centers in West Coast will begin operation soon. Honorable Speaker, to me, what I'm looking at this report, it reminds me of something else also. Section 30, right to education. It means still now our region, CRR not. How many skill centers are there? How many? Since colonial time up to now, how many skill centers? And this section is saying right to education. At all level. And if you look at the whole region in this country, there are skill centers, Honorable Speaker, where youths can go and learn skills. CRR not nowhere. Most of our youths, they want to go and learn skill, but all of them cannot come here simply because of accommodation. So I think it's need for government at least to look at two areas, one in Same, one in Panchang. Yes. So that those around here can easily come to Same. There's a place. There's a camp. It's just that higher education and Ministry of Transport, they can see each other and discuss how they can transform that camp to a skill center. The camp is there. And even in Pantan, I'm sure if they face them, they will give them a land so that those around area can also come up. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I now move to petroleum and energy. In the report, the rural and electric expansion project, it is going on, and we are told in the report that by 2025, it will be universal. It means everybody will be access to electricity. And in that one also, if you look at the past report, it has stated the level where they are. But this year, they don't tell us at what stage they are, which district they are, which region they are. It is not stated here. They just say that 685 communities. Where? Which region? That's why I said a report should be well informed. At least if you stated the region, one can understand, yes, it's this region. Honorable Speaker, I move to Office of the Vice President, National Disaster Management Agency. We all know disaster, it must happen. So I think this body, we should try and create a budget line for disaster. Why I say that? Anytime a disaster occurs, before they respond, it takes time. Before they respond, it takes time. Everything is put on centralized. Before you have that, it takes time. You go on so many protocols. And when people are suffering, why not we say this amount is for disaster, so that when it comes, the people can easily go and do their expenses on it. Honorable Speaker, 30% increment also is mentioned. Yes, I said it here. When this 30%, we are approving it, I said it here. It doesn't help. It helps only those who are, receiving high. But the low earners, it doesn't help them. What we need is to restructure our salary. Honorable Speaker, let me move to transport, works and infrastructure. There are so many roads that are under construction. In fact, during the 5th legislature, we visited Hakalang. But Hakalang, there is nothing mentioned about what percentage Hakalang is. Roads at Kauru, those ones are not in fact mentioned. Nyanija, they are not mentioned. And those ones, we approve them here in this parliament. We don't know at the level of implementation of those roads. Sankandi to Karantaba also, they have already laid the foundation stones. At what level now? Honorable Speaker, let's look at page 39 of the report, page 39. Page 39, number 11. The ferry service play a vital role in linking the North Bank and South Banks, although ferry service crossing remain challenging. In the year under review, the Ferry Service Authority moved Banjul-Bara route service and restore Barajali ferry service, and continue to paralyze Bustown crossing point. Very serious. When I saw this report, I was very sad. It means this ministry, they don't know Bustown crossing point. Very sad. How many patients die at that crossing point? How many people died there? It's a very sensitive crossing point, Honorable Speaker. The only major hospital, Bansang, people must cross that road. It is in a very serious situation as I am speaking to you, Honorable Speaker. And that crossing point is not mentioned. It seems the ministry did not know what is happening there. I want to know what is their plans towards that crossing point. It's very serious. They should do something to fix problems there. For colonial days, our people are pulling, and we are still pulling. There was a time when the election is just about to begin. They brought a motor ferry there. Of a sudden, they move it. I don't know where it is now. I don't know where did they move it. I don't know. I don't know where they moved it. You are not working. You are not the ministry, please.
May I observe you, Honorable?
No, please. You see, they should fix, Honorable Speaker. It's the only referral hospital there. Honorable Speaker, let me look at the legal sector. It is mentioned, the president said he wants to craft a new constitution. 116 million was spent on the draft. And now they said they want to craft a new constitution to spoil our resources again. Because this draft, remember, Honorable Speaker, they went around all the country. They went up to Europe, abroad, to take people's views about the Constitution. They came up with this draft. It is people's voices. Our people said they want our country to be run like this. It is from our people. And we rejected. The National Assembly members rejected it, where I am part of it, because I cannot exclude myself. I cannot exclude myself because Parliament is about number. It's about number. Even though I reject it. During my liberation, I said, I want the draft constitution to come. Even if I say that. But many people say that they don't want the draft. Many people say that.
Point of order. No, it's not about you.
Who is with the point of order? Yes, member for Woolly East. Can we hear the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I refer members to clause 33 of the standing orders. It said it shall be out of order. Sorry, not that one. It's clause 29, 5. No, not that also. I made a mistake. But what I, Honorable, where is that clause? That clause. Yes. Wait, Honorable. It's me who is making my order. Is 17F. 17F, behavior of members. While a member is speaking, all other members shall remain silent and shall not make any unseemly interruption. We must allow the member to make his deliberation, so that when you come to make your deliberation, nobody will interrupt you. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for
Honorable Member. Yeah, I think the Honorable Member is right. let's allow members to express their views on the issue. If you have a different view, you will take the floor and you come out with your view. And if you want to observe and the member still does not sit down, please keep quiet. Please, honorable member, can you continue?
I want to observe you, please.
Honorable member, you can continue.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. I know people who said, I want to observe you. I know they are going to say something which is going to be...
Honorable member, can you just take the floor?
Those who are...
Don't create more...
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I'm still on my feet. What I'm saying is that so much amount was spent on the draft. That's my opinion. Why you said you want to craft a new constitution again? Let us look at the draft one and come to terms and save money for the country. You want to tell me that you want to go back again, consult people? Why that? I think we should not allow that. Let them bring the draft and we look at it. The things that we don't want, we compromise. You see? But a new one, it's left to them and all of us. Honorable Speaker, it's the same constitution. Ministry of Land, Local Government, and Religious Affairs. When you look at their report, they also talk about Local Government Act 2022. It's the same law. Because what is in the constitution is the same law that is in their act. Look at. And when you look at, Honorable Speaker, Section 25 of the Constitution, everybody have right to be in any political party that you want. Everybody have right. Why should you dismiss somebody because of you are not in the same political party with him or her? You are violating the Constitution, 1997 Constitution. You are violating it. Our chiefs, our alcalos, they are not free because they are appointed by somebody. And it is only this house that can save them. Only this house can save them. This country needs good laws. We want good laws so that you and I can move freely, can make best choices. No, it's crazy. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to change this country. Okay, it's the same Local Government Act when you look at it. All of us here, we, the National Assembly members, if we serve for 2 consecutive terms, 10 years, you are entitled to a pension. When the councillors, the ward councillors are not entitled to pension, it is not in their act. This is why when they bring it, the executive, they are doing what they're supposed to do. Anything before it is passed, it must come to this assembly. We should look at the interests of our people, not the interests of any other person. Interior, Honorable Speaker, we all know security is an important instrument. Even all of us here, we need guides. This country is not safe, Honorable Speaker. It's not safe. the way things are moving. You should know when to go out. It happens to current minority leader. Our time, somebody came to the assembly and attacked him. You think that people are not looking at you? People are looking at you. You also, when ministers have security, why not National Assembly members? You need security. You need security. That person came and attacked him. And we are here, we said yes. Don't look security. If you are, be very careful, Honorable Speaker. This is why, and when we look at our stations, especially those at the upcountry, we always been hearing armed robbery, armed robbery. How can our security can easily access to those culprits? They must have mobility. This is a constraint for them. They don't have mobility. Most of the police stations, they don't have good place to stay much more mobility. Go to Karantaba and see how those people are struggling. No mobility. When armed robbery came there, how can they reach there? They have no mobility. You know, Honorable Speaker, we have to prioritize. We have to prioritize. This is why I'm saying anything that comes, it is the rural people that are suffering. Here you can take tax. But rural area, where are you going to take tax? A taxi. Why are you going to take a taxi? Where? Those places should have mobility, Honorable Speaker. We are tired of saying this constraint over and over and over. At least, when we see a mobility at Sarangai, a mobility at Karantaba, a mobility at other stations, we can say, yes, now, the state is now responding to our needs. But when they are saying, yes, we want to maintain peace and stability, how can you maintain peace and stability when you are not mobile? And, Honorable Speaker, when you look at page 55, number 8, it's talking about fire. And again, I'm coming back again, for the same region. For the same region, CRR North, no fire station. For the same region, from Balangar up to Sametenda, no fire station. And there is always fire outbreak that nearly burn people's houses. When there is fire disaster, they manage on their own, which also needs to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, I'm just about to conclude. When you look at the President's conclusion stage, number 10, he talks about, number 10, page 62. If you look at it, page 10, page 62, number 10, where he is talking about the function of the a National Assembly member, our function. He's talking about it. If you go through it, you will see it. That is oversight, representation, and legislation. And we must be firm on those things. When we are firm on those things, the whole Gambia is relying on us. When we fail, the whole country will fail. This is why each and every one of us here, you think our people are not looking at us. Our people are looking at us. How can you tell me to wrap up when you take people's time? When he was here, I did not tell him to wrap up, and he's telling me to wrap up. But yeah, but I'm saying I'm about to conclude. Now does not mean that I'm wrap up. I'm coming. Okay? Honorable Speaker, it's the same page 62, number 11. It's talking about peace, how we can maintain peace in our consequences, in the Gambia, and everywhere. And Honorable Speaker, I will say this, what I saw in this parliament on Wednesday, I have never seen that. The 5 years that I was here, I have never seen that. And I will mention it. And if at all we want peace, we should not allow that. Why we call here National Assembly? It does not belong to any political party. It's national. They don't say NPP, they don't say UDP, they don't say any other party. I saw Yai Compins in one of our committee room holding a meeting. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. And it is from NPP. Yes? Yes. I saw the.
Point of order.
No.
I saw the.
No, but that's not true. Point of order.
Please. Hold up.
Honorable, can I observe you?
No, please. Let me just.
Restrict yourself.
I saw it with their distance, written it on it. I entered in one of the there are witnesses here who saw it. And if at all, if we want to turn here to a political party, you have meeting here. Another political party also have meeting here. What peace are we calling for? What peace are we calling for? We are not calling for any peace. So we want peace. This country belongs to all of us. If I want, I can be in any party. We all have our bureaus. We all have our political places. Let us go and do it there. And please, let us leave the assembly. Normally, when there are this kind of address, nation's address, those who normally organize it is the National Assembly and the security. The National Assembly and the security. But this year, what happened? I have never seen it. And let's make a stop to it. It is in me, if I don't say it, So this is why I have to say it. Because we want to bring peace. Honorable Speaker, number 12. We are National Assembly members. And we are leaders. As a leader, whatever you are saying, say something that will bring peace. Say something that will bring peace. Because our people, they listen to us. We educate them. We tell them what is really. We should not tell them something which that it will bring conflict among ourselves. We should not do that. That is why he said, educate your consequences. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sami. Honorable members, during this deliberation, we have had very beautiful and brilliant suggestions from honorable members. This is a debate on the President's speech. We have very vibrant and powerful oversight committees that all of us belong to. If we will spare time, those committees will always table their reports to the plenary, and decisions will be taken at plenary. I would have suggested it would have been better if most of what is being said today by individual MPs would have been captured in their various committee reports and recommendations made, if agreed upon, recommendations made for Parliament to move ahead. Otherwise, we are going to turn the whole thing into an adjournment debate where people will be talking about individual things and all these things. I now invite the Honorable Member for Foni Berefet.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Vice President and the ministers. And I'll also want to thank my fellow honorable members working very hard in order to raise the development of this country. The debate here is based on the SONA, which is very important. I also want to thank President Barrow for coming here and doing his duty. I want to buttress on agriculture because we know that agriculture is the background of the development of the Gambia. As an agri-extension agent before, I know how important agriculture is in the Gambia. And for Gambia to go forward, I think we need to look on agriculture very well. In the other area of agriculture, where I want us to observe is on procurement, the bidders, procurement and the bidders. Whenever we want to bring something in the country here, we need to observe the type of bidders we should give to. For example, somebody who don't know how to bring this fertilizer in the country, you give that person to do the business. It is going to be difficult. And that can lead to the higher price of fertilizer. And that is disturbing our people in vegetable production and also farming in the country. Honorable Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to take this system of farming in the Gambia into consideration. That is integrated farming system. We cannot embark onto submission farming only or just to farm only to eat. We need to venture into integrated farming system, which is like vegetable production in one farming, we do animal husbandry, food processing in one farming. That is like you have your own farm, you do vegetable production in the same farmland, you do the value addition, you do animal husbandry. From there, the waste product of the animal, you can use it to your farm and also turn it into biogas. Agriculture will grow more than this. And Honorable Speaker, one of us was asking whether the youth of the Gambia want to work. I will say that the youth of the Gambia want to work. I am a youth. I was an agri-extension agent and I was an entrepreneur. I trained more than 50 youths on value addition. I trained more than 100 youths on value addition and vegetable production. And those women in the Gambia and those youths in the Gambia are ready to work. We are ready to work. We don't want to depend on the government. These complaints in the Gambia, it doesn't mean that I'm supporting Barrow. I am an independent candidate and I am here for the people of the Gambia. The betterment of the Gambia is my concern. For Gambia to move forward is my concern. If the youths are hungry over there, they don't have anything, they don't have nothing to do, obviously they will attack the government. But I want all the ministry of the Gambia to try this. Make the youth busy. I am a youth. I know the way we are. Make the youths busy. Give the youths what they want. Integrated farming system. You can employ many youths in that project. And those youths will never think of agents in the country. But if a youth man starts for the whole day drinking attire, what will be the next topic for them? They must against the people and the government. Every day, they go to social media to mock us. It's simply because they don't have what to do. But if the youths are busy, they are occupied on other things where they will generate money, they will never talk about the people. That's why I want agriculture to look on those areas. I know other projects like NEDI and GIZ and other fast step, they are trying a lot to train youths on entrepreneurship. But after training, what is happening? After training, what kind of money did they give us? A grant of 50,000 with a high price of all the raw materials. What are we going to do with that money? There are many things we import in this country. The youths are in the Gambia who can do it. There are many youths in the Gambia who can do it. Come and look on this bleach soap. When I say bleach soap, it's not bleaching soap. It's sampo, what is sabel. Gambians youths can do it. We bring it from Senegal. I know the youths I train, and I know the youths we train together in Cameroon and in Benin. They're here, a lot of them. We can make sampo, we can make odesabel, we can make many things. We can make different kind of juice you people are importing in this country, and you are spending a lot of money in importing food in the Gambia. Youths can do it. Make the youth busy, please. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about this thing that my fellow honorable who said human wants are unlimited. Yes, human wants are unlimited, but when you go to the same topic, subject of economy, we can say that human wants are scarce in the Gambia. The scarcity of human wants need to be addressed. This is why people are fighting, people are doing bad things. Human wants are scarce, the demand is higher than the supply. We need to address on that. Honorable Speaker, I want to also continue on health. Honorable Speaker, without health, we cannot move. I know Ministry of Health, they are trying, but I want them also to do more scrutinizing, to do more observing on their fellow nurses. What is happening? Why are we dying, the women of the Gambia, during labor? Why are we dying? I don't want people to blame God. Sometimes it's lack of proper care. Why are our children dying? I don't want you people to blame God on unnecessary deaths. It's proper care. Honorable Speaker, I want to put this job to the Honorable Vice President to do his job at times. Let him go on surprise visit to different ministries. On surprise visit, unexpected. He will see something he don't wish to see. This is the Gambia. The corruption they are saying is not only the ministers, but the people of the Gambia are corrupt. We need to change. We need to change. For the country to move, it's not only the minister or the president. The people must be willing to work perfectly and honest. We hold the Holy Quran to swear that we will do our duty as a Muslim. If you hold the Quran and swear that we will do our work, every institution, every ministry, every working place, you must be honest, because kullu nafsi is za'iqatul mauti. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I really want the Honorable Minister of Health to help us. Health, the way we are moving, is not good for the people of the Gambia. In fact, we are here, we are elected here, and we always listen to the people who vote us here. They always complain about this health insurance, that with the health insurance, you will go to the hospital, after checking and everything, you will not have the medicine. They will ask you to go and buy the medicine somewhere. What is the essence of having the health insurance then? What is the essence of having the health insurance? Okay, if we say so. And also, Honorable Speaker, I I went on oversight to where I noticed that most of the hospitals in the Gambia are lacking many things. No medicine, lacking human resources, and other machines which the nurses need in the hospital. I think the minister to try much. And also, I know the government has invested a lot of money in health and agriculture. All of these two ministries and other ministries are important. But to whom much is given, much is expected. So agriculture and health, we expect a lot of changes in your area. Please, this is what we want. Honorable Speaker, on the Minister of Youth and Sport, the youth of the Gambia, I will still continue. The youth of the Gambia don't need only football alone, though football is important and other sport. But also, youths want entrepreneurship. Youths want to work and have money. I'll keep on saying this. I am an independent candidate. I don't hate anybody. And I cannot hate a son of my fellow woman. But I will tell the truth. We are seeing many deaths in the Gambia. Killing, murderers everywhere. What is going on? What is going on? People are also blaming the president. Some people may say that you should not blame the president. He is not the one doing it. No, the reason why people are blaming him, he is the leader. He needs to talk. A leader's voice must stand, and whatever he said must be implemented. If anybody is doing wrong, sack that person. If anybody do the killing, punish that person and even keep him there. Let the people not see him again. But after killing, in 3 months or 1 year, you see the person going. What will happen? My husband, please, here is not the married room. We are working. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about this Sankulekunda project, rice field rehabilitation. That rice field rehabilitation is not going well because I think they gave the contract to one person by the name Pabifo. Those farmers are complaining about Pabifo because the project should take a period of 13 months. And the project now is more than 13 months. The farmers don't have any place where to do farming. And they are complaining. Please, I want the Honorable Minister to go and check about this Pabifo issue. We cannot give contract to the people who are not willing to work. We cannot give contract to the Gambians or the foreigners who are not willing to work. And also giving things to people without monitoring is not correct. Monitor them. When you give them anything, the money don't belong to the minister or the person. It belongs to the Gambian. Whoever you give the money to need to be monitored. So this is the problem of this country. We spend a lot of money on many projects, on other people. After we don't use to even bother to monitor the people. And the people will use the money anyhow they want. This country belongs to all of us. If the Gambia sink down, we will all sink down. Honorable Speaker, I will take this opportunity to advise all of us and the Gambians. Sorry, don't say it like that. This is a problem we are facing. People using even the slight mistake of the president, sending it to TikTok, to everywhere. It's a mockery to the Gambians. We look low, very low, compared to other foreigners when we go out. I have friends in Cameroon, I have friends in Benin, I have friends in Nigeria. They do call me, sending me the videos of our president. Do you think we are mocking the president? We are mocking ourselves. I don't support the president, but I hate the attitude. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Berefet. Honorable, I think
Honorable Speaker,
I will Honorable members, I will constitute a committee, the minority and the majority, and probably 2 senior MPs to reconcile husband and wife. I now invite the honorable member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to acknowledge the presence of our honorable ministers and the honorable Vice President who was here with us. We are very grateful that you are here on this important occasion. First, I will thank Honorable Funi Brefet for that wonderful deliberation. You've said it all. To avoid repetition, I will just want to be very brief. Honorable Speaker, I think the topic on the floor has to do with, first, I will say, attitudinal change. Because when you talk about good governance, we don't only have to be mere consumers, but it is important to note that we should be participants and also co-creators. For that being the case, we are talking of State of the Nation address. When you talk about the word state, it should be a particular condition that is actually happening in a particular period of time. That is my own understanding about the word state. Having read this report, it clearly manifests some of the great achievements that have been done by various ministries. But I find it also very difficult to find some of the challenges that are faced by these ministries. It's like they made it very colorful and presented to the president without outlining some of the challenges that they face in their various ministries. Various speakers made mention of some of the challenges that people of the Gambia are facing. And each and every challenge that has been mentioned here affects one ministry. At least it should have been factored in this report. When you talk about basic and secondary education, I put the two together, and also higher education. Honorable Sami have made mention of Section 30, which is one of the fundamental human rights of citizens. It clearly states that secondary education, including technical and vocational schools, should reach every citizen of this country. But if you go to certain parts of this country, this is like a dream to them. It has never been achieved since the inception of this country. You go to the office of the Ministry of Health. The president has made mention about these ambulances, which is very good. But we were all here a few weeks ago when we approved the 30% increment. It is mentioned in this report as well. That is a very great achievement, but in other hand, the low-income earners have not seen themselves in that. So I'm suggesting that even if we are not going to touch that part of salary, we should at least look at ways of increasing allowances for them. Under the Ministry of Health, for example, if you come to Ngien, there are some health officers who are renting. And the smallest amount of money they can pay is $1,500. If you deduct that from their salaries, what are they left with? The ambulance is a very good thing, but most of these ambulances are not monitored. We've seen some of these community ambulances, which are meant to be in the communities on which they were allocated, but we've been seeing them in the combos for their private businesses. At least they should be stationed in their communities, because that was the purpose onto which they were given out. The 30% increment that we increased, the salary increment, it was a political campaign that it was a word or a promise that was made by the president. And it was tabled before this assembly. We all approved it. Because always, president's words are always translated into policies. The same political promise or campaign promise was made to my constituents on the Ministry of Health. He promised to give us in Sabah Ward, which consists about 37 villages, a health center or a health facility. I am waiting for the ministry to do something about that. Because if the president makes a promise, it is translated into a policy. So I hope that you are putting that into consideration. I am very much grateful with the Honorable Minister of Sports. Honorable Speaker, some people are not happy with him. Personally, I am very grateful to him because he has been criticized and he accepts, which is very easy. When people attacked him with all these words, he came in the open and said, I'm sorry. This is the money you are talking about. It's here. We should commend him for that. You see, it's always easy to criticize, but it's also good when somebody does something in the right way. We recommend that what he has done is right. At least that would encourage his colleagues. So I want to thank him for that.
Honorable.
Are you calling me on order or do you have an observation? Oh, thank you.
Member for Woolies, can we hear the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you have already made a ruling that the man's name is not mentioned and is not included in the debate. You've already made...
Please, honorable members, can we hear his point of order, please?
I said you have already made a ruling on this matter, that we don't mention the name of the person because it is not mentioned in the report. But the honorable member is coming back to the same issue, and I think it should not be allowed.
You, honorable member for Woolies, you are in order. Honorable member, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So it's like what I'm trying to say here is attitudinal change is what will resolve all these problems that have been discussed here. So you go to Ministry of Tourism. It is always said that they contribute 25% of our GDP. Tourism. Two paragraphs on this report. And they made mention of a multi-million-dollar project coming to the country. To where? How much? How much is that money? Where is it going? Nobody knows. It is just mentioned, but they did not even tell us where they are getting those fundings, to who those fundings are going, onto which projects are they going to implement those fundings. At least when the COVID-19 came, whenever you talk about tourism, they say we have excuses because of the COVID-19, we could not do so and so and so. When the COVID-19 came, it was in a year where a certain amount of money was allocated for you to travel, for fuel. Did you return it to the country? No, you retained those monies. Where was it spent? And you come and give us this report, 2 paragraph pages. At least those fundings that were meant for traveling, those monies that were meant for fueling should have been returned to the government coffers. Or you even take some of your people on leave. Because we have seen it happen in other companies. I was working with the tourism industry, with FTI International. When the COVID-19 was coming, I was then in Dakar with some tourists. We had a call immediately that we should all come back. The company is shutting down because of the COVID-19. Meaning, all those resources that we were supposed to spend for the next 3 days had to be returned to the company. So if tourism were supposed to spend, let's say, 50-something million, at least the part of that 50-something million should have been returned to government coffers. We can use it on health, we can use it on agriculture. But nothing. So you see, Ami made mention of so many things, and which I don't want to go back. But as he said, we are Muslims, and some of us are Muslims, some are Christians, but we all stood here and swore into the Quran and the Bible. So if we are to do anything illegal, we will be accounted for in the next world. So it's very important we put that into consideration. Even if you are to be killed, speak the truth. It's always very important. So when you talk about petroleum and energy, this is also a dream to rural areas. At least we know that electricity is in phases, but they should have captured it here and explained to the president that, yes, definitely we are bringing electricity in this country, but it is in phases. At the moment, we are in phase 1 on this part of the country, but in the future, we will be going to phase 2, and this is the implementation method, and then people will be able to understand that definitely the funds or the monies that we are paying is coming back to us. If you go to my constituency, over 57 villages, only three villages have electricity. The rest, nothing, absolutely nothing. Yalalba is close to Farafeni, less than 1 kilometer. To extend 3, 5, 7 poles to get to Yalalba and supply them with electricity. You move the same poles from Farafeni to Ngien Sanja, and you left all those villages that are within that area, over 37 villages. Are we serious? We are not. So, fisheries. The River Gambia divides this country into 2. We also need fish in rural areas. When you talk about fishing, they always center themselves in Tanje, Gunjur. For us, we have this Yaiboy coming from Senegal after 7-8 days. And we have the river there. We have some youths who are doing wonderful to make sure that they get us fish. And they use the limited resources that they have. This Ministry of Fisheries should be able to at least support those youths who are living in the rural areas to be able to engage on fishing. There are so many projects that are coming. But when the projects comes, the first thing they think about is vehicles. The project phase out, another one is coming. Finding the same vehicles, you think about vehicles again. At the end of the day, you say auction. Even that auction is not done properly. You will be calling your friends at night, come tomorrow, we are going to auction vehicles. Is that right? That is not what we need. Interior. The last time I saw the committee, they went round, and you know what is happening in the police stations. The president made mention that under the Ministry of Education, they are building quarters for schools. They need it also. You go to Ngien Sanja, if a police officer is renting, he has to pay at least $1,500. That is the smallest portion that you can occupy. At least they need quarters. We have a whole piece of land for them. A big one for that matter. At least this should be used, to build quarters for them. And some of these camps that are used to by these contractors, like if you go to Salum, they have this camp there when they are constructing these routes. It's for you, Honorable. Yes, so at least those camps can be used by the police officers. They are well equipped with AC and everything. They also deserve AC because those areas, during March, April, May, it's very hot, so they need it. So at least the police need to be motivated. And about their allowances, it's very sad to say we are giving them allowance of $250. So I'm not saying we increase the salary, because if you increase the salary, you tax it back again. So let them increase allowances. This is what I'm saying. So they need it. It's not that you are sitting behind me, so I'm just saying the truth, you know.
You're afraid.
No, I'm not afraid. Youth and sport. So I made mention of youth and sport, and I thank him so much for that bold initiative that he has done. But also, he has to see that, we have Gaucha, Gambia Wrestling Federation. Sport is very wide. It's not only about football. Me, myself, I don't watch football. The only thing that I can watch in this country as sport is wrestling. That is what I know. I don't know Messi. I don't know those people. I don't know them. So the ones I know is the ones I'm seeing in the Gambia. These wrestlers, you take them into granted. Go to Senegal and see what their wrestlers are doing. Mohamed Tyson is having companies, and he has employed lots of citizens. And it is through wrestling that he is getting it. Wrestling is our own sport, and we can invest on it to make sure that our youths are engaged on certain sporting activities, and they will also be able to gain their employment. So it's not the only, football is not only the sporting activity that we can do. So let's encourage wrestling and also spend much on wrestling. I think that will also help. At least the former government used to do that. They used to invest a lot in wrestling. So I'm encouraging the Honorable Minister to work with Gaucha and then see how they can reform and refurbish our own sports, our own local sports. It's very important. Yes. You go to foreign affairs. The president made mention about these remittances from our diasporan people. They are bringing a lot of money during festival Tobaski or Ramadan. Everybody will be rushing to these Western unions to receive money from their people in Europe or in America or in Asia or anywhere, in the diaspora, I can say. But at the same time and again, we will be receiving deportees. And you said these are the people spending much money on our economy. But at the same time, every now and again, you see them deported. Are we ready to accommodate them whenever they come? And it's threatening. Because if these people are coming, they don't have anything to do. At the end of the day, you don't expect them just to be sitting like that. They might attempt to do things which might not even in favor of this country. So we try to see how we reintegrate those people that are deported and see to it that at least they engage themselves in certain activities. With that small token that they are given at the airport, they cannot invest on anything. So at least it is very good that we reinstate them and at least socialize with them, include them in the system, put them into good use. Some of them have learned so many skills when they were there. Some of them are engineers, some of them are technicians, some of them are very, very intelligent. So if we have them here, we should be able to share and gather those knowledge that they have. We have seen Peace Corps coming in this country. Although they are not deportees, but they come here to learn so many activities. That is why if we are saying, let us learn best practices from Europe, let's learn best practice from America. They come here and they learn from us, and the information that they gather from here is what they develop. In turn, they bring it back to us and then sell it to us, which will be very much expensive. So we have our people who have been there. When they come back here, they come with so many talents. Because when they go to Europe, they are integrated with the people there. So they have learned so many skills, and whenever they are deported, we should be able to make very good use of them, and not just to leave them on the street like that. Some become frustrated and start drinking alcohol, using drugs and all that stuff. Works and infrastructure. One of the most important elements of development. Transport. Recently, we have seen a drivers' union having with this ministry. At least, the reaction that I was expecting from the ministry is not to say, that is not correct. Call them and then dialogue with them. Listen to them. They have their concerns. You at least dialogue with them. But if you say, okay, police, they are going to supply us with their vans, what was the purpose of giving those vans to the police? The purpose was to transport their own people to go to work. So within the time frame that those vehicles were allocated to remedy the situation, what impact is it having on the other people for which those vehicles were allocated? Those 2 days, you see many of them, those police officers standing on the street begging for lift because they could not have those bus services that they used to have. So you said you are solving one problem, creating another problem again. So the reaction of the ministry, I was not happy. At least he should have called them to come and then sit with them, dialogue with them. If it was campaign time, they will never react like that. They would have called them and talked to them. But because they know it's not campaign time, we don't need them now. If it was campaign time to bring their militants here during nomination day, they will not do that. The ministry would not react like that. But they know that it's not campaign time. We don't need them now to bring people from Same, to bring people from Sabasanjal. So we don't need them. Let's just look at them like this. After 2 days, they will be frustrated and they will come back to the system. That is not what they were supposed to do. Call them and dialogue with them, listen to their problems and try to find ways of solving them than just leaving it to their hands like that. I was very disappointed with them. Still on works. These roads they are constructing, when awarding contracts, award to the right people. NRA, they have a key role to play in this issue. You know, whenever you talk about development, people will start to blame the government. You see, they are not doing this. The funds are there. We have all the necessities, but are they put into good use? National Road Authority is the biggest problem we have in this country. How many millions of dollars are we paying as Gambians to construct road? After 1 year, everything went off. After 2 years, you cannot even imagine that this was a road that was constructed. Honorable Central Badibu made mention of Farato Jambu Road. Go and see the condition of that road. Just go and see the condition of that road. And this is taxpayers' money. So the corruption they are talking about is right. Because back in the days, if you talk about contractor consultant on a particular road, if the contractor sees a consultant coming, they even start to tremble. Because they know that it is the consultant that puts them on the right path. But nowadays, you see a contractor and a consultant, you think that they are the same father and mother. They don't even care. At night, you just go and stroll. You see consultant vehicle parked in the gate of a contractor's company. What are they doing there? There shouldn't be any good relationship between them. The only relation that they should have is to make sure that the specification of the contract is put into good use. No, he's my guy. Thank you. You can observe me. No problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you are very hot, but when you mention of contractor and consultants should not have a good relationship, that can be very bad for the project. Contractor and consultant need a cordial, a very good relationship for the rest of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the good relationship that should exist should be based on the specification of the routes and not otherwise. So I know what I'm saying. Not on corruption practices. It is undone, and we will never tolerate it to happen in this country. I was a consultant, and I was working with Gamex, posted at Kaur. Go and see the condition of that road. Go and see Sukuta Jambanjeli project. I was part of that project, and I was part of the consultant. Me, I don't have friends when it comes to work. You were here, I raised you on point of order, and you were not happy with me. When you are observing me, I sat down and allow you to observe me. So that is it. We have to make sure we work as a nation and move ahead. If we say we are building a house, and Honorable Njai said, I want to build the house like this. X said, no, that is not a good way. Let us build it like this. We have different views, but the objective is to build the house. So at the end of the day, if the contract is awarded to Mr. Njai and you know that exactly what Mr. Njai is doing is not correct, give him your ideas for the benefit of the project. In nation building, this is what we need to do. We cannot all be presidents. one must be the president. If you have your own ideas and you said you need the country, you are not given the opportunity. Those should not stop you to contribute for the development of this nation. We should synchronize everybody. We all have heart for this nation. Everybody here. Somebody will be speaking. Sammy wanted to cry here because he had felt the difficulties that are faced by our people. So let us be serious and move as a nation. So under the office of the vice president, this flash float, it is not only Banjul, it is not only in the Combos. This year, almost 4 people died in my constituency. I've never seen NDMA to come and see, not the office of the vice president to come and see. It is not only in Banjul, it is not only in the Combos. When we talk about decentralization, it should be equal distribution of state resources. So when the flash floats came, at least I was expecting that whole delegation should have come from Kombo to Sabasanja, at least to see those people who lost their family members. It's very disheartening sometimes. When you are going on political campaign or whatsoever, they are the ones who will be clapping, jumping, and shouting. When it comes to development, we are always left behind. That trend has to change. It has to change. We have to move as a nation. We are stagnant. And moving forward, recommendation of FPAC. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how will you make sure that the President gets this report on and act based on that FPAC report. Honorable Jawara said the President doesn't listen to moo. But he can listen to what is submitted in front of him. This is nothing like moo, because it is from the National Assembly. It's FPAC report. He can act based on that report. That is what former regime used to do. You do malpractices from the report of FPAC. We have heard from stories that during those days you have PAC, blah, blah. That PAC, the report came immediately. He acted based on that report. So if the FPAC report comes, it shouldn't be placed under the desk. Let him act based on that report. Nobody will blame him. If they want to blame him, let him say it is a report that has been brought on my table and I have seen some malpractices that are happening in this country. Nobody will put blame on him. If he doesn't want people to blame him. Yes, I think that is very important. You see, this use of illicit drugs. Indians or any other country, I don't want to mention. I withdraw that one before somebody will call me on point of no order. But we have seen some coming from some investors coming into this country, bringing this vodka 22, Jägermeister, red wine, and all those illicit drugs, some of these illicit drugs into this country, allowing our own youth to take it. Go to the streets, 22-year-old, 18-year, 16, 14, you see them with these illicit drugs. What are we doing? So at least we should put ban on all those illicit drugs coming to the country. So the ministry, you have powers. We have given you powers to make delegated legislation. Bring it here. We will support it. To ban all those investors who bring illicit drugs in this country. And if we see them, they must be prosecuted. But this has to do with some of the business relations or some of these acts that we are implementing in this country. For example, this Local Government Act. Almost 2 decades now. Honorable Njai will build one small house. It will be valued for $5,000. And he is paying tax of $200, for example. After 6-7 years, he will erect a big mansion there, collecting $10, $20, $40, $50,000 every month, and paying only $200. At the end of the day, those that are occupying the same house will be littering the whole environment. And it is now the responsibility of the council to collect all those littering, to bring them to the waste management. You know, and that individual is just paying $200 for the whole year, making about 60,000 in each room. If you have about 10 rooms, making 40,000 every year, for every room, you are making how much money? And paying $200 from that. So the act need to be reviewed so that at least we will help the council to collect more money for the decentralization to go on and go on. So if we want to talk like that, the whole day we can be here. Like Honorable Central Badibu did. If I want to follow your footsteps here, we will not move. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the floor, and I thank you all members for also listening to my deliberation.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Sabak Sanjal. In fact, your first statement was, I will not take time. I was pleased, but I saw you going. Anyway, it's a job well done. I now invite the member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First, I must acknowledge the presence of honorable ministers here present. My honorable colleagues have said it almost all. I just have to elaborate on the left out in the areas that they have discussed in the interest of time. Honorable Speaker, we've heard the President. First, I have to thank him for the constitutional mandates that was given to him and that he fulfilled by coming in boldly and comporting himself as a president and then speaking about what he had here. The speeches were attractive and then they were very touching, especially on the concluding remarks, where I shall quote on his speeches, concluding speeches number 9, where he has tasked the executive and the legislatures to be much more patriotic and then be focused, be non-partisan, and then see the interests of this nation, Gambia, that we all belong to. This thing is a lesson to be learned, and it's a tool to be guiding us. First, I must touch on the Ministry of Finance, where on his speeches, the Finance and Economic Affairs, Clause 3, where he has stated to say the revenues were dropped by 14% in the first 2 months of the last year. Here, again, he is also trying to tell the strategies and the plans that the country need to take up. The executive is planning for a robust economy. I shall contribute by saying a suggestion, putting in a suggestion as the ministry should consider the domestic debts, lending debt strategies that they are applying could also be a factor in trying to reduce our revenues, because the commercial banks or financial institutions that avail those funds could be useful to the individual businesses that government would be relying on to collect more taxes. In trying to do so, domestic taxation would encourage higher interest rates on loans for small-scale businesses and other farming enterprises. I would suggest the government to look into this domestic lending and at what rate are they borrowing, at what volume this borrowing would be. Again, in the area of agriculture, I've heard him explained a lot on agriculture, but a few was left out, which is key in agriculture. That is livestock services. The livestock subsector has not been highlighted here in detail. It's only the sector of poultry and poultry farming. But we understand in trying to sustain food self-sufficiency, these two things has to go together. That is the crops and the meat market, and then the dairy farms. I've noticed that in our country, Gambia, although it is not in its highest rate, but considering other countries within the sub-region, these two sects of farmers are the causes of instability. The farmers and the herders normally share the same sector. But I'm not seeing in this plan where government has made a plan of action in trying to create boundaries and sectors for this. We haven't seen any pastoral area for herdsmen and livestock owners to be able to rest themselves peacefully, so that the demand for livestock products could be locally produced here. Because in the combos we have cattle, we have small ruminants, but then their spacing is becoming worrisome. And it is prerequisite to the ministry to look into this and then at least try to identify. We've seen in our local communities, in the combos and totos, there are pavements, ways for these cattle and other ruminants. It's now becoming a habitat for humanity. People are occupying those areas, and then these cattle owners are left with no choice but to migrate. And would this migration do well? We're seeing how this extremism emerges in other countries within the sub-region. So in trying to mitigate that, the ministry should work on strategies in trying to manage the limited land space that we had, in trying to create a specific area for pastoral farming and agricultural farming to avoid confrontation in the near future. Again, getting into energy, petroleum and energy. We've heard very well from the president, and then it sounds good, but we would also expect the rural electrification to be well elaborated on in trying to give hope to Gambians, because we know electricity today is a requirement for a human being to be living in this world today. In doing so, the rural electrification distribution should be looked into in trying to, especially within the combos and totos, where we are coming to emerge from the rural way of settlement to a semi-urban settlement. And the congestions, the spacing that we used to enjoy is no more, and this congestion of people could be a way for bringing in some diseases or pandemics that could be transmitting. We know the world today is too risky. People are restricted, and then these transmitting diseases could be very serious if we did not take our settlements seriously. In this, we understand trying to make available electricity to Gambians. We know it is, yes, the high tensions will be made within the settlements and also, but then the affordability to get electricity in your house, the transaction, the paperwork, the timing for one to get his electric meter to his house seem to be very expensive, and the ministry should look into it by way of providing electric poles and other accessories that will help beneficiaries to be having their electricity supplies easily and within the shortest possible time. Getting into the information and communication infrastructure. Yes, we are emerging, but then looking into the standards that the world is today, comparing it to the Gambian standard, we have so many telecommunications, and our lives depends highly on internet communication. And our ACE cables are frequently disrupted, And this affects businesses and our daily lives. So the ministry should work on means in remedying this situation so that we would also meet up to standards. As we know, it is a global world. Gambia is not an island. You may deal with a counterpart where you will be failing by not being able to get the required resources and the internet connections on time to communicate. Getting into transport, works, and infrastructure. We've heard the President stating that there are some projects that are designed for the Greater Banjul area within these times to come. Here, we would want it to, as the statement of the President saying it is, the activities are apolitical, let these distributions be made wisely within the Greater Banjul area, especially the Kombo Santotos, because they are the emerging economies of the country today. And most of them are people that contribute immensely into our socio-economic development. Getting into trade industry, regional integration and employment. Yes, it has been well said here too. The ministry is working very well, especially in trying to encourage foreign investors to come into this country. Yes, good. But then, in what way and in what form? I think the angle at which the government is considering these successes, to me, I'm seeing it as in the area of revenue collection, in the area of taxation and other gains. But then in human resources, in the employment sector, we encourage investors to walk into our country, have it, register their companies, very easily pay lower charges as before. But upon establishing, they tend to abuse and work under and engage our countrymen by not following the international labor standards, in trying to abuse them, in trying to give them jobs that are known without a choice or an option. And the ministry need to work on it by way of engaging the trade unionists in trying to come up with a strategy and an approach in trying to engage both the employer-employee so that it will be a mutual benefit for all. Would not just be a safe haven for investors to come in and then occupy our lands. At the same time, have cheap labor, maximize profit, but our people would not be realizing any growth out of that. And then it's been said here that the land spacing that we had is limited. If we avail all these resources to investors, at the end of the day, our people remain to be vulnerable. Their farmlands have been occupied by industrialists and agriculturists. At the end of the day, they might not be able to take up something tangible home to take care of their families or to grow to the standards of other people. It's like we will remain to be producers, but we will be the primary producers. We will never be growing to be people that would also be taking over businesses within our own country. And then finally, I would be on lands, local government and religious affairs. In the land aspect, we understand Gambia is a very tiny state with a limited land space. We are seeing that the land management strategy is not being taking its shoots as expected.
Motion, Honorable Speaker.
That's very timely. In
Yes.
fact, that's what we were discussing. Can you go ahead, Honorable Member?
Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the motion that the Assembly to sit beyond 6 o'clock
To finish the order of the...
in order to finish business.
Any seconder? It's been upon you, me.
So much, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the Assembly sits beyond 6 to finish the order of the day. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable member, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, as I've been saying, the ministry should be working efficiently in trying to better manage the land space that is left here. We've noticed that especially our areas in the Combo Santotos, as it is the only area within the Greater Banjul area that has reserved lands for investors and companies. But the allocation of these lands, we understand these are state-owned lands, but the land tenure system is also showing there are farmers that were farming in these lands for ages, for generations. And in occupying these kind of lands, there must be a consultation, a committee that will be responsible to consult with the farmers so that the farmers will get informed before implementation. But what normally happens is they will just be occupying these lands. They see people getting into their lands with machines and machineries. The address that they will give is, it's a directive from the executive. We have no power over it. It is from the top. And the top is the executive. The executive is elected into office. So in this, it may bring in disgruntlement and bring in some personal grievances between the executive and then the people of that area. So I would urge the Ministry of Local Government and Lands to look wisely into this, to be able to come up with strategies, approaches, and establish committees to make sure that the land management system goes on very well with farmers so that they will also feel ownership of being Gambians and landowners. I thank you very much. This is all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would want to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Vice President and other cabinet ministers here present, as well as my fellow honorable members, security forces or security personnel, the media. Honorable Speaker, I would want to start my discussion with agriculture. You will bear witness with me, agriculture used to be the backbone of our economy, but I don't think if that's the case as of now. Honorable Speaker, the President has mentioned that 40% of our GDP comes from remittances. If that is the case, then remittances has now overtaken what used to be the backbone of our economy, which is agriculture. I believe the reason why we are not getting more in agriculture is because we are not prepared to venture into more mechanized system of farming. Without that, I don't think if we can achieve what we are fighting to achieve, that is food self-sufficient. It's just of recent, I saw the distribution of modern farming implements in one of our West African countries called Mali by the military junta to the farmers in Mali. But on contrary, what I saw in the Gambia here some time back is distribution of donkeys to our farmers in the budget. I believe if we want to achieve what we are yearning for, we must venture into what we call mechanized system of farming. There we can reach to the promised land. I believe that another problem that is confronting our agricultural sector is that, and this area is the area which we are claiming to have expert or graduates, or let me put it in this way, PhD holders. We have more PhD holders in agriculture department than any other department. But are these knowledgeable people trying to translate what they gain to our agricultural sector? I say no. One of the problems that is, of course, confronting our agriculture is the inability of our farmers to go in for these mechanized farming implements. For example, the tractor. So it is the duty of the government to provide tractor to our farmers, like what happened in the Second Republic. We also it here. Farmers used to have access to tractor here during the Second Republic. But all of a sudden, all those tractors we have withdrawn from them. Instead of leaving it them and by allowing them to continue using the tractor in a more organized manner, we saw.
Honorable. Yeah. Honorable, there is point of order. Can we hear the point of order, please?
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Standing on Order 30, Honorable Speaker, and scope of the debate. Debate upon any motion or amendment to a motion, or upon any bill, part of a bill, amendment to a bill shall be relevant thereto, except in the case of a motion for debate on the adjournment of the Assembly. The honorable member should confine himself to State of Nation address by the President. He has all these issues to say it during the adjournment debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member, thank you very much.
Sorry, sit down. Sit down, please. Thank you. I think it's the same issue arising again. The Honorable Speaker made a ruling yesterday on it, and that the President's statement touches across all sectors of the country. And therefore, we will still continue to debate based on those issues. But however, as the Honorable Speaker ruled yesterday, let us do our best to confine ourselves to what is on the agenda. But that's the ruling of the Honorable Speaker yesterday. Continue, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. But I think the President has, of course, touched on agriculture. And the topic on discussion is part and parcel of agriculture. Take care of yourself, my son. Let me continue. I was saying, the inability of our farmers to have access to fertilizer is another deterring factor that is, of course, bringing our agricultural sector to its knees. I think if we want to achieve what we call food self-sufficient, we need to create an avenue for our farmers so that they can have access to the fertilizer. We all know the soil condition of the Gambia nowadays. The soil condition of most part of the Gambia, especially where I hail from, North Bank area, is not in good order because of deforestation in that area. Desertification is now, is of course plain in that part of the country. So if our farmers want to come up with bumper harvest, I think they need fertilizer on their farms. Another factor that is, of course, hindering our progress in agriculture is, of course, like I said before, of course, loss of trees, most especially in that area, which I call deforestation, which, of course, can be visible in that part of the country. I think I want to just ask the ministers responsible of this particular area, that is Minister of Forestry, what are the plans that they have in order to, of course, solve this issue in our area? Because this issue is creating a lot of havoc on our area. The case in point is last year powerful wind that, of course, struck that part of the country. Still, our people are of course, with that, they are still experiencing that problem in our area. Still, they are yet to not recover themselves from that area because a lot of animals has died during that hurricane. Another point is, of course, the issue of corruption, which is, of course, a contested issue in the country. I would want to thank most members who spoke before me. They all, of course, spoke about corruption. This is the issue this is the problem that if we are not careful, if we don't curb it at the right time, might threatening the very existence of our country. That's peace, which we are known for. Gambia is known for peace, but corruption corruption might lead to so many things that we don't want in this country. It can create anger and resentment into our population, especially the youthful population. I think the sole responsibility, I will of course hold the president to task in order to tap out corruption in this country, because he is the chief executive officer of this country. People are saying people are not involved into corruption. Yes, no, they must resign. They must. How about if they don't want to resign? If, like I am in Sefard, I have my herd of cattle or my herd of sheep. One of them happened to enter into somebody's farmland, and the person reported the matter to me. What do you think should I do to my animal? What do you think should I do to that animal? I should control that animal. If I see that I was unable to control the animal, what I will do is, of course, I will sell the animal or to slaughter the animal. This is why I believe in Chinese model of curbing corruption. That is, if you have found one thing, of course, tampered with public fund, if you have found one thing, you should be killed. That's my stand on it. Because you have been killed, or you have killed thousands of people in this country. Look at it. It was just recently that I saw a video of one of the officers in Senegal that she's looking for fund to pay for her medical bills. Those corrupt officials, they are also contributing part of that problem. And the reason we have enough equipments and medicines in our hospitals here, you think that lady will travel from Gambia to Senegal to seek for medical attention? No. I think, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Speaker, no, Honorable Deputy, it's Deputy Speaker, not the Speaker. So, sorry, sir. I think, I think, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead. Please.
We are here not to know, but to try to brush the topmost part of this table and put everything under the carpet. No, we have to tell each other the reality, what is, of course, happening in our country. Corruption is key factor, which is, of course, derailing our development. And if we don't carve it out, not to carve it out only, but on time, right now, we need to arrest it. It has to be arrested. And when we say corruption, we think it's just monetary matters. No. There are people in this country, civil servants, they are not going to work on time, and they leave their offices not on time. All those things are corruption. You swore to Holy Quran and Bible that you're going to do the job. If you are not prepared to take it up, resign, leave. Simple, like what my honorable member said, Honorable Jawara. If you don't want to hear the truth, leave. We are going to tell you people the truth. That's it. Security. The reason why I am very much concerned about this area, because it was just recent that, this month alone, we've been hearing killings, stealings, breaking of public places in this country, and yet still, I will urge, I will not say the government is not doing nothing about it, or the security forces are not doing it, but I will urge them to take drastic action against the culprits of this particular act. As I am sitting here today, I received an information from Sancha Badar. 2 youths kill a 20-year-old boy. Today, when as I am sitting on this chair. This issue is alarming in this country. Honorable Vice President, I will urge you, together with your cabinet, to come up with laws that can, of course, reduce base balance in our country. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, I don't know where we will be. No country can move without security. Security is paramount. The reason why all of us are here, because the area is secure. This is why we are here in peace. But if blessed are flying all over, you think we'll be here? No way. So I'll urge the government to, of course, look at this issue critically, so that at least what we are known for, we can maintain the same standard. Because people used to say Gambia is a peaceful country within the sub-region. But they said within the space of 2 weeks, Gambia is the only country in the sub-region which registered the highest rate of crime within 2 weeks, fortnights. That means what we are known for is now disappearing or vanishing from us. Honestly, sometimes it's just hard to say. But Gambians, we need to take the responsibility of our country and do what is right for the people of this country. On the issue of education, I would want to say, of course, we might have structures might be there, but do we have enough materials in our school systems? I was a teacher before here. I taught for some years, and of course, finally ventured into business, by the bunkers. I want to say we need buildings or we need structures in our school. That's true. But we also need quality teachers. We need qualified teachers. Most especially schools that are, of course, over there, off country. Only good teachers have been attracted to schools here, especially private schools. With the proliferation of these private schools, I think private schools are killing our public schools. And most of us don't have an opportunity to send our kids to these private schools. This is why the results are always different. Of course, if I have the means of sending my kids to private school, that's what I do, because I need better education for my kids. But I don't have the means. I mean, somebody say in the village doesn't have the means to do that. This is why government, especially the Ministry of Education, honestly, the teachers in private schools, they are forced to teach. You teach or you leave. That is what's happening in our public schools. I'm sorry, but this is the fact. I experienced it. Before here, I headed a private school at Kalindi. He is my living witness. We put in mechanisms, we organize ourselves in such a way that if we employ you, you are not prepared to, of course, take out the work that you said you're going to do. We give you the marching order. This is why that school always, our results are always good. And I know 98% of the private schools are like that. Why not public schools? And this was not happening before. In the First Republic, public schools were doing well. And the first 10 years of the Second Republic also. But now, you will see a student who has graduated from grade 12 to construct a good sentence he or she would not be able to do. This is serious. This is serious. I think what we should do is, I'm not saying we should do private schools, but I think we should also try and pay great attention to our public schools, because these are the schools in which most Gambians or most Gambian children are attending, because most of us are from poor families. If I cannot afford to pay $5,000 for one term for my child, of course, I'll send my child to a public school. And most Gambians are, this is what we are doing. But it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Education to correct that system. No wonder we saw mass failure in the recent concluded was examination. And I fear the same thing might happen in Gambia as well. There are a lot of combination of factors which we as Gambians need to sit and, of course, solve those factors in order to have a better educational system in our country. I rest my case here. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. Now I give the floor to the member for Jimara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand on all the existing protocols. I want to recognize the presence of the Vice President, the Cabinet Ministers, honorable members, members of the press, and of course, members of the general public that are watching this particular debate from the Gambia and at large. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the government of the Republic of the Gambia and to thank the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, for fulfilling his constitutional mandate. It is stated in a section of the Constitution, that is section 77 of the Constitution, subsection 1, that the President shall at least once in a year attend sittings of the National Assembly to address a session on the conditions of the government. This before us today that we have is a speech delivered by the President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, GMRG. As a result, today we are here to debate the content of the speech. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the content of the table, you see that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, has highlighted a lot of things to this August Assembly. About 22 or 23 points or thematic areas that he has come up with to tell us as honorable members, showing us the condition of the country and also the development projects and policies that the executive has in place. I must say I am very proud to be here today to participate in the debate. And I'm very proud of the government for the tremendous efforts and tremendous achievements that they've registered during the period under review. Honorable Speaker, even the Badibunkas today, they acknowledge that it is true that His Excellency and his cabinet members had really done a lot for this country. This is very rare. It is not very easy for Badibunkas to acknowledge somebody's effort. But today, we say very thank you and bravo to the President and his team. I must say I'm kind of speechless because Honorable Member for Badibu Central or Central Badibu has already touched all the areas that I've highlighted that I wanted to talk about. At some point, I even wanted to withdraw my request to speak or to take a platform today to speak with the people. But there are certain only two areas that has not been discussed by him. I want to touch those areas and make my point on those. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the President's introductory remark, the introductory remark, you have point 3, where he has talked about Gambia has been a transformed nation. This part has been dealt with almost 2 or 3 members of the National Assembly, expressing their opinion, how they think a transformed nation should look like. But I want to take a different dimension. Because here in this parliament, we are dealing with English. And English is a language that is very tricky sometimes. In English, some words, they drive their meanings, their original meanings, depending on the context that they are put. So based on my understanding, Honorable Speaker, for one, I believe that Gambia is transforming. If not a transformed nation, but it is transforming. As opposed to what has been said about Gambia not being a transformed nation. Honorable Speaker, during the past 22 years or past 7 years, Gambia and Gambians were in a cage. Today, we enjoy democracy, rule of law, justice, freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Yet we said Gambia is not a transformed nation. 22 years ago, 27 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, this particular assembly used to be I concur, National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia. But today, the National Assembly reflects the aspirations and the hope and serve as a beacon of hope for the people of the Gambia. This is simply because the enabling environment has been created by the government, by His Excellency and his executive members, so that everybody can participate or exercise your political, your constitutional right. Honorable Speaker, 22 years ago, because we cannot bring out the realities to make our point very valid if we do not do some comparison. Some 22 or 27 years ago, it was almost impossible for an individual to win a case against the sitting president. Today, we have seen in some cases where president loses cases against individual, government loses cases against individual, yet we say Gambia is not a transformed nation. As opposed to 22 years ago, where the executive makes sure that nobody challenges the executive. So I don't intend to spend much of my time today because I've made to understand most of the points that I have today. I can address them during our adjournment debate. So on that note, I will not take much of your time. Honorable Speaker, I want to look at security. Great achievements by the security sector. A lot of trainings, policies are being implemented or being made. But my problem with the security sector, especially where I am from, URR, that is Upper River Region. I had the opportunity to work with the security fraternity in Upper River Region for the past 2 years. Honorable Speaker, it will surprise you the way and manner these people are living in that particular area. We don't talk about accommodation. Accommodation is a problem as far as the securities are concerned in Upper River Region. Looking at the nature of URR, it has bordered with 3 parts of the Senegalese borders, and we have only 2 or 3 official entry points. In addition, we have more than 50 unofficial entry points. As we all know, the role of a security is to protect life and properties of the people. But also, security can contribute in the health sector as well. Where I came from, URR, the borders are very porous, and the securities are finding it very difficult to patrol the area. As a result, people are coming in with a lot of medicines that we term as counterfeit medicines, selling them to our mothers, our sisters, our brothers. That is causing a lot of diseases that are unidentified. I want to urge the Ministry of Interior to look into the affairs of the security personnel as far as URR is concerned, because there is where I know at least, to look at their welfare, their mobility issue. A lot of members talk about mobility. Mobility is a crisis in this country. Wherever you go, you have a problem of mobility. But I'm telling you, the security cannot perform effectively and efficiently if they don't have mobility to patrol around our borders. You just cross the borders, you see Senegalese, the gendarmerie, the forest guards, well equipped, have their mobility, and they are patrolling anyhow. That's why it is very difficult for you to escape, even with a cup of sugar, into Senegalese, into customers. But it's a problem in the Gambia. I could recall 2 years ago, Senegalese forces, their forest guards, enter into the soil of the Gambia in pursuance of somebody who they accused of transporting timber from the bush to our soil. They even opened fire in the community that I held called Gambisar. This couldn't have happened if we had the police or the army or other security apparatus patrolling that borderline. Yes, we understand Gambia has a bilateral relationship with Senegal. They have agreements. I think in this National Assembly, something was passed that is called hot pursuit. But this hot pursuit, the content is not known to the general public. This hot pursuit is something that I think the Senegalese are misusing. This is something that I urge the Ministry of Interior or Defense, I don't know under which one of them it falls, to carefully look at, because it's one day or the other is going to cause a problem between these two countries. Gone are days when people will be scared of armed robbers or even officers. Before you have members of the members of the general public being trampled upon by armed robbers that came from the Casamas end. But today we have our cutlasses, our axes, even our guns in our houses. It is not going to be a business as usual. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to address an issue but that has already been addressed. As the Speaker had said, we want to avoid repetition of each other's speeches, and also in the interest of time, we allow others to take the baton and do their deliberation. But before I take my seat, Mr. Honorable Speaker, I want to concur with Honorable Sabah Sanjal and Honorable Fonyi Berefet on their deliberation. According to them, Gambia, we have an attitudinal problem. This attitudinal problem is cross-cutting. It's across the board, from the executive to directors to National Assembly members to the general public. It is only in this country, Mr. Speaker, you see civil servants that are appointed and being paid with taxpayers' money to take care of the needs and the welfare of the people, appointed by the executive, and they are not doing anything in the offices other than foot dragging and undermining each other. Honorable Speaker, I have a fear. Looking at the nature of the laws that we have in the 1997 Constitution, maybe by next session we will be having the Constitutional Review Commission, their report, their recommendation on this table here. Looking at the level of politics, self-centered, self-interest, selfishness that we have among members, there is a fear that we may one day or the other fail the nation and also the people of the general public that sent us in this house. The President has said it in his concluding remark. I want to refer you to page okay. Yes, page 53. Is it 53? Just give me a second, right? Anyway, I have it here. 63. Okay, page 63, bullet point 14, right? No, 15. Bullet point 15 or paragraph 15. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that. It states, in whatever you do, let the interests of the nation come first. To deliver, it is imperative that you walk along bipartisan line, as alluded to the President and emphasized by some of the members that took the baton yesterday. He said to fulfill the people's aspirations and safeguard the honor of those who choose you to represent them. We should work on bipartisan line. But Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the reality on the ground is far from this thing that the President is advising us to do. And I want to urge all members to take this thing seriously. Yes, we may be here on political tickets, but we are here to represent the people of the Gambia, especially the electorates that sent us here. We need to behave, uphold the core values of the National Assembly as honorable members. The title honorable member does not come from the blue, just like that. Honorable Sabah Sanjal, Honorable Jane Sanja. It is the trust and the confidence that is being bestowed on you by the layman or by the vulnerable people or by the poor people of the Gambia to come to the house, to come to this house and speak on their behalf, behave as a honorable person, listen on their behalf, and make sure you legislate good laws for the country and for the betterment of the people. But with the interest, the personal interests we started to see, the political interests that we started to display, we are about to fail our people, and this is something that I think is not honorable as honorable members. On that note, Honorable Speaker, as promised, I don't want to spend much of the time. I want to take the opportunity to thank the people of Jimara constituency. For the past 52 years, Jimara has been neglected. But these are things that we can discuss at plenary, and they were underrepresented. I want to seize the opportunity to thank them for sending us here on their behalf, to speak on their behalf, and also to represent as a honorable member on behalf of Jimara. On that note, I beg to take my seat, Honorable Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your generosity in your time management. When you started, I thought you wouldn't speak for more than 5 minutes. But anyway, thank you. And those comments will be more generous than you. I hope so. Now I call on the member for Sani Mentreng.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Speaker. First, I have to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia for being with us since yesterday on behalf of the President of this nation. And also thank the Honorable Ministers for fulfilling their constitutional mandate, for also being with us here since yesterday, and which I was about to say the way they are seated wasn't gender balanced. But fortunately, Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare is with us. And on that we have, I have to give a special thanks to her. She is a woman, and she is the only woman in the parliament with us since the first day. First, I'll start with the Honorable Speaker. I'll start with regards to the land issues. Honorable Speaker, to be specific, and in order to gain time, Salaji, we all know, was part of Sukuta. And this is exactly the community that I belong to. Salaji there was a time during a month and a half ago that the market has been demolished, owned by women, I guess, and there was chaos in that particular market that women, so many malpractices have been done on women by throwing tear gases, as we call it, to them in order to demolish the market and then to send them away. I guess this is not fair to the women of this nation. And Honorable Speaker, on that note, I hereby ask the Honorable Minister for Local Government and Lands, where or do they have any place that they will allocate for women of that particular area for them to do their normal businesses and take care of their family and support their husbands at home? Honorable Speaker, I suggest to the Honorable Minister of Lands or the physical planning to engage people whose place needs to be demolished if there is need, to engage them on dialogue, to solve problems or to prevent violence. What violence cannot solve, I think chaos cannot solve that. Honorable Speaker, in the same Salaji, a man whom paramilitaries has thrown a tear gas to him right in his ear, that his ear was broken and he was taken to the Serekunda hospital for treatment, and nothing absolutely has been done up till date. I think, as I said earlier, dialogue should have been the best practice in order to maintain peace. Honorable Speaker, lands has been claimed by people who doesn't even know how it was inherited, and yet the Minister of Lands or the physical planning will give those people the lands that does not belong to them. And I have evidences of those lands, those particular lands, and which I get.
Point of order, please. Point of order.
Honorable, sit down. Yes, can we hear your point of order, Member for Lower Salu?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Clause 29th of the standing order. 29 years. Content of the speech. Every member shall restrict his or her observation on the subjects under discussion. I guess the member for Sanem is deviated. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As I indicated earlier on, the President's statement touches on all sectors. So, however, I will advise the Honorable Member that we concentrate on the President's statement for speed of time. Thank you. Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But I think this is about constituencies matters. And a nation, without the combination of these constituencies, there will not be a country. And basically, I think these problems are affecting various constituencies, not only Sanimentering, but other constituencies. But nevertheless, thank you very much, and I will proceed. Honorable Speaker, with the issues of victims, the victims of April 10th and 11th, and also the victims of July 22nd. Honorable Speaker, these are our own sisters and brothers, aunts, daughters, and sons. I think there was a time that $50 million was repatriated among these victims, and yet some are still complaining that they don't even have a place to live, or some have not benefited from this medical treatment. And, Honorable Speaker, I am appealing to the Line Ministry to look into that properly. These are people who deserve a good health and a good living. Honorable Speaker, with the issue of women gardening countrywide, basically in Sanimentering constituency. Honorable Speaker, we've all heard from the President of the Gambia that women during his campaign that women will no more use the well and ropes to water their gardens, but instead they will use the internet services, but instead they even lack water. Honorable Speaker, through this SONA that the President have submitted or have presented to this August Assembly, presenting that women, much is settled in the sector, in women's sector, I'm appealing to the President to look into that properly to support women in their gardens with the respective ministry. Honorable Speaker, the remain of solo standing. Yes, I know the issue has been going to court, but please, the remain of solo standing has to be given to the family, at least for a proper burial. Honorable Speaker, with the issue of the PIU, that is the security sector, even on our nomination day at West Coast Region, we were attacked by the PIU, seriously. And still, nothing has been done. I think the line ministry has to come up with something that this must stop in the Gambia for people to be maltreated, even on their nomination day. And these are our own sisters, these are citizens of the Gambia, these are our own brothers, these are our own mothers who were affected seriously, and nothing has been said up to date. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the road connectivity, yes, there is this OIC project, and which my constituency is benefiting. The road connectivity from Budford-Gamtel through Ghana Town, and also from Ghana Town to Madiana, and also from Hyderabad Junction to Tintinto is on a very serious condition. Honorable Speaker, I would urge the line ministry that some houses were demolished already and there was no compensation, and I'm urging to the line ministry for compensations to be given to those affected in order to have a very good living, which they deserve. And also to look at the timing, the timeline properly, so that it will not go beyond the time, because actually roads are in very bad conditions, especially just this rainy season. Honorable Speaker, also on the area of the maternal mortality, yes, some of the honorable members have already spoken on that area, and I thank the honorable member for Berefet, Honorable Amikoli, for elaborating on the conditions that women will be during labor in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I definitely urge to the Honorable Minister of Health to look into this properly. Women are dying day in, day out. I don't know what measures can be taken to make sure that this can be reduced. I know we cannot stop it because of nature, but this can be reduced. This is the problem of women in the Gambia now, much more especially when a woman is pregnant, the husband will not sleep at all times. Honorable Speaker, let the Minister of Finance also consider, yes, there are taxes here and there, taxes and policies, but I urge the Minister of Finance to come up with a bill or a policy that a tax expenditure policy can also be introduced in the Gambia. Because when there are taxes, also the expenditure should also come up as a policy. Honorable Speaker, there are challenges that national development plan should address, and some of which are the political sphere, the social sphere, and the economist. Honorable Speaker, there is extreme low of local representation of women at all levels. Also, there is lack of affirmative action inadequate enforcement, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies. Honorable Speaker, social norms and values also is a challenge, rather. On economics, law inadequate and rigorous access to finance is absolute lack of access and ownership of lands for women, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, disaster occur, especially during the rainy season, that is the flood, and also the fire breakage. Honorable Speaker, one of the honorable members had already spoken about that, and I don't need to go over that again, not to repeat, but then just to concur with him that we need to solve these problems prior, or we need to put things in consideration in terms of flood prior to rainy season. We should not only wait when it is rainy season and there is flood and we want to remedy the situation. Honorable Speaker, I want the line ministry to be looking at that properly, and then also to be supporting those affected on time. Let them not wait until when they will not have food for their families, they will not be able to pay school fees for their children, or when they will not be able to support their husbands at home. That will be the only time after when they will be ready to support that person. Honorable Speaker, with the issue of our girl children in Arabic schools, yes, there is support for girl children in Arabic schools, or for schools. But I would like the Minister of Local Government and Lands and Regional Affairs to collaborate with the Minister of Education to give special support to girl children in Arabic schools, because in most of the times, yes, there are teachers who graduated from Arabic schools and they are teaching in various schools. But also, this can be an additional support still to girl children in Arabic schools, because to my own observation, that most of the time, when these girl children graduated from Arabic schools, few things that they can always do is just to go and get married, or they will teach in various schools. Nothing more will be done for them as a minister or ambassadors or so. Honorable Minister, with the issue of transport, works and infrastructure, Honorable Minister, we've all seen a company who supported the government, I will say, by giving the Gambia some buses. Honorable Speaker, I expect the Transport Works and Infrastructure to explain to the general public how those buses came into the Gambia and were they on loan basis and how much is spent and what it will be the term of payment. With trade, industry, regional integration and employment, Honorable Speaker, there is a protocol with TSRP protocol. This protocol has not been respected by our neighboring country, Senegal, and which I expect the trade, industry, regional integration and employment to sit with them and discuss seriously to make sure that this protocol is respected in our country and beyond. Also, when you're traveling out of this country to a neighboring country, either Senegal or Guinea-Bissau, there is this high charges of CFAs, 1000 francs, any station you go. I don't think this is fair to the people of this Gambia. ECOWAS had an agreement. There is an agreement already. If you are a citizen of an ECOWAS country, you don't need to pay anything to enter Senegal or to Guinea-Bissau. yet there are charges all over. And I think the ministry has to look into this properly, to collaborate with them to make sure that this stops, because this is not taking us any further. Honorable Speaker, with the issue of fisheries, water resources, and National Assembly matters, fisheries, basically, Honorable Speaker, we've all seen that there are Chinese, Senegalese, and people from other areas, from other states, coming into our country, getting our fish, taking it to their country, or selling them on a very high rate. Honorable Speaker, this brought to the high rate or to the high price of the fish that most people cannot afford in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I urge to the Minister of Fisheries to look into this properly so that fish can be affordable. Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much, and I will stop here because most of the points have been already talked about with the other honorable members. In order to gain time, I'll take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for standing mentoring. I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Keba Lang Kamara. Keba Lang Fofana, rather. Honorable member, I apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And no need for the apology. It's okay. Thank you. Once again, I would start by saying thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I would acknowledge and thank the Vice President for his presence with us here since yesterday. And as well, acknowledge the presence of all the honorable ministers who have been with us since yesterday. And before commencing, I would like to specially thank the President for fulfilling his constitutional mandate. Honorable Speaker, we are here to analyze, debate, and give our suggestions on the State of the Nation address, which, by its standing, is supposed to tell us the state of affairs of the country as at a particular period. And of course, the report is coming in 2022, but the particular report under review is for the year that ended 2021. So, Honorable Speaker, without wasting much time, I would start my deliberations with the Ministry of Finance. And with my deliberations, I just want to start with a little clarification, or would I say to highlight some of the strategies which the government was implementing during the post-COVID period, because this was concern, this is a concern that has been raised by many members. And to do justice to that, I would like to refer the House to page 7 of the report under paragraph 3. I will read the entire paragraph and then highlight my area of concentration. It reads, revenue collection for the first 2 months of 2022 declined by 14% against the same period in 2021. Prompted by this development, the government resolved to formulate robust policies that will set up buffers against such an enhanced domestic resource mobilization. Honorable Speaker, I would like to deliberate on the sound economic recovery strategy which the government formulated by emulating or embracing policies and principles that will strengthen the domestic resource mobilization prowess of this country. Honorable Speaker, when we say domestic resource mobilization, we mean ways and means in which countries generate their own local funds to spend towards their own developments. If you look at the current report, you realize that the total debt payment of the government stands at 5.01 billion. Out of this 5.01 billion, 1.9 billion comes from external lending, and 3.9 billion is from what? Domestic borrowing, which means the government is confronted with what? Inadequate resources. So what is the government trying to do now? The government is saying, look, we are not saying that we would not borrow, but we want to enhance what we can collect locally. If we support the government in this strategy, it will yield so many dividends. One of which is domestic resource mobilization is the most reliable source of public funding. It's the most reliable source of what? Public funding. Because it is in your hands. You are not relying on what? Developmental partners. You are not relying on what? Donor agencies. You are not relying on what? Grants. And at the end of the day as well, you will not pay any interest on it. And at the end of the day as well, you are at liberty to prioritize where to what? Inject your own funds. So which means, let's imagine of the ideal situation whereby this strategy works for the government and we have adequate resources which will warrant the government not to go for any borrowing. And let's assume this was achieved in 2021, which means our external debt payment of 5.01 would have been readily available to be injected into other priority areas of what? The economy. But it doesn't stop there as well. Let's concentrate on the value that was sourced from domestic borrowing, which stood at 3.1 billion. That 3.1 billion is money that government borrowed locally from the commercial banks. What happens in that situation? It means the government is competing with the private what? Businesses over the little resources which are available. So imagine the ideal situation where we support the government in its domestic resource mobilization efforts. And we are able to what? Raise. Are you observing or you? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member. You are talking about the 1.9 for the external borrowing and the 3.1. It's not the borrowing, it's the service payment. That is referring to service payment, not borrowing.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Honorable member, can you use the microphone?
You did not get it. He was talking about the 1.9, which is for external borrowing. According to him, that is borrowed. And then the 3.1 is also borrowed domestically. So I'm saying it's not being the borrowing, it is the service payment that this is referring to. It's referring to the payment, not the borrowing.
Are you ready? Can I continue?
Yes, you can.
Honorable member, I just want to remind you that you will never pay if you don't borrow. Not so. Why are they paying? Why are they paying those debts? It's because they've borrowed them. The payment is over a period of time. They are not paying it in a lump sum. They pay it over 15 based on what? The contractual agreement. So I think I am on point, but thank you for enhancing my deliberations. So, Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, let's imagine of the ideal situation where the country's domestic resource mobilization efforts are enhanced, and we are able to raise our own funds, and we reach to the state that we will not depend on external funds, either to borrow or them coming as grants or what loans.
Observation, Honorable Member.
I would like to continue this time. Let's save it for the future.
This is very important, please.
Is it on the point or outside?
Of course, on that point.
Thank you. Continue.
You want to convince the National Assembly to help government on its local resource mobilization by way of local lending. And this has fatal consequences.
You've made the points. Can you take your seat? Take your seat.
No, that's the point. This is what you were talking about.
Sorry, sit down, sit down. You've missed the point. Sit down. Sit down. Kindly sit down. You've missed the point. I'm not convincing the National Assembly to help the government in their local borrowing efforts. In fact, on the contrary, I'm telling the National Assembly to applaud the efforts of the government by what? Kickstarting a domestic resource mobilization policy, which means to be self-reliant. Okay? The government is saying now we want to be self-reliant. So what I'm trying to do now here is to tell you what we stand to benefit as a people, to tell you the savings we can do, to tell you the additional resources we can have, which we will be in a position to redirect into what our priority areas. Okay? So I would continue, Honorable Speaker. What I was saying, the point I was at is, if at all we are able to improve on our efforts of domestic resource mobilization, the government will not find itself in a position whereby they'll be lending from the commercial banks, which means there will be too much money. The private banks will have too much money at their disposals. Interest rates will come down. Funds will be available for the promotion of what? Small and medium-sized enterprises. This will what? Yield into greater employment what? Opportunities. And Honorable Speaker, having said this, it means the government is on track. It means the policies are good. But I must observe, sound policies must be accompanied by what? Efficient and productive monitoring mechanisms. I am one of the people who have the fervent belief that if we can harness our potentials, which are readily available in the domestic resource mobilization, perhaps the situation might not only be that we would not need to borrow, but we might not even operate at a budget deficit. Honorable Speaker, the government can create the great policies. They can have the great ideas. But at the end of the day, we are the people who are going to work there. The domestic resource mobilization will come from the taxes, from the duties, from the custom excise. When you look at the collection process, the mechanism must be accompanied by an efficient control mechanism. Today, if you look at all the collection processes we have in this country, we can easily say that 90% of it involves human interface. And with that human interface, it comes with inherent risks of what? Leakages. So my point of observation here would be, I would urge the government to speed up the digitization program. I would urge the government to make sure that we do everything in our ability to limit the human interface, more so when it comes to the collection of what? Public funds. By doing so, we'll be able to account for the funds in totality. And once we have these funds in totality, then we'll be in a better position to what? Invest in our priority areas and also address the needs of what? Our people. And again, Honorable Speaker, another strategy I would definitely like to highlight with regards to the way the government have been operating as highlighted by the report of the President in the post-COVID period is the public management reforms, which we would have on page 9. And with the public management reforms, basically what the government is trying to do there is come up with strategies which would definitely make sure that public funds are what? Operated in an accountable and transparent environment. And special emphasis in the report was paid to the local government authorities. Honorable Speaker, this is very, very important. Many times we talk about the decentralization policy. And when we talk about the decentralization policy, we are starting it from the communal level. That is the ward level. That is the village level, to the ward level, to the regional level. And at the regional level, you have the local government authorities. I don't want to bring specific examples. I just wanted to
really limit my contribution to the merits of the report, but if you would permit me, I would just take this one exception. When I came into this National Assembly, during our orientation meeting, our experienced members, including the honorable member for Upper Salum, one of the questions or the concerns the FPAC committee had with the local government authorities was, you are always demanding for more money, but you are not totally accounting for what is being given to you. Which means the public finance mechanism have come at a very right time. Because today, the local government authorities have their autonomy. They are collecting what? Revenue. How much are they collecting? What system do they have? What are the mechanisms of verification? And whatever funds they collect, added to whatever funds the central government is collecting, cumulatively, that forms the total available funds which the government of the Gambia can use with regards to what? Our infrastructural development, investments in the health sector, education, environment, you name it. So if at all currently the Ministry of Finance have adopted the public finance management strategy to really, and I would quote from the book this time because this one is important, it says to address weaknesses in the public finance management of local government authorities. And to be specific, these weaknesses might not only be limited to clerical errors. These weaknesses might go further and culminate into what? Leakages. And every leakage is depriving the government of the opportunity to invest in what? The social needs of the citizenry. So, Honorable Speaker, I think at this point, what we need to do as a National Assembly, because everything cannot go to the government, we have oversight responsibilities in all these line ministries. If you look at the Constitution of the Gambia, of course, we all agree that there are some laws which needs to be changed. But believe in me, there are very good laws there. But many times we make laws, but we do not enforce them. Today, with the domestic resource mobilization, the government will be in a position to collect so much revenue. There comes the responsibility of the National Assembly. And in that, I want to highlight one weakness, which we need to improve on as an institution. Many times, emphasis is laid on controls with regards to the expenditures. Because we say we approve the budget, we want to know how the government is spending it. And what we forget to know also is, the money the government is taking to fund those ones, part of it is coming from the local funds. And those local funds are collected by state agents. And not for once have we engaged in the audits of revenue. So I will urge this assembly, if at all it is a legislative gap, let us what? Make sure we come out with the necessary legal instruments which will ensure that the emphasis we are placing on the auditing of the expenses, the same emphasis are laid on the auditing of what? The revenue. A classical point in hand is this. And if I'm wrong, someone can correct me from the floor. I believe that this country doesn't have a problem of expenditure. The Ministry of Finance was able to what? Cut over 1.3 billion from the approved budget of 2022 rather. As per the revised budget that was presented to this August House for approval during our sitting up in the month of July. But during the same period, when they reported, we realized that there was a reduction in revenue of how much? Almost 3.3 billion. Which means our greatest problem is in what? The revenue aspect. We were able to reduce our expenses, but we were not able to add a single dollar on the revenue. And as a result of that, instead of the deficit going down from 2-point-something million, it rose up to almost what? 5 billion. So which means we have to pay greater emphasis on the revenue aspect. The mechanisms are great. I applaud the Ministry of Finance. It is a great initiative. It will give us economic independence, but the road to its attainment, it's not going to be easy. The road to its attainment requires what? Selfishness. It requires being principled, and it requires that the control mechanisms have to be effective, and the National Assembly also must play its point. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I would just want to conclude on the issue of the Financial Ministry with a little contribution on the public-private partnership initiative that the government is coming with. The government cannot do it alone. Haven't realized that. Today, if you go to many countries, it is through government's partnership with the private sector that they've been able to develop, that they've been able to move ahead. And I would like to say this, that the National Assembly would not hesitate to give the government the required support it required to really make sure that that particular bill, when presented to the Assembly, is given the needful that it requires. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I would move to the Ministry of Agriculture. We should be on page 12. In the Ministry of Agriculture, it is in accordance with the report of the President, it is remarkable to note that there have been significant improvements in crop production. There have been significant improvements in the poultry production as well. But many of these can be attributed to the previous year, because if you look at the SONA report of 2021, you will realize that the Agricultural Ministry did make distributions of dozens of tractors. Seeds were given to farmers. So it means, with the right investment, we can have improved results. But, Honorable Speaker, in the report, I was hoping to see the value addition. I was also hoping to see what the ministry would be doing with regards to the needs of the farmers in terms of market analysis and development. There was an increment in crop production. That increment in crop production can only bring something of substantial value to the farmer if at all the post-harvest losses are what reduced and reduced significantly. So I would definitely like to urge the Agricultural Ministry to say that the investments in agriculture are really significant, and it is refreshing to know that great results are coming. So now let us move to the next stage. How do we add value to the vegetables that our mothers, our sisters are really producing from the agricultural farms? How do we make sure that the mangoes that are being planted into this country are transformed into something else before sending them as raw materials out of this country or allowing them to be perishable goods? How do we make sure that our small farmers also, we expose them to what? Other markets, whereby they will have what? Opportunities which will add value to what they are having. You know? And the other observation I made was that it is reported that over 6,000 hectares of rice was cultivated. But this is significant. But what is the benchmark? How does this help towards our drive of food self-sufficiency? This would have helped. So that as a National Assembly, we would also be in a position to know the gaps. we will also be in a position to know where government needs our help the most so that we can give them. So I would urge the ministry to include benchmarks in the reporting so that moving forward, when we receive the statistics, we will not be in a limbo towards their interpretation. But having said that, I believe with the report that is being received from the president, the agricultural ministry is moving forward. The agricultural ministry is really improving. And we are confident that with the current leadership, is it on the point? Now, if it is on this point, I would allow you. But if it is something, kindly allow me to go. On the point I'm discussing. Okay, you may go.
Thank you. If you look at in the report in agriculture, because this is a very important sector for the country, because it is said that 70% of the population depend on agriculture. And then it is our farmers who are definitely crying today. Anyway,
can you observe me? And
why I want to observe? Because they just mentioned the increase in production. But by what percentage, we don't know. It's not there.
Thank you. You may take your seat. That's exactly what I'm saying. I said we need benchmarks. I said we need to know those 6,000 hectares of rice. How does it help us towards attaining our vision of food self-sufficiency? So just thank you for enriching my point of debate. So to conclude on the area of agriculture, I would urge the ministry to definitely provide us with the relevant statistics so that we'll be in an informed position to complement government's efforts in making sure that that particular ministry is given the due that it requires. A lot has been said about the ministry, which I wouldn't dwell on. Some of them might not be pleasant, but these are the living realities. And we are all part and parcel of this society. So which means we all know better. But when it comes to capacity, the ministry have it. So we are really confident that now they would definitely deliver. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I'll move on to education, and I would like to combine both. That is both the basic and secondary education together with the higher education, research, and water technology. It is quite refreshing to know the significant improvements or achievements that were registered during the past 5 years. Key among them is the transformation of both GTTI and MDI. Key among them would be the construction of numerous schools and the provision of enough classrooms to students. Key among them as well would be the laying of the foundation stone of the new complex of the university that will be housed in Birkam. Honorable Speaker, I'm a runaway teacher. They call us rats. I was teaching for 5 years at senior secondary level. So when it comes to the teaching environment, it's not only about the classrooms. The education system needs to start from the homes, coming to the society, down to the schools. At the schools, what I would urge the ministry is to see what we can do to retain Gambian teachers. Because the school I was teaching, the year I left, I think almost all the Gambian teachers left together, over 5 of us. And successively, in successive years, the performance of that school was really going down. Why am I saying, let's improve and see how do we maintain Gambian teachers in school? Honorable Speaker, this country belongs to us. No one will come and improve it for us. No one will come and develop this country for us. A Gambian will be ashamed to call himself a teacher without the required qualifications. Because everybody knows you in the society. This is your country. You do your best for it. I'm not saying that the foreign teachers do not come with qualifications. But, Honorable Speaker, I know for sure that many of them do not have the qualifications, and they are in the system. The other thing also will be the curriculum. Honorable Speaker, many a times you would see an individual from grade 1 to grade 12. He will finish school. He wouldn't have the opportunity to further his education. And they will call him a dropout. After 12 years of education, he cannot call himself a professional in any field because he was not exposed to it. And many a times, these are the individuals who will be what? Graduating from the adolescent stage to what? Maturhood. Ages between 17, 18, 19, thereabout. With that transformation in your social belonging, and standing there alone to face the realities of life, after devoting your life, your time, your energy to a particular cause for 12 years, because you are less unfortunate, you are coming from a poor background, you do not have the financial muscle to further your education, you can't move on, and you are called a dropout without a skill. Why? And society will brand you as a failure. You are not a failure. We are all gifted in one way or the other. So when I say enhancing that curriculum, let us make it career-based. Let us expose the youth to entrepreneurship. Let us expose them to leadership courses at a very, very young age. So that we would have the guarantee that anybody who passes through that 12 years mandatory period of education will be able to humbly or efficiently engage himself into something. Honorable Speaker, again on education. If you go to social media, they will tell you the education ministry have failed us. They will tell you the government is not doing anything. But today, we have more schools. Today, we have better structures. Let us ask ourselves why. I think being a parent would qualify me to say this. Every student comes from a home. There is no more corporal punishment. But one thing I know is, in life, wherever there is the balance of reward and punishment do not exist, do not think about the possibility of having the results you wish. I'm not saying punish the students. But one must know and believe in the guarantee that if you do good, there will be a reward. And if you do bad, there will be a punishment. Collectively, let us look at these reforms. Is it giving us the results we want? Reforms have to be progressive. But today, you cannot even look at a student in his eye. Today, you dare not shout on a student. If you do, tomorrow the mother or the father will accompany that student to the school. Today, every student in the middle school or in the high school is having a mobile. You are either on Facebook or in TikTok. The teachers are not buying those mobiles for you. Who is giving it to you? It's the home. As parents, we have a role to play. Society have a role to play. What the state can do is to provide the enabling environment. What the state can do is to provide the policies, the programs, and the initiatives. But to conclude on the area of education, I strongly believe that a lot have to be done at the level of the home, at the level of society, and at the level of government as well. And if government can transform that curriculum into something that will yield dividend for that person who passes through the 12 years of mandatory education, that would take us a long way towards reducing the unemployment, towards reducing the crime rates, and towards reducing a lot of the social disparities that we are confronted with today as a society. As a member, I'm not allowed to take questions. You can only contribute to what I'm saying. You want to contribute?
Yeah.
Okay, you may go on.
Well, mandatory education is what I want to inquire about. Whether that education, grade 12, 1 to 12 is mandatory. And that's what I want to make clarification.
Okay, sorry. Forget about the nomenclature I use. All I wanted to say is passing from primary 1 to grade 12. Okay? If that helps all of us to better understand it, I'd rather stick with that particular description. Honorable Speaker, I would have discussed about the issue of the Ministry of Youth, but before that, Honorable Speaker, I would go to the Ministry of Trade, Integration, and we should be on page 43 of the report. Honorable Speaker, this ministry is very, very important, and it is responsible for investment promotion in the country, responsible for what? Industrialization, and also responsible for creating the enabling environment which will encourage both domestic and foreign investments. And it is quite refreshing to note from the President's report that GAIPA, during the year under review, that should be on page 44 of the SONA report, Article 9. Page 44, Article 9, where it states that in the total investment amounted to $154 billion and also created 2,274 jobs. Okay, thank you. It generated $154 million and created 2,274 jobs. Honorable Speaker, this is very important because without investment in the priority sectors, the Gambia would continue to be a consumer nation. And our quest is to graduate from that level and start producing the key commodities that we need. Honorable Speaker, towards that, I want to make some contributions. GAIPA, in its mandate, is tasked with the responsibility of attracting investment and creating the enabling environment by giving incentives to these investors that will encourage them. Some of these incentives comes as what? Expenses to the state. The honorable member from Sani Menterang did talk about tax expenditures. When we say tax expenditures, these are the exemptions. These are the waivers that government gives. And they become reductions from what? The revenue that was supposed to be collected. Which means that many of these investors, or all of these investors, one of the requirements is they would come with a business plan. They'll make a proposition. There'll be an attached budget. In this attached budget, it will disclose the total value that they intend to invest. And it will also disclose the number of jobs that their investment can create. Honorable Speaker, one thing I want to note is the threshold to be qualified for a special investment certificate in the Gambia is $100,000, which is very, very minimal when compared to other nations. I was fortunate to be part of a team that went to Rwanda, and I can report to you for certain that the threshold in Rwanda to be qualified for a special investment certificate is $50 billion. But, Honorable Speaker, the most worrying aspect is not the threshold alone, but that it is based on promissory note. This is worrying, because today we are reporting $154 billion. This is what was given to the president. How sure are we that all of this investment happened? And that's the next level of my presentation. If at all the Ministry of Trade, through GAIPA, will really serve their purpose, there should be a sound monitoring and evaluation system. When investors come with a very beautiful business plan, you give them incentives. As for these incentives, they'll be qualified not to pay taxes. They'll be qualified not to pay duties. Those taxes and duties would have been revenue for the state, which would have been invested in priority areas. But the government is giving you the opportunity not to pay because they believe that the investment you will be doing in the country will yield dividend that will supersede whatever tax you are supposed to pay. But many a times, what will happen is the follow-up to ensure that the actual value of those investments are made is not done. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to submit through the Office of the Vice President to really look into those companies who have benefited over the years, who have benefited in these special investment certificates, and let's look at their performance level. Because if you go to the GAIPA Act, in Section 39, it is telling you that the agency will evaluate those companies with regards to what their performances. And why are they evaluating them? So that if they fall short, the certificates will be revoked. So, Honorable Speaker, we believe that the enabling business environment have been created. We believe that the ministry have the foresight. We believe that the ministry have the strategies. We believe that they have the programs and the policies. But moving forward, we need all hands on deck to make sure that those loose ends which needs to be tightened, we do it together. If not, having those strategies alone might not be sufficient to propel us to the next level. Honorable Speaker, I would forgo my contribution in other areas, but will conclude with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Honorable Speaker, this ministry is very important, and I would commence by congratulating the minister and telling him he is the most fortunate one for the past 50 years, because this country has been yearning to go to the Cup of Nations, and we are only lucky to be there as a result of the good luck he brought for us. So for that, we are telling you, jig nga ñu, yàlla la yàlla aar. And again, looking at the report, the president did highlight in his speech that both NYSS and the president's international award scheme have been engaged in skills transfer to the youth. And then I think the NYSS have trained over 152 youths, and the president's international award scheme have trained over 252 youths thereabout, if I'm right. You know, but today, Honorable Speaker, a greater emphasis has to be given to the youths of this country, because we all agree that the youths form over 60% of this country. Many a times it is said that youths are the future leaders, but I, for one, I believe that they are the current and future leaders. I believe that every individual is good. I believe that those boys we see outside with their dreadlocks, the boys we meet in the streets in the bush brewing attire, those we meet in the ghettos, those we meet at the beachside, can be equally productive when given the opportunity. Many a times, the problems confronting the youths are coming from the homes. Our society values pen and paper. If you send your child to the school, he doesn't come with good results, what do you tell him? It's a baraka. You don't take. Not knowing that pen and paper is just an art to give you a profession. That individual is deprived of the counseling, the proper one, at a very tender age. Woe betide on him if at all at grade 12 he happens to fail. The home will call him an outcast. Society will call him a dropout. Honorable Speaker, collectively, as a people, we should not fail them. That's why I'm happy with the Education Ministry coming up with the second chance. But I'm deliberating on the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I believe part of the strategies of the ministry should be, let's call it any name, but let it be an outreach program targeting those zones, those hotspots that we believe these youths normally sit. Let us cancel them. Part of our drives also should be to expand the current skills transfer programs that we start. Because if not, currently we are all blaming the Ministry of Interior that crime is on the rise. That is the effect. But what are the causes? Mental problem is real, and it is here, and it is prevalent in the youths. Society is rejecting them, calling them a failure. And the benchmark for that evaluation is based on what? Education. Honorable Speaker, many people are going to office every day, but at the end of the month, that Senegalese man sitting in my corner selling cafe tuba earns more money than they do. All we need as a people is a career, is a profession. So I think it's high time we inculcate that sense of responsibility in our youths. But it must start with a paradigm shift, which requires a greater advocacy, starting from the homes to the society and then to the schools. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I would say thank you, and I beg to take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Langfufana. Honorable members, we still have about over 20 members to take the floor. A reminder, I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I will also like to join my colleague to commend the President of the Republic of the Gambia and also acknowledge the presence of the Vice President and Cabinet Ministers. Honorable Speaker, I begin my intervention on Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection under page 28. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I would like to quote on the first paragraph where this head of state address, we will remain steadfast, enhance the capacity of women in small and medium scale SMEs by scaling up the Women Enterprise Fund. Honorable Minister, KMC is the most density populated area, and all our lands were occupied by settlers. So we have no land for agriculture. But our agriculture is being gained from the market, through the market vendors or our small businesses. But this Women Enterprise Fund, I think, is being diverted to the women in the rural area. I don't think there is any women group in the KMC that benefited from the enterprise fund. So I am appealing to your noble office to kindly cater in case there is phase 2. On the other hand, as earlier alluded by my honorable colleague from Sane Mentoring.
Sorry, can I observe you, please?
No. As earlier alluded by my honorable colleague from Sane Mentoring, that there is a market lie in Aidu. I believe we need to know the fate of this market, and I think is the market of the Federation of Gambian Women that is already constructed, and there is no workforce that is being done. Honorable Minister, I will continue with another ministerial department because all the submissions, they are read by the head of state, but they are interministerial submission. Minister of Tourism, We also had tremendous achievement by those, the tourism minister also, by the line ministry taking measures in place by diversifying the sector. But Honorable Speaker, I believe the exploitation in the tourism sector also need to be addressed. It's a case for concern. Our children were subjected to a lot of drug abuse in the tourism development area. I think it's a case for concern for the Ministry of Tourism to address, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the area of health, Honorable Speaker, there are tremendous achievements by the health minister. Among them were the community ambulance, and which my community, now my former constituency Talinding, benefited from. But unfortunately, this ambulance engaged in a serious accident and is no longer in use. And this is the ambulance that is overseeing both Fajikunda and Talinding. So I wanted to know what is the fate of the minister, because I already spoke to him and he promised to take action. On the other hand, Honorable Minister, still on health, as the former Vice Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health, Children and Social Protection, I believe a lot needs to be done in our health sector that were not captured in the report. Some of those achievements that I wanted to highlight are, I think we need to introduce a banking in our health sector and a quarterly report to the Parliament so that we can know what is happening there. And also we should have a proper procurement specialist to identify our equipments, because sometimes we may have equipments in the hospital when they were break, we cannot fix them, their parts are not available. So I think that one also needs to be addressed. We need to have a specialist to help us ease that problem. Honorable Speaker, and I think I speak about the revenue generated are paid through bank. That also is a recommendation. Also, the illegal malpractices in the waste dumping. I think we need to, we spoke about this during our sightseeing. We need to relocate it from where it used to be. Honorable Speaker, on the transport, works and infrastructure, we heard about the minister's submission. But I believe many felt that what belongs to the government should not be accounted for. I raised a parliamentary question during the 5th legislature that we have a bus lying idle in one of our feeder garage in Latakunda, and the minister promised to take it upon himself to look what transpired, but yet still there is nothing that was done. The bus is still lying there. I think you need to check on that also as well. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, most of your address were centered on construction of roads and rehabilitation. But I think one of the burning issues today is the cost of high cost of transportation, which I believe the minister needs to address, because it's like there is no control mechanism in our transportation sector. The current sit-down strike of the union is a case for concern, and I think I should appeal to your line ministry and the head of state to easily come up with measures to see that whether they can bring GTSC under the office of the president, because a Gambia Transport Union is not paying dividend, and I believe it needs to come to the office of the president so that it can properly look into. Honorable Speaker, members also dwell on the SUNA about corruption. Yes, there are corruption scandals that were practiced in the system, which I think there is no genuine parliamentarian who should be mute about that. Honorable Speaker, but I believe the Gambian community, the Gambian people need to know how far have your ministry gone. That is the Minister of Local Government. How far have your ministry gone as per the alleged corruption scandal at the KMC? How far have you gone in that investigation? On the other hand, Minister of Lands, I believe the district tribunal also need to be looked into. There are a lot of abnormalities taking place in this district tribunal, and it come out of the, it was set out of parliament to help the Gambian people. But sometimes these badge messengers and alcalol will connive to miss the file of the victims of land dispute. So I believe you need a serious intervention to address those one also, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, on the defense, there is a general outcry that Gambian continue to lose their life. Yes, which is quite true, and I think it needs a proper attention. But I believe every child came from a home, and there is no child who is born criminal, but they are copying in our society. So I believe it's a collective responsibility as parents and as parliamentarian game changers to try and guide our children rather than misguiding them, so that the country can move forward. Members also dwell on the foreign troops, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes something in me told me whether we are in another planet, because we were all here when every Gambian was crying that these foreign troops need to come here. By then, everybody was saying that we don't have confidence in our security sector. Honorable Speaker, and these foreign troops came here through the mandate of ECOWAS, and we have our Gambian also who went to sister brother countries. So when did they turn to be state enemies? And I think as member of parliament, we should stay away from such statement that we don't need these foreign troops here. They are our brothers and belong to us as ECOWAS family members. So I think those things need to be disputed. Honorable Speaker, and I believe the security also need to be equipped with mechanism to track the crime zones, to see the signal, to map out the signals of crime before they occur. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, because many have spoke before me, I submit and beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara. I must commend you. You've said a lot. You've not done any repetition. And within a short time, you were able to complete. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to join honorable colleagues in acknowledging the presence of His Excellency, the Vice President, and the Cabinet Ministers here present. I would like to begin by adding my voice to the debate on the description of this country as transformed. While I do not agree in total with the point of view that it transformed, I do not also agree with the point of view that it is not transformed. In my point of view, it's a journey that has begun. And to say that it has transformed based on the fact that we have emerged from a system, and that things that obtain in that system are no longer existing, does not suppose that we are transformed. Because the bar is like we are setting the bar too low. For me, we cannot also say it is not transforming, because we are not where we are 5 years ago or 6 years ago. So it's a journey that has begun, and we are all on the path to make sure that we attain that transformation. So it cannot be qualified as transformed, but you cannot also qualify it as not being transformed. So it's a journey that is in progress, because a government that is ruled or governed on a constitution that is described as unprogressive and dictatorial cannot be described as transformed. So as long as we have we are governing on the previous 1997 constitution that we, in the emergence of this new government, describe as dictatorial with undemocratic clauses, then we cannot say we have transformed. We are on the journey, it has begun, but we are far from being transformed. Now, to go to the next finance, I couldn't agree more with the submission of the Honorable Member Fofana with regards to finance. I would just want to add that with all the formulation of robust policies that would set up buffers against shocks and enhance domestic revenue mobilization, that alone is not enough. To mobilize resources is to ensure also that you don't have leakages. And he elaborated on leakages. But then I am sure this country, you tend to hear people say there's no money. I tend to disagree. There is money. There is money in this country, but where does it go to? That's the question. The money, the revenue that are being collected are going to individuals rather than to the state. So if the state is coming with formulating policies that would enhance domestic revenue collection, mobilization, it should also be matched with measures to ensure that leakages are minimized. In all these institutions that are collecting, sometimes, yes, there are institutions that are assigned with the tax collections, but then who is checking those institutions? That's the problem. Who is checking those institutions? Who is playing oversight on GRA? Who is playing oversight on other agencies? So finance should move along that line to ensure that all the revenue lines, revenue collection points, there are systems, whether digital, to ensure that we minimize these leakages. And I couldn't agree more with the submission that if we enhance that domestic mobilization, it can go a long way in helping us finance our own projects. And then finance will also help there are some tariffs that has to be revised. Like if you go to the airport, there are the tariffs, it gives a range, and this is a window for corruption. Like an item, so from this, you can charge from this rate to this rate. So you are giving the liberty to the officer to decide when even actually that amount is costing 10,000, but you give the person a range, like it could be from 1,000 to 10,000, then that's a window for opportunity for corruption. So he can decide to charge the person 2,000 and then get some favors from the person. So those tariffs, it is existing. And then they are in the crossing points, and those tariffs should be revised. It's a challenge in the leakages. So I wouldn't belabor too much on this finance one. The public financial management strategy 2021 to 2025. Why is it specific to councils? I think the idea is fine. It's laudable. But why councils? Why councils alone? Why councils alone? I've not seen any public financial management strategy for central government. I've not seen any public financial management for SOEs and parastatals. Do we know how much revenue leaks in those institutions or agencies? So it should not be. Why is it only local councils? That's doubtful. It should be for central government. It should be for institutions. It should be for the same way for SOAs, state-owned enterprises and parastatals. We should have the system across the board, cross-cutting. We shouldn't limit it to only to the local government. I don't know why. And then I will move to gain time. Foreign affairs. Many people have spoken on the deportation and other things. I would just want to, somebody said we have revenue, it's not the problem. Expenditure is not the problem. And I beg to differ with that position. Because these are my reasons. If you misplace your priorities, it affects your expenditure. And then expenditure becomes your problem. How can you explain a government that wants to develop agriculture, attains food self-sufficiency, budgeting for agriculture little over 300 million, and then you have foreign affairs over 1 billion? How can a country that knows that 60% of your youth, 60% of your population are all youth, and they form the higher percentage of unemployed, you budgeting $123 million for that ministry, and you tell me the expenditure is not a problem? And you tell me you want to empower the youth, you want to develop youth, you want to create jobs for youth? Look at your expenditure. And then even in the Ministry of Youth, that expenditure, the 100 is personal emolument. I was correct. The development is $23 million. So 123 for youth ministry, 100 is all recurrent. 23 million is just to develop the youth of this Gambia and sports. Where on earth can we do that as a country? 23 million to develop sports, to develop the youth there. And you tell me this funding is not a problem. And even in that recurrent, 100 million, 6 million is emolument. 94 million is other expenditures, fuel allowance and other things. So tell me, an emolument of 6 million, and then other expenditures, 94 million. In the other recurrence, 94 million. That means fuel and other allowance, per diems and other things. So, and you tell me spending is not a problem. So it's the way, if we are yearning for resource mobilization, we should also look at strategic spending. We spend in sectors that are going to revamp our economy, not just spending for spending's sake. Minister of Health, we have recognized the tremendous efforts that this ministry have done, and then the infrastructure developments that are happening. I only hope this is matched by efficiency of service delivery, because sometimes in Africa, especially in the Gambia, it has been the trend to concentrate on edifice structures. We build 100 million facilities, 200 million facilities. After 2 years, service is zero. And then service is more important. How can you spend 200 million, 100 million in a hospital? After 1 year, you go there, no service. So it's high time we focus on service delivery and spend and stop building massive structures with a lot of millions, and then people don't end up having this quality of service they need. We've seen, I've crossed the length and breadth of this country, and I've seen the performance of medical personnel. We have to commend them, especially those that are in the hard-to-reach areas. I can rest assured that these people are competent people serving our people in the provinces. With the little things, every sector is constrained, especially health. Somebody tell me, everything is health, but anything without health is nothing. Health is not everything, but anything without health is nothing. So health is important. It's paramount. So we should focus on quality service delivery in our health centers. And our staffs in the provinces, their quotas, where they live, is important. And then sometimes I don't understand the attitude of Gambians. This is not about government, it's about people, our ambitions of people that government trained to serve, to provide service for people. You are trained as a nurse, you are trained as a doctor. You are not ready to go for postings. You are not ready to go to postings. You go for posting, you say the condition is hard, you come and bring yourself here. Some people go on self-study leave. So ministry, the attitudes of Gambian also must change to serve our people. Gambian must be ready to serve their people. You are posted at Jibanar. Go there and serve your people. I was amazed the in charge I see in Kiang, in Gambisara, in other places, the in charge and what they are ready to do for their people. And they are all from Combo here. They are on postings. But it's a challenge sometimes to get some of these nurses to stay at their posts. This is a challenge, and we must encourage Gambians to take up that responsibility. People are sick, distance from health centers are very far. So if it is managed to have a health post somewhere, the personnel should be ready to sit there. This is something we must recognize. But I am disappointed in some of the speeches because health is doing a lot of things. But then it's like some things are not captured. I think we want to know what the health is doing with regards to addressing the doctor-patient ratio. This is alarming. This is something I know is working on, but it has to be captured. It should reflect in the president's speech. How many doctors do we have in contrast to the ratio, the nurse-patient ratio? We know there is scarcity, but what is the training program about? How many doctors are we training in the different fields, in the different specializations? These things is national concern. It should be embodied in the speech. So the other issue in the speech also is health issues. You know, the rate of diabetes is a concern. The rate of hypertension. And just recently, the medical office, the ministry has discovered a kidney problem. And then they are doing efforts to ensure that to know how it is caused. And then this diabetics, these high bloods, we should know, is it from the foods that we import? We should look at the bigger picture. Because if what we are eating is causing these problems, if we are not eating healthy food, it is increasing the cost on medical expenditure. So we should know the correlations. So these things is important, the nation's president's address to capture those things, to talk to the people about those things. So far, the health is moving on, and we encourage that the path they have adopted, they continue on that. But then I would not agree that the birth certificate is a success. Yes, the idea is notable. And we must recognize the innovations that are coming from the Ministry of Health. Yes, that's true. The innovations that are coming. But then let's maintain that when everybody got their birth insurance cards, we ensure that the long-term achievements with regards to accessing medication with those cards is realized. Because it's one thing to have all people, everybody get the card. It's another to have the system running. Sustenance is always a problem in Africa. Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, and I will join them with Ministry of Water Resources. We've recognized the various tremendous efforts being done to increase the power supply, especially in the area of renewable energy, solar system to be specific. And then the number of villages that are programmed to have this 675, and this is good. And then I must recognize the efforts of the executive to separate the electrification section and the water division, meaning NAWEC now should be divided into two corporations. The water division, the water area, which is independent body, and the electric side to be independent of each other. I think this is good. Because for me, I think NAWEC as it is now is overwhelmed with issues. NAWEC is overwhelmed with issues, and as we go in now, for the past 6-7 months, we have this perennial water shortage going on. And then, yes, the president raised that there are efforts being taken to address those things. But before that happens, what is happening now, it has to do with something with life. Because to take their own initiative to solve this water shortage, people are now building boreholes everywhere in these communities. Whether those water are fit for consumption, we never know. And then I see a reform, Water Act, that is in the pipeline. So This department, water resources, should ensure that people, wherever boreholes are made, the water is potable. The water is fit for consumption. Not everybody dig borehole everywhere. And then the funny thing about what is happening now, people are being billed for what they have not consumed. While we are waiting for government intervention, this problem is continuing. The greater Banjul area, no water. People have to stay 3 a.m., 4 a.m., the whole night. Drops of water will come. So I think this process should be expedited. Whatever programs are on afoot should be expedited. Now, higher education. And the two ministries, I will join them together. People have spoken about the results, and then I've seen the people measuring performance based on past. I'm not saying the performance is not bad, but the measuring aspect, I don't think it's a good practice. To measure performance based on, you say, this year we have improved because last year we have this. It's like if you are going to Bache, today you are to Westfield, next week you went to Abuko, people ask you, you are not traveling, you say, no, but yesterday I was to Westfield, and today I'm back, I'm moving. But are you reaching your destination? That's the problem. I think education has a target. They have a target with regards to passes in subjects, the overall passes in terms of enrollment. So just to say there's an increase by 400 students, you're saying that's an achievement. I say no. What's your target? Are you moving towards your target? So I think the measuring system is policeable. It's not correct. We measure based on yardsticks, where we are heading to, where we want to go. Are we going? Are we moving towards that? Let's not say because we are better than yesterday. If yesterday was worse, today you are just fair. You are not even, it's just fair. So that's not a good point of this thing. So the schools are being constructed everywhere. That's fine. Excellent move. I'm not sure whether this construction of schools are being accompanied with libraries, with science labs, with labs and libraries. These are basic, most important elements in schools that are lacking in public schools. No lab facility, no library. We have to adopt the culture of reading in schools, and students will be able to access material. And then the ministries to start to have budgets for libraries in their school, in their schools. Look at the only national library we have. Go there now. Today, go there. It's just across here. Look at it. What is higher education doing with regards to those ones? With regards to the library in Brikama, and in fact in schools. What about science labs? So it's important that we look at all those things when we are planning for the development of education. And also these applied sciences. You know, if we have turned GTI to a university, I think we should also provide in high schools a breeding ground to feed that university. And then you go to certain schools now, the technical departments are weak. Students are not even seen as something that they should go in for. And then government, is our responsibility to ensure that we make those, we entice students to go in for these other areas. You know, I don't want to belabor too much on those things. Youth and sports, like I've said, you know, we have to give prominence to this ministry, and they have to take the lead in ensuring that they bring programs that are designed to alleviate the youths, to give jobs to youths. Yes, there are other programs that are needy and other things, but if we want to say our budget, most of the crucial sectors, we have to depend on the donor fund. When they are not forthcoming, what do we do? What do we do when they are not forthcoming? So, and even those needy projects and this techie fee, I want to think you go and check how those projects are being given. so that we know that they are given to the right individuals who can do justice to those projects. Because it's funny sometimes you see the project people building story buildings, having flashy vehicles, and they tell you figures that practically you don't see. We've given just 2,000 people. Why 2,000 people? You never see the impact. So I think people mention here these oversight things should be strengthened. Now, Office of the Vice President, I want to just talk about national disaster management. People talk about it, and they talk about having a budget line for it. That is important. But then for me, I want to have long-term solution, because we cannot have a budget line for just disaster. That means we are expecting disaster every day. Yes, they do happen. But there are issues that, it becomes recurrent. It happens every year. Disaster sports that are there every year, when it's rain, it's going to be disaster. What do we do now? We cannot have keep funds every year, so that when they are flooded, we go and give them 7,000. That's not the thing for me. The thing is, what is the cause of that disaster around that end? If it is people blocking the waterway, they must be demolished. If it is roads, because sometimes these new roads that we construct sometimes bring havoc in terms of
observation of the member.
No, allow me to. This road, let me finish this one. These roads that we construct, sometimes it's like the engineers do not survey the landscape of our environment. The problem is we are still in that problem at Town level. Anytime it rains, traffic is obstructed, people go. Some of the floods in some part of the area are due to the new roads that are constructed. Are proper feasibility studies being done to look at the landscape and look at how to avert future problems of flooding? So I think these things has to be looked into, so that we know the root cause of disasters in some places, and to finance something to mitigate, to eradicate floods in those areas. And then there is this issue with the Department of Physical Planning. And these things, when I come to local government, I will highlight those ones. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Trade, Industries and Regional Integration. In the President's speech, let me quote page 43, paragraph 4. To promote stability, the ministry is working with importers to increase importation and supply of essential commodities and stabilize commodity prices. And then I will link that with the next one on it. So it's like during the pandemic, we've all seen the impact of the cost of commodities. And then, yes, this is laudable to ask importers to increase what they are importing. But there must be drastic measures taken at the level of that ministry. You have few people monopolizing this sector, and it creates what they call barriers of entry for common Gambian to enter that one. And this is something you may not see. It's not in the laws, it's nowhere, but they have the support of the ministry. Sometimes the people in the trade. People tell you that I want to import rice, but I try everything. I couldn't penetrate. People tell you I want to bring this, I want to bring this, I want to bring this. I couldn't even penetrate because our institutions are helping people to monopolize this sector. And this is wrong. Government must establish, must make sure the trade is liberal, is free, and there is high competition so the price can come down. Please. You count who are importing sugar and rice here. You count them, there are few. And you don't know that Gambians cannot enter into this. Government must encourage that. Government must encourage Gambians to go into all businesses that we find there are not many competitions. So this is something that we should recognize. And again, even at the level of our markets, government, in the President's speech, there are a lot of markets built. Yes, but what strategies and policies have we adopted to make sure that those markets are filled with Gambians, with the resources to make a business life in this country? Go to our markets and who are there? In the markets, every day, by every 2 weeks, these women traders, we call them Gendenjai, would go to the neighboring country and import not less than 200,000, 300,000 worth of vegetables to come and sell in our markets. What is the Ministry of Agriculture doing to feed that market? What is trade doing to ensure that, we assess what our market needs in terms of local produce and make sure we invest that in agriculture to feed our market? This is how we should be thinking. You come to even in the Badibus and Nomis, we have a lot of farmers there who produce, but then to have market around here is a problem. The neighboring country will come with trucks and buy from Nyomi, Badibu, and take it outside. Our market will lose. You know why? Because when we are producing onion in abundance, and then these importers are importing, there must be a policy to ensure that at what season do we have how many local producers of onion do we have in this country? How many volumes can they produce? And at a certain point of the year, we should stop importing onion until our local produce is finished. Our neighbors are adopting it. Now, if our local produce are producing onion, we still allow this importer to import onion. How do we promote gardening? How? Our actions are not matching. Because these people do not have store. If they keep it long, it will perish. So they give it at giveaway prices. They remain poor. So our actions should match. What we produce locally should be consumed before we have other goods coming to interfere in those these things. So the statistics like labor force survey is done in 2021. The speech fails to inform us about that. What are those statistics? We need to know. We need to know as the representative of the people, Yes, let me just cut it short here and then finish with local government. The next I can finish it with adjournment demands to give chance to others. Yes. Minister of Local Government and Lands, Honorable Speaker. Let me tell you, honestly, I think this cabinet is good. So far, I've not seen the composition of the cabinet. For me, because the president has said it, he relies on the expertise of the people he appoints. And these are the ministers and the permanent secretaries so he is a good listener. He said he relies on ministers. So he has made good selection this time. And I want to acknowledge that. And then this Ministry of Local Government is one ministry that has not been prioritized from First Republic. This is where the Ministry of Lands are. All the problems we face in this country is because we neglect this ministry. All the floods, all the poor land planning, bad town planning, everything. It's as if Gambia is not planned at all from independence. No road, anything. Imagine there was proper planning of the Gambia from independence, good roads, good road network, and everything through this ministry. So for me, that's how I see it. So we cannot continue to let that go on. Let this ministry take its rightful position in the development of this country, and then let the executive give it the support it deserves. Because this is also where we have the decentralized government system, and this is where the taxpayers are. So we cannot continue to play lip service to this ministry. The ministry should come up with lands, with land policy. We've mentioned this earlier, and we cannot continue to be saying it's in the pipeline, it's in the pipeline. There are a lot of issues here that are in the pipeline in the Ministry of Defense. I don't want to talk about those things, but let's expedite issues. Time is not on our side. So here, this ministry, this government is held for democracy. It's held for maintaining rule of law. Any chapter or section of the Constitution must be respected. We are here as an act of parliament is being violated. And that must cease, Honorable Speaker. when the Act of Parliament said 25% of the development budget of council should be given, it should be honored if we respect the rule of law. Now, how they should be answerable to the people, that depends on the mechanism put in place. But you cannot say for how many councils are receiving this. There's no law that says you should ask council how to spend law. The law says when they bring their budget, 25% you should do it. That is law. If we are not doing that, we are not respecting the law. So we have that's an issue. Go to some regions here. You think you are not in the Gambia? Go to some issue. You think that reminds me. The government, the president's statement said 600 and something for rural electrification. But in terms of water, the water resource do not tell us anything that they are going to do apart from Nawe. Go to Kuntawur region and other regions. 365 villages, only 60 will have potable water. The rest, zero. What is the department going to do to provide potable water to those communities? What is stopping NAWEC to do tender, to drill boreholes? Boreholes is becoming expensive now. We've seen council spend 600,000, 420,000, on boreholes. What is stopping NAWEC to compete in this, to make it cheaper for people, for constituencies? So it's very important that we enforce decentralization. Otherwise, we will not go. It's very important we respect what the law says. If we have anything to do with those development, 25%, we come to Parliament and change it. But as it is now, it should be given. And then you are not giving them, you are prioritizing areas. And then if you are not doing it, because those people put what they want to do for their communities in that development budget, the amount of well, we've seen it across the board. We are from top. Some are drilling boreholes, some are doing feeder roads, some are doing bridges. So how come if you want to develop people, look at their budget. Give them the support they need. Some councils are doing greatly. I can tell you that. Basse Area Council, all the councils, they are trying with the minimum resources. How else do you think they can mobilize the resources if central government do not support them? This is the imperative. It has to happen. So I plead on Mr. Speaker to ensure that we support, we will support the government. Our role is to support the president and his, but the support is to tell the truth. Because the government, the achievement is all of us. The failures is all of us. So we have to tell each other the truth. And there is something the president said in the opening speech, that you as NAMS should champion development initiatives and programs in your constituencies. Some of your activities are happening there, you're not aware. And that is wrong. But then, there is something, a practice that has started here, and since the president said it, you should champion it, that practice, you should empower NAMS to do that. That's this Constituency Development Fund. It has been very effective. Some MPs are here, they won back because they implemented it properly. Even if they can increase it to 1 million, even if it can be increased to 1 million, it's worth it. It's a good practice, and then the checks and balances can follow to ensure that you implement it properly. But then it's a good practice. It ensures that the taxpayers receive the benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding Kunya. I now invite Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the President for fulfilling his mandate by coming to the Assembly to address the Assembly and the nation at large on matters on development agendas and policies. I also want to thank the Vice President for taking much of his time since yesterday to listen to parliamentarians. I also want to thank all the cabinet ministers who are here with us since yesterday. I say thank you to my colleagues, honorable members. Actually, Honorable Speaker, most of the discussion I want to dwell in, my colleagues have at least taken almost 99% of it. And then I can see we still have a lot of speakers who want to come. But I also have, I want to use this opportunity to also add some of my own input or appeal to the government and ministers on the report by the President. Honorable Speaker, the President talked about infrastructural development, which is very key in our country. During his deliberations, he said his administration has rolled out a massive reconstruction programs of markets in growth centers. That is under infrastructure. Yes, Honorable Speaker, our own capital, that is Jarasoma. Everybody can attest that it is the second capital in Gambia. Yes, we have a new market there. We have a new market according to the report. It is true. I've been to that market and then it's very good, it's very nice. But we are appealing to government to bring a lot of developments like that, because if we have them there, it is a very strategical location and it can bring development for the country at large. Honorable Speaker, still on infrastructure development. I would like the Minister of Works Infrastructure to put consideration on the road network that connects the villages of Kabada. I want the next SONA, let it, we see it in the SONA. The next SONA here in the Parliament, we want to see the roads of Kabada in the SONA. These are villages that are interrelated, and these are villages on the right-hand side on the Trans-Gambia Road when coming from Banjul going to Jarasoma. People living in this part of the country are all interrelated and always visit each other in most cases. And also, Soma is their center where they can they buy their rice, foods, anything. They need to travel from their villages to reach to Jarasoma. Then I know the government, according to my findings, it is in the plans, but not only plans. We want to see that road from Kiang area up to last Jara is where Kabada stops. Honorable Speaker, still on infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I was on a tour with the Regional Government Select Committee and I visited far places after Basel, where I enjoyed very good roads. Honorable Speaker, I have some friends who live at these villages. Before, if they were traveling there, it took them 2 days before they reach there. But this time when I go there, I can see, development, infrastructural development is moving in this country. We can all see that. People who live in Sudwal, when they were going there, they used to suffer. But I was there these days. I was very happy. And then I want to thank the government. We need development structures like this. We need infrastructural development. When we have them, we can develop our country. Without good roads, we cannot move to anywhere. So I thank the President on that intervention. Honorable Speaker, I will elaborate on the issue of health. Honorable Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to thank the President and his Health Minister for a major achievement, that is the introduction of the Gambia National Health Insurance Scheme. That is very, very important for a country because it is data. Honorable Speaker, still on health matters, I would like the Minister of Health to look into the affairs of the Soma Health Center. We want that health center to be upgraded and receive major cases, but not any case that is major have to be transferred or referred to Farafanya General Hospital or to Banjul or to RVH, I can say. We want major cases to be attended in Soma facility, for Soma Health Center. If it is the personnel, we need them there. If there is no equipment or, medical items that are in other health centers, major health centers, that are not in Soma, we are asking and pleading to the ministry to help us have these funds in Jara Soma. I believe it is the only major health center in the whole of LRR. So this thing has to be looked at so that we can also feel safe, not only moving to the North Bank or to Banjul here. To have all these necessary items, equipments that I mentioned that. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the President for giving us a brand new ambulance, which is serving...
Point of observation, Honorable Member.
Which is serving my community.
Honorable Member, point of observation.
I'm not giving you. This is something that is...
Speaker,
that we...
point
that,
of order. Point of order.
May I hear the point of order, Honorable Member?
Standing order 28A.
Standing order?
28A.
28A.
A speech should not be read. Yes, a member shall not read his or her speech, but he or she may read extract from books or papers in support of his or her argument.
All right. Okay. It's 28-1.
Do you allow me?
Not 28. Honorable Member, can you take your seat? 28-1. 28-1. Honorable Member, you are reading from a paper? If you are reading, that you must desist.
No, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, just listen.
Both of the speakers
Honorable
here.
Member, listen. If you are reading, desist from reading. Please. You can quote, you can make reference, but you cannot read from documents as you debate or give your speech. You can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am very sorry to, I don't want to go back to that, but then I believe all the previous speakers here, they wrote something that guided them when they were speaking, and it is the same thing that I have done. To judge what I'm speaking, you are doing that. So leave me to go ahead.
Honorable Member.
Honorable Member.
Point of observation. I'm also from LRR. I want to support
please, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Yes.
If you can have your jottings.
Very good.
No problems. But you cannot be reading a prepared speech to be reading it. So if you are reading, you desist from it. If you are making reference to your judge, you can continue to do that and then you speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on education, according to the report, the President with the government have done tremendously good in building good classrooms and then teachers' quarters. Yeah, we all know the President have mentioned how many classrooms we have and then teachers' quarters. This is very, very important because before, teachers were struggling when they are posted at the rural Gambia to get a good house where they can live. But today, you can see teachers are enjoying in their quarters. I can attest to that. Honorable Speaker, still on education, I would appeal also, I will use this opportunity to appeal to the Minister of Education. In the whole of Kabada, we have almost 64 villages, but we have no senior school in Kabada. We want to have a senior school in Kabada. Honorable Speaker, aside from that, I have a message for all of us, all the citizens of Gambia. For me, when people are banging and saying, we love this country, sometimes I say no. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how can you be in a country, you are seeing something good, developments, but you don't want to acknowledge them. A speaker said here, you can see somebody in a position, a leader, you are heading an institution, but you want to sabotage just for failure. It is not correct. We are all living in this country. My honorable colleague yesterday said, there is somebody calling for this country to be on fire. If it is on fire, you think you will be safe? Let's be very genuine. Not only sweet words. We have to be very genuine.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, honorable member.
Who?
Honorable Speaker, 29.5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. I think the honorable member is inclining to that to that end. I think every honorable member in this house is very genuine.
He is not imputing any motive.
No, he said we should be genuine.
Honorable.
Means some honorable members in this house are not genuine.
He's not imputing honorable
member.
Read your order properly. Read your order properly.
Honorable members, how many times do you want me to remind you people? Honorable members, how many times? We are being watched from around the world. Honorable member, I don't think the honorable member is out of order. So many statements were made here on the same footings. In fact, people said here that Gambians are corrupt. General statements. Those are very common. Just go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable member, let me put it to you. No, I just want to say this. We are all equal here. I respect each and every person's opinion. I say we citizens, we
honorable member, please continue your debate, please. A ruling has taken place. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable member for Jara West. I now invite honorable member for Olyundum. He's not here. The honorable member for Banjul Central.
Honorable Speaker, thanks for giving me the floor. I first want to observe the dignitaries here within our midst, honorable ministers. I would say it's a pleasure having you here, and that since in the morning you guys have been here with us. which means that the commitment and the drives is really in there, and this is something that we have to really acknowledge. I would just like to say that I have heard that the Minister of Tourism is currently in UK to console the royal family. So I would just like to say, if possible, he would at least rekindle or ignite reparations for the 400 years of, slavery that have taken place in the in our midst. So I think that is of importance as well. Yeah. So I would just like to say that we really appreciate the State of the Nation address from the President of the Republic. It was well put, and that his mandated duty, that is Section 77, subsection 1 of our Constitution, that mandates him to at least once stand before this August gathering to deliver his State of the Nation address. However, the address highlights the policies and programs, but also the challenges of the government in terms of project implementation, among others. However, I would also like to acknowledge that there's nothing like a perfect document, right? And that everything to does look good in paper, but sometimes do they relate with the current? So among our core parliamentary functions, scrutiny, and I think in as much as the document is good, our role and responsibility is to make sure at least we extract the cherry from the chaff in making sure we at least help the government to accelerate its mode of efficiency. Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. So one thing I've also learned in Parliament is not to speak last, because if you give these parliamentarians time, they would they would take everything that you have noted down. So in order to save time and to give other space, and have also seen some among the members almost dozing off. I was seeing Honorable Sar was almost off. He's actually sleeping. So I'll just make sure I save most of what I have to say for the adjournment debate, but just to highlight a few things that I've put in down. So I'll start with local government lands. I quote from the President's speech that rolling out of the IFMS to local councils to improve fiscal management. This is quite very important, because I would just like to elaborate a bit. My co-parliamentarian did make mention of that we recently had a rollout, a provincial tour, whereby we got to see firsthand the level of implementation in terms of the local councils. And we have to say that most of them are really doing great. However, we've seen that the lack of subsidies from the government is really taking a toll on them, because it's preventing them from implementing most of their projects, which is really hindering their, the efficiency of their work, actually. Also, we've seen that the only revenue generating streams that they have currently are rates and license. Apart from that, some have said that their current sand mining process is being taken place within their areas. Others have been saying that these local camps, the revenues generated from them are also going to the tourism ministry directly. So what their query actually is that there are multiple revenue generating streams that can be tapped from their, from their local councils, but really the autonomy isn't there for them to explore them. So these are areas that I think we need to really look into. I would like to say that in terms of local government still, Banjul as the capital of the Gambia I think most usually argue that we are a bit privileged in many things because most of the things or development processes are done within the greater Banjul areas. But I would just like to highlight that when it comes to development, in any country you go, the capital city depicts exactly the feature of the country. So Banjul, in as small as it may be, is really of much importance to this socio-economic development of the Gambia. So we also have our challenges in as much as this road rehabilitation program is taking place and others. We lack housing spaces are not available. If you pay notice that a lot of people are leaving the capital city to go and find, housing in the combos and other areas, which is really taking a toll in the capital. But also, we're also having problems in terms of these stores that have been built all around. Really, the spatial demarcation in terms of Banjul to separate the private areas, that is the residential areas, from the commercial areas. Because in most countries, when you go there, the commercial areas are usually in the outskirts. For example, if you are coming from Combos, coming to the Banjul, along the Mile 2 areas, those are all commercial areas that can be utilized in making sure that at least the inner areas of the city is habitable, and also to at least for government to at least partner with the local councils in creating a housing project that will at least house certain number of people, at least even those that are residents and that are born in the capital can at least relocate from the areas they are in and return back to their homes. Also, I want to make mention that in terms of local government, we're really having problems in terms of allocation of these spaces, especially to foreign nationals. Because there was this incident with our local councillor, whereby there's this store that was taking place, an altercation took place whereby the foreign national actually told a Gambian, a citizen that is here, and an authority that, fini man malafi opakadu in your own country, so which is really disheartening. So these are all measures that we really have to take, and also revisit our acts, and also in terms of giving out contracts and all those, giving too much space to a certain individual really need to be looked into, because I think everyone has to have a share of the national cake. And also, together with the National Assembly, the Local Government Act need to be revisited. I'll come to that in the adjournment debate. I don't want to waste much of our time. So I would like to delve also in terms of the recent house demolitions, Honorable Speaker. I think an authoritarian lapse did take place because these are individuals who have gone through the normal land acquisition processes. They've acquired their lands legally. They have legally binding documents. And these spaces also were acquired through the SSHFC, which is a government entity, right? And if you pardon me, if you go to the Gambia Physical Planning and Development Control Act, it states, I quote, Section 22, subsection 4, no person shall enlarge or alter an existing use without first applying and obtaining a development permit in accordance with this act, which means that these people didn't just randomly settle there, but they went through all due processes in making sure they acquired these lands. After that, what happened? They were given short notices. And their houses were lost. Their settlements were lost. Their houses were demolished. And the query from the ministry was what? That these houses were constructed along waterways. These are lay people who don't have any technical know-how of exactly whether their houses are constructed in a waterway or not. And I think it's the duty and responsibility of the physical planning to make these proper findings in making sure that before them acquiring these lands, they would have told them that this area cannot be used as a residential area because this is a waterway. So giving them these permits and then again coming to demolish their homes really is a kind of a double standard. So it makes no sense. I think this really needs to be looked into, and I think their rights have been violated to the max. And personally, I think before anything, I think a negotiation phase should have taken place, right? whereby they will discuss with these people, try to manage with them, find a relocation zone whereby they can be relocated temporarily whilst things will go on, and eventually then work on a compensation method whereby an agreement can take place. But just to give them a 3-day notice and just demolish their homes, I think that's a big violation of their rights. And this is something that we really need to work on. In terms of education, Honorable Speaker, we've all made mention of, in terms of the erection of new facilities, new educational facilities, classrooms, increment of teachers. These are all highlighted in the President's speech, which is good, to be honest. But I think our main course of action should be, we really need to look at the core curriculum and the subjects that are really, transmitted to these kids. Because the thing is, I think, personally, I think we lack Afrocentric subjects in our curriculum. Because most of these things, most of the things that these kids learn are usually external, from external sources. I think the sense of nationalism really needs to be incorporated in these youths at a very tender age. I was opportune to visit China in 2019. And you would be surprised, a small Chinese child will be singing their national anthem, and you will see tears dropping down. Because the sense of nationalism was incorporated in them at a very early age. And this is what they grow up with. And that's why if you go to China, you cannot say anything. You can't tell them anything. You can't corrupt them. You can't manipulate them. Everything is China first. So I think that sense of nationalism should be incorporated in the educational curriculum at a very early age. Let the youth know their history. Let the kids know their history, the background of the country, where we came from, where we are heading. So as they grow, they'll be able to be more nationalistic in their outlook and the way they view things, which will really help the country in moving forward. I also think that career guidance need to be incorporated into the educational system. When I say career guidance, I'm taking myself as an example, because most of these kids you say, some of the courses that they're doing, they're pursuing these courses just because a friend of theirs, perhaps is doing a certain course, and they just like to follow suit. Because the thing is, they weren't properly guided as to knowing exactly what they are good at, or the direction that they need to take pertaining to their expertise. So these are areas that I think we need to work on. And also, in terms of the counseling aspect, I think the parents also need to be counseled. I would remember when we were kids, I actually attended a private school. I think this is also happening in public schools. But parents' meeting usually was convened on a periodically, whereby the headmistress will brief the parents on the current standing of the school and the school trajectory, the status of the kids, and all those stuff. I think these things need to be accelerated in order to at least bring the parents as stakeholders towards the development process of the youths. Now I move to environment, Honorable Speaker. I would like to congratulate the government on being recognized as on track with regards to the Paris Agreement. This is really a milestone that needs to be acknowledged. But I would also like to say that a large portion of this recognition has to be given to the CSOs of Gambia, because these are environmentalists, these are youths who are running day and night in making sure they are in the forefront in the climatic push, in making sure that the Gambia reaches its milestone in terms of the climatic aspect. So I think in as much as the government have really done their part, I think really the CSOs, the environmentalists, the environmental groups, the Gambia Environmental Alliance, among other groups, have really pushed the narratives in putting Gambia in the forefront in terms of the climatic push. Honorable Speaker, as a country, as we gloat globally, honoring the pact that was our benchmark that was set on a global stage. We have our internal woes that is lingering within our eyes and nobody is talking about it. We've seen the commercialization of the Tanbi wetlands. We've seen the dubious sand mining going on within our midst. We've seen dry docks being laid on top of waterways, on top of wetlands. We've seen parks, with regards to our deforestation drive, we've seen parks and wildlife spaces gone, notably the monkey park. Banjul is a meter above sea level. What does this mean? This means that, God forbid, if there was a wave coming from any direction right now, currently as we speak, a wave, just a meter or above a meter, we'll all sink in. This is how dangerous this thing is. So these groups that are fighting tooth and nail in making sure they are doing their contributions through tree planting activities, through advocacy and so many other domains. These are things that really need to be highlighted. And I don't think really we're giving it due diligence. The issue of the flash floods, I'll save that later in the adjournment debates. I don't want to enter the specifics right now. In terms of defense and security, Honorable Speaker, I would join my honorable colleagues in asking the question. I don't know what these foreign people, these foreign soldiers are still doing here. And what's more alarming is, number one, Marina Parade is our house, all of us. That is the State House. In most countries that you go, I would say it's quite risky to bring foreign nationals inside the Oval Office of any sitting president to be able to, be cognizant of the whereabouts or the in and outs of that particular house. It's on a I'm not security minded. I'm just speaking as a layman. It is quite alarming, and I would say that the openness of the Gambia right now in deploying these foreign troops, I don't know if there is a security threat that they are not telling us. If we are under threat, I think it's better to come out and tell us if there's any security threat that is going on currently that we are to know. But speaking from a layman's term, I don't see any reason why our security forces can't be utilized, because they've been showing maturity ever since. They are disciplined, they are courageous, and internationally respected as well. And they've demonstrated the highest possible level of maturity during the impasse, because there was a point whereby there was a thin line between chaos and stability, and it was on the hands of our military, and they've showed discipline and maturity in making sure we are here today to be able to speak. So I think that area needs to be revisited as well, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't mean to be sarcastic, but I don't know if you've actually watched the movie Money Heist. Honorable Speaker, it's a question, Honorable Speaker. Have you watched the movie Money Heist?
Are you questioning me?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, put yourself in order.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, for being sarcastic. Actually, I was just making a point that there's something called the Great Gambian Heist, which is our Banyu rehabilitation project. Honorable Speaker, the project is dubious, it's untransparent, and it has deficiencies in every other way that you would put it. I think it's a big lapse on the government of single sourcing a project, the pre-financing aspect too as well, and commencing of work of the project even before contract signing. Also, this is the first time in history I've heard of a project without any blueprint. This Banyu rehabilitation project that we are gloating about. I wouldn't go to the specifics, I'll save that later, but I'll just like to highlight it. And also, something very important I want us to take note of, Honorable Speaker. There was an audit query with regards to this project. And we all know that the National Audit is a key, National Audit Office is under the government and is a key component in this country. So they've come up with this query. That is, they've extracted some deficiencies within the project. So I just can't understand. With that query, I would thought that if a presser or a press conference were to be called, it would be centered around calling the contractors, calling the consultants, putting them on board, and asking them questions as to, we have a query from the audit office. Be able to at least justify these things, so that at least people like myself that are having, I would say, bad vibes with regards to this project will be at least enlightened about it. But what happened? A press conference was convened, and you would see cabinet ministers and government officials coming to defend the project. And all I saw on the board were just slides, before and after pictures. There were no specifics of exactly what the project is about. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to projects, there are what we call project specifics, project specifications, whereby even a road that is to be built, or even a single cement, the size or the type of the cement to be used, or the road, the thickness of the road even matters with regards to project specifics. So these are all things that are usually highlighted in the project blueprint and the project contract. So our not being cognizant of these things really proves this project elusive. So we are at a dilemma right now, and really I think the government needs to take accountability in making sure this project is really looked into, rather than just defending the contractor or those that are involved in this project. And Honorable Speaker, it's not sometimes bad to be able to acknowledge your faults, or to say, I think we made a mistake on this, we'll try to rectify it. I think that's what makes us human. So I think the government should take accountability on that. With regards to COVID-19, Honorable Speaker, it's very important to know or to follow where our monies are going, Honorable Speaker. The government promised to pay victims of the TRRC, I think 150 million in 2022 budget cycle. From our statistics, 956 victims were identified for reparations, and to be paid around 205 million. In addition, 32.4 million was put aside for the 54 West Africans that were that lost their lives. So these payments were not included in the 205 million catered. So under the 2023 budget estimate, Honorable Speaker, only 100 million is indicated under the centralized services, which shows a deficit from the presumed amount. So I think these are areas that we really look into in terms of these fiscal lapses. We'll save the specifics as well.
Honorable Member, I think the budget passed through your hands. What I think we should do is, you rightly said, you have some of these things affecting your areas, and these things, you leave it to the adjournment debate.
Yes,
and we deal holistically with what the President has presented to you.
Yes, that's why I said I'll save the specifics till adjournment debate. So I'm just speaking holistically at the moment, Honorable Speaker. Okay. Honorable Speaker, in terms of Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, it's highlighted that the national debt, under the national debt, 1.9 billion was sourced as an external debt payment, 3.1 billion was highlighted as a domestic debt. So the debt service increment is said to be of 11.1%, which is quite high, which means that this year as well, the percentage will increase. I think, Honorable Speaker, we need a debt ceiling as a country, and also focus should be given to the local authorities or the local councils in making sure revenue generating streams are put through to be able to cater for certain areas, also pay dividend to the government. Honorable Speaker, in terms of remittances, it is alarming that 40% of our total revenue comes from remittances, which means that the diasporan zone really is a sector of itself, because 40% of our total revenue, definitely, it's like it has outgrown most of our sectoral sets in this, most of these ministries in this country, we are outgrown with this 40% revenue. So I think the diasporan community really needs to be looked into, Honorable Speaker. And we always advocate for this 7th region, that is of the diaspora. And I think the rekindling of the draft constitution has made provisions of all these things and really need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, Office of the Vice President, I would really like to applaud the government, because it's highlighted that a performance contract initiative will be initiated, whereby this will help in assessing workers, but also most importantly, their efforts will be recognized and incentives will be given. I think this will really accelerate the push towards giving workers drive and also getting the best out of them in making sure their work-related issues are put down. So also I would like to just conclude by saying that this current flash force has really showed lapses in terms of contingencies. I personally were one of few who had to take off my parliamentary suit and join my fellow colleagues in making sure we do our best in curbing the flash flood impact that really had big effect in our constituencies in Banjul, together with the honorable member of Banjul North, and we did our best in making sure we mitigate at least a certain section before the government came to take things over. So I think this should serve as a lesson for future unforeseen circumstances. And I think a proper disaster management strategy, as put down, it needs to be really accelerated, and also a contingency framework should be put down in making sure that future disasters are looked into with immediate effect. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I will rest my case and let others to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul Central. At the onset, you made me believe that you were taking 5 minutes, and you lasted for almost 30 minutes. Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. Pardon? He's out. Honorable Member for Basse. Honorable Member for Basse? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute in this debate. First of all, I have to thank the President for upholding the constitutional right that he's supposed to be appearing at the Parliament once in a year to give a statement or a national address. The next is to also to thank the Vice President for considering the constitutional mandate 77.3, which he shall step in or represent the President on national matters or matters affecting the President, and his cabinet ministers for being here with him as technical supporters to him, and because most of these information or statements relates to their line ministries, and I think they will be better equipped, at least technically, to support the vice president when it comes to issues to be answered. Okay. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I have to look at the most demanding ministries, that is the Ministry of Agriculture, which is Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health, which have a direct impact on the citizenry or the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, in the agricultural sector, I think the government and the ministry have done a great job by overhauling and prioritizing projects that are very meaningful to the society or to the communities. Mr. Speaker, making a reference or quoting in page 12, number 5, that it states to boost the incomes of farming households, the government has in the past 5 years invested heavily to modernize and transform our agriculture sector. As a result, through donor funding projects, the sector was able to reach 300 communities and also given 6,000 hectares of rice production and also 400 for vegetables. And I think these are the major areas which I think they are the consumables ones within this country. That was a very good step for the ministry and the government of this country. Mr. Speaker, the other steps which the ministry also have taken, at least to improve on the agriculture, was looking at the storage facilities which they started to embark on, and also the feeder routes which also they also started to embark on. Because much of the time, most of these women who engage in cultivating these vegetables, their concerns was accessibility to the market. Because they all have the zeals and commitment to do this farming and harvest a lot of vegetables. But their concern was, how do they have access to the market in time and sell their vegetables? Because I was an eyewitness, a community like Bintang in, is it this place? Fonyi, yes, Fonyi. Yes, there was a community which they were asking for support like boreholes and other things. When we took the borehole there, but they said, yes, they can even manage with borehole, but their main concern was road connection to their market. And in that, they said at times they have difficulties when they travel from that area to Brikama. By the time they arrive, they will find all the wholesalers have already buy what they're supposed to buy and they leave. So they have no other choice but just to sell at any price, so that at least, or even give it as a loan until for the following day or the following week to come and collect their money. And I think the Ministry of Agriculture have done a very good initiative that is trying to at least connect these feeder roads to us to make sure these women will have an easy access road to market their vegetables. Mr. Speaker, again, I also want to remind or help tell the Minister of Agriculture or the Minister that is, in those days, there was this storage facility in communities. And that was addressing most of these disasters which is happening right now. Because by then in communities, you have this community storage whereby whenever they cultivate, they keep all their proceeds in those storage. And those storage are now phasing out. That's why when there is a flood or fire disaster, most of the communities, all their proceeds perish away. So I think the Ministry of Agriculture should look at it and see how best they can revitalize these local storage facilities within these communities. Mr. Speaker, looking at the health sector, which is a key ministry under this government, and I think people will attest to that. Looking at the previous health sector and the present one, at least it has been improving. Improving in a sense, looking at the three areas, like the structure, the capacity, and the human resource. Those areas are really improving, and I will applaud the government of the day for making those things to be improved. One is the capacity is like, for instance, this hospital, the main hospital, everybody knows in those days, every region you can only find one hospital, and you can, at times you can even call it as a major hospital. Nowadays, you can go to any other region, you have hospitals, you have daycare centers, you have other clinics within those regions. At least the government have made accessible or take the medical sector to their doorsteps and try to ease the burden of people traveling from one region to another. In those days, even URR, when you have major referrals, you have to bring your patient to Bantang. At times, it's difficult. But nowadays, most of those areas are being addressed. Mr. Speaker, on page 16, on the health sector, I differ with one of my colleagues here who said the mortality rate or childbirth is increasing day by day. And the very day when the president gave the speech, on that day, even there was childbirth, which I differ from. I was one of a member who was part of a survey team in those days when the childbirth and mortality the rate was alarming. WHO and others have to step in to at least try to conduct a survey. And I was part of that team who went to URR under the supervision of my brother who was here, Falunjai. Looking at those days and now, I think there's a big improvement. It's just because now there's a lot of visibility with this social media and so on, but going to this hospital...
Honorable Speaker, an observation, please. Can I observe?
Allow me to continue because there is no time and people want to go. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the health sector have improved a lot. And again, at the capacity level, we have seen number 4 of the statement of the president, that now you can be in the Gambia and obtain higher certificate when it comes to nursing or being a doctor whilst you are within the country. In those days, if you are not from a rich family or you don't have a parent or a relative who is well connected to the government to help you secure a scholarship for you to go outside and have your doctorate when it comes to medical, it was a big problem. Nowadays, you can be in the country and whatever level you want to acquire, you can have it here, unless you want to further more. And I think the government of the day must be applauded for that. On the human resource, before you go to these hospitals, you find foreigners there. At times, Far away around URR or CRR, most of the communities, they cannot speak English that much. And even for them to express themselves to the doctors so that the doctors can diagnose them and give them the right treatment, it was a problem. Because most of them could not or cannot speak our local languages. But nowadays, you can go to any other hospital within this country, you find well-qualified Gambian nurses and doctors who can attend to you and take care of your needs. Thank you, Mr. President. But one thing also I also want to, is a concern which I want to raise to the minister. That is the ambulances. It was very timely, and it have make big effects because it have is lot of issues relating to scarce of transport within certain areas, or even the type of the specimen of the vehicle that was supplied. Looking at the nature of our roads, some of the roads are not good, but the specimen, at least they are very durable and they can serve long for the purpose of what they are meant for. But my concern was when these vehicles were brought, maybe it could be an oversight. There was no logistics or operational policy that can tell the people how these vehicles or how these ambulances will be used, their routine maintenances, and their fueling. That is what was affecting some of these communities. Who should fuel them, or when should they go for maintenance? And I think it was an oversight, and I know it was a signal which reached to the minister, and I know it will be addressed because I spoke with him. The other proposal I have for the ministry or the minister is, I think it's high time now the ministry should try to at least institute a supervisory or a monitoring unit within the ministry, like how the other the education ministry did. Because nowadays, people must be monitored constantly. Because people, the laissez-faire attitude is increasing day by day. That is affecting the people. That is why some of our colleagues have been repeating that as attitudinal change. And by instituting this unit, it will help. Because depending on the nomenclatures you're going to use, whether you're going to provide every region to have a supervisory role as like the education did, or it will be centered on Banjul and they'll be going up and around, going to inspect most of these major clinics and other areas. But it is very important because one, they will be looking at the facilities, the equipments, and they also look at the medical store, that's the medicines. Because at times, you go to other hospitals, you will find some medicines there, and some of the doctors will tell you, or even the nurses will tell you, maybe this type of medicine is not here, you have to go and buy it outside. That's why people capitalize on it, and they went right opposite the hospitals and built their pharmacies there. And I think the ministry should fasten his belt and try to institute this unit because it will help. It will also look at the services or the operational mandates of the doctors, the way they serve within the institutions or within these hospitals. Because at times, doctors might leave before time and you need to call them up. Because if you are in Greater Banjul area, maybe you are exposed to so many people who knows how your operational operanda. But down there, they take it as an advantage. Maybe people, I'm the boss there, or I decide at the time and when to come and when to leave. So with this supervisory unit, we'll address those areas. And also looking at some of the equipments within the hospitals, they'll also be supervised and be monitored on routine time, lines, whereby at least they'll also report on areas, because at times you have these equipments, they have problems and they will lie down there, nobody will we report to the ministry or to the director of medicine that this equipment have an issue, because some of them, they will not have a lot of regards to it. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I now look at Minister of Trade. Minister of Trade, looking at page 43 on the statement of His Excellency, I don't want to be reading because I'm just trying to at least minimize the time, because in the labor force, the Minister of Justice, a few weeks ago, he was here on the labor document which we were reviewing to endorse. But again, and I told him on that day that at least, thank God he said they were reviewing the act on the labor force. But again, I said, when reviewing the act or whatever you are doing, you have to protect the citizenry, because here the citizens are not protected. Investors will come from outside and come. There is no clause that is protecting our citizens when it comes to job employment. And looking at those areas, I think we should at least try to secure or protect our citizens when it comes to these foreign investors. Because other countries, when you go there, there is a clause whereby there are certain key positions that must be occupied by the citizen of that country. By doing so, if the CEO, if the investor is the CEO, then the general manager must be a citizen of this country. If the technical man is part of the CEO, then the finance must be a Gambian, whereby they will be looking at the interests and there will be a decision making to look at the interests of the Gambians and their security. Because any genuine somebody, if you are looking for a job, there are two things which you put into consideration. That is your job security and your future. If you are looking for a job and there is no job security and there is no future, then I think you should look for another institution. Because you cannot be, there are certain institutions you can be working there for 10 years. You cannot be recognized, neither to be promoted or even to be considered. I think those areas must be considered, because that's why nowadays, every now and then you have this petition, people are sacked, one sole proprietor, you will employ him today, the following day he's sacked, and there will not even notice. People have been petitioning, going to the labor, and there's nothing coming out from it. But if this clause is in place, at least it will protect them, and also it will serve their interests. Mr. Speaker, looking at the youth and sport, the Honorable Minister, his intervention into the ministry have paid a dividend, because one who feels it knows it. He was there as a youth, he served that institution. That's why he's making a progressive development in that institution. But again, there is one unit within the ministry which is really lacking behind, or they are not doing some of their mandates in that institution. Because the ministry is building the capacity of the youth, training them, giving them entrepreneurship training, giving them the opportunity, giving them loans. And I can remember the very day at the Arch 22nd when so many youths were given scholarship, 100% cover, with all their stipends and everything to go and study. And which was a difficult moment in those days for people from nowhere to get those opportunities. Because by then there was a selective justice. If I am not, if my brother is not in the ministry, it is difficult for me to get that scholarship. But those people who were awarded those scholarships, I don't think even the Navy director knows where they come from. But because of they applied and they were qualified to be awarded those scholarships, they were given those scholarships. So I think I applaud the ministry. But again, the concern is at the Sport Council. I think the Sport Council, Honorable Minister, you need to look at that institution or that unit very well. Because that unit is serving you as a regulatory body and also capacity building for athletes or sports. But looking at that institution, only the individual athletes or association which is growing as in associations or athletes. But the council itself is stagnant because now they cannot even regulate most of the associations within their purview. That's why most of these associations now, they are seeking subventions in the name of the Gambians, in the name of the Gambia, and at the same time spending these funds without being questioned, without being even audited or whatever. And looking at the act, at least every year, all these associations must go for AGM and at least clearly spell out how they spend the money subvented to them through associations or through international organizations. What they will tell you, yes, you don't subvent us. We get our funds from outside. That's not the case. You are using the Gambia to get those funds. And you are within the Gambia. You must be audited. And you must submit your reports. And I think the Sport Council should step up and at least try to at least get control of these associations and monitors their incomes and expenditures. But I know some of the things that is lacking, that is their act, which I think is under review. And I want you to expedite that as quick as possible for the acts and their policies to be updated up to standard. As you said, it's on the way. And I want you to speed up on those ones so that at least they can be enacted and we move on. The other area is the legal sector. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister, justice delay means justice deny. If you go to most of these magistrate courts, you find piles of cases lying there getting dust. At times, the way and manner some of these magistrates, they operate as if they are an island. They come at any time they want and close sittings at, or courts at any time they want. I was a victim. I have a case at Brusubi. Somebody, stole all my rams and I took my case there. I end up even forgetting about going to the courts. Because every day I pay my fare or use my fuel to go to the courts, and what I hear or the magistrate will tell me, today I did not come, my films excuses. I end up even forgetting about that case. So I think the minister will look at those areas and see how best they can be adjusted. Because justice delay means justice deny. Mr. Speaker, I just look at the Minister of Finance. That is, the new minister have really done good, because looking at the Minister of Finance, they were all along looking at other areas which they were sidelining the most important component, that is the revenue policy unit, which the current minister just instituted recently and looking at our revenue sector. And I think that will help us a lot, because this country is a tax revenue country, which we are relying almost 80% for our day-to-day expenditures. And again, there are so many leakages within this tax or revenue collection areas, which I think with this unit, they will come up with strategies which can address those areas for the betterment of this country. Because if these areas are addressed and all these tax areas, our revenue collections are controlled, and I think the issue of grants or loans will be minimized. So let's put a lot of emphasis, control mechanisms to see this country collect the right revenues and put it into the right direction. That will help us and reduce the loan or the grant areas. To the Vice President's office, that is the NDMA. Mr. Vice President, I think the NDMA disaster, they need a risk management department within their unit, because there is no risk management department in that unit. They cannot assess risk, and they cannot even tell you risk exposures within the communities. Because if there is a risk management unit, those departments will be going all out to look for risk exposures, and they can be advising the department on those risk exposures at least. Because addressing a risk is cheaper than risk advert is cheaper than risk payment. Because to avert a risk is cheaper than to pay a risk. So I think the unit to institute a risk department management is key. Because most of the time, every year, the same places will be having flood or will be having issues, problem upon problem, because the risk department is not there. So I'm advising the minister to at least sit with the NDMA management or leadership, at least, or the director, to institute this unit, which most of these institutions are now instituted into their departments, like the ports, GRA, and others. They are all now having risk management department unit, which is very important to most of these risk exposed institutions. Mr. Speaker, my last contribution is that is the Minister of Works with the NRA. I think the NRA should help us very well, because looking at these contractors or roads which they are constructing, I think that area also needs to be looked at very well. We are good at building good roads, but again, the sustainability is the problem. To sustain is a problem. And I think those things must be considered. Our engineers, they are the issue. The engineers are the issues, because Basse failed the same, have a problem when it comes to engineer. Looking at the contract which was awarded to Basse, it was that ECOWAS project from Vélingara to Basse. The ECOWAS committee only hired the company to build the roads, but the engineers, every country must provide its own engineer.
Point of observation? Point of observation?
No. Allow me to learn. So this is your game, to distract people. You cannot succeed. So for Basse, and I think the engineer compromise for Basse, that's why right now we are facing that difficulty on the road congestions, because the specimen was compromised, and also I'm also advising the Honorable Minister for Works to look into those things and let him very strict on this, how to call it, engineers who are attached or who are directly working with these contractors on these road constructions, which, because it's the Gambia government which is going all out to get these grants or these loans, in order to build these roads. So we want the value of that money to be benefited by the community. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister to put those things into due consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Basse. Honorable members, I want also look at the way we approach issues. You know, individual members are making recommendations to the various ministries. And your recommendations are even different. On one issue, somebody will recommend it this way, somebody would recommend it this way. What I was suggesting is, we look at this from a holistic perspective, policy programs. Then your recommendations that you may come to the Ministry of Health will come to the committee, the Health Committee, and you will debate your recommendations and finally come out with one that will present to plenary. But everybody wants to come on recommendations based on your thoughts. And each member's recommendation on some other issues is different from the other member's own. Which one would the minister take? So let's look at it. It is more of wasting our time listening, but it does not help us much. You know, we still have 18 members. 18. We still have 18. I now call the Honorable Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, the Vice President and the ministers that are here today to listen to our debate on the SONA. But before I begin, Honorable Speaker, I want you to register me for the argument debate next week. Put my name number 1. Because it's not easy to talk last. So table office, take note. I'm going as number 1 for the argument debate next week. I'm going to start with the office of the president. I would say the office of the vice president as the alcalo. And then I will go to the other sectors. I don't intend to cover many sectors, but just very few of them. Now, from the office of the vice president, Honorable Speaker, I think we are told, that's all going to be on page 33, about the creation of a new ministry, that's number 9. That is the Ministry of Public Service, Administrative Reforms, Policy Coordination, and Delivery took over responsibility for the entire civil service, including the supervision of PMO, to achieve my administration public service reform agenda and vision. Honorable, I think if you look at this particular area under the office of the president, I think this is the best thing they have ever done as far as I'm concerned. You see, the success of any ministry or the success of any institution has a lot to do with the policies they have in place. And as a government, I think policy coordination is one of the areas that we've been suffering from. And I think now to put that in perspective and to allow a particular ministry to take charge of policy coordination across all ministries, I think that's a novel initiative by the government, and I think I would like to thank them for doing so. You see, you cannot just jump and create a policy just like that in any sector. It must go through certain steps in terms of policy review. What do you intend to do? What do you intend to remedy? Or what do you intend to fix in a particular sector? Having done a review and come up with a policy, somebody else needs to also take a look at exactly what the kind of policy, whether it's going to solve the issue that you want to, that you're trying to remedy. And I think we need to have a total look of all the policies we have in this country to ensure that they are fit for purpose. Those that are not fit for purpose, we try to change them to ensure that it can actually help to improve a particular sector. So effective coordination then becomes key, and I think this ministry has a lot to do, and I commend the government for coming with the foresight to create such a ministry in helping in policy coordination. And I would add further that it is important that when policies come from a sector, it needs to be reviewed, and there needs to be a sign-off, and also cabinet take charge to ensure that there's approval. Right now, if you ask
various institutions of the government to give you the general orders, you're going to have different versions. Which one is which? So what I'm trying to say here is once a sector prepares their policy, these policies must go through certain stages for scrutiny and for approval by cabinet, and then being handed over to the particular ministry for them to be shared across all other sectors. But besides that, the coordination itself is going to help other ministries that may have other areas. For example, the Minister of Agriculture. You know, sometimes it makes me confused when I see them having projects, road construction, doing boreholes, and you have the Minister of Transport, you have NRA that are best suited for those things. Then you have, in terms of water, from the Minister of Agriculture, you have the Minister of Water Resources that are better placed. So you see, the process of coordination then becomes very key, because that's going to help them so that there will be nothing like, agriculture, road construction. So I think this particular ministry is going to play a very key role in ensuring that policies are synchronized, policies actually are looked at all levels to ensure that they can get the desired effect of the government. And I think it's important that all policies pass through a certain process for them to be actually accepted as a policy for this government. Now, in terms of the civil service reform, again, a reform that's going to take almost like 9 years, from 2018 to 2027. It's almost 9 years reform. And I think it's important that at this stage, we're almost getting into the 4th year, to have some kind of midterm review. What actually has been achieved? What are the major challenges that we actually have, so that we can also play our part as we are also part of this whole thing. Moving right along, Honorable Speaker, I'll go to the finance aspect. That is going to be finance and economic affairs. You know, we are told from the President's speech that revenue collection for the first 2 months has declined by 14% against the same period in 2021. But what happened to the other 6 months? We are in September. So the only 2 months we have a decline. So what happened to the rest? Overall, I think at the time of writing this speech, it's better to make a comparative analysis for the first 6 months or for the first 8 months of the year as compared to the previous year. At least somebody can give a very good analysis of really what actually happened. Now, if you look at the number 9, that's going to be on page 9, where it says the debt service payment increased by 11.1% from GMD 4.5 billion in 2020 to 5 billion in 2021. But in the summer of 2021, it was also very clear. So I'm not too sure exactly where the actual problem is. But in summer of 2021, it's actually telling us that we have engaged most of our external creditors for debt deferral for at least 5 years. Most of them have granted us principal repayment deferral, which is estimated to yield 4.8 billion from 2020 to 2024. So that means, on average, this debt deferral, we may be able to save 1.2 billion per year. But yet still, on the summer of 2022, we are seeing that it has increased. Something is not adding up. Because under normal circumstances, if you have a debt deferral, which means you are not required to pay, that is on the principal, but the interest most likely you're going to have to pay. But at the same time, if you're going to say that the debt service payment increased by 11.1%, that's almost from 4.5 billion in 2020 to 5 billion in 2021. So I think that needs to be reconciled to ensure that we have the proper figures for that. Now, in terms of the economy, Honorable Speaker, I think we are all aware of the situation in this country. A rise in pricing cost, inflation, about almost 8%. But we are also told by the President that the economic growth that he expects, he's very modest. He said 3.6% economic growth for 2022. Now, when I look at other institutions like the African Development Bank, they are almost talking about almost 4%. So his 3.6% that he indicated as modest, yes, But inflation, we are at almost like 8%. So you see, our economic growth, you are talking about 3.4, but yet inflation is about 8%. And this is exactly where we have a problem. So what this is telling actually is the cost of goods and services in this country also is going to go up, which means that is not actually matched by our economic growth we have as a country. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, what I expected actually is what is causing the inflation in this country. Because inflation right now, as we speak as a country, Gambia, we are almost about 8% as inflation, but the economic growth is 3.6%. But what happens in the region? What happened in the continent? Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the member is saying inflation 11. You mentioned 8%, but the time we are doing the revised budget, the minister informed us.
Honorable member, is it a point of order for observation?
Observation.
Okay.
So it's 11%. That's what the minister told us when we are dealing with the revised budget. It's 11%, not 8%. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I think the minister did indicate that they are anticipating the growth of inflation at 11% in the next quarter of the year. It's anticipated. Yeah. No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I think when you look at inflation, across the continent or across the continent, you realize that there are different institutions that will make predictions for a particular country or for a particular region. What I'm going with actually is from the African Development Bank, like I said earlier. I'm not going with what the minister actually said. And I think I was very clear at the beginning of my conversation. Now, going by that, again, the modesty of that. Now, what I expected to see in this particular area of the economic and finance was what is actually causing inflation in the Gambia here. What can we do as a country to help reduce so that the prices of commodities can be more affordable to the people, whether you are increasing the revenue of people that are working or otherwise. But if you critically look at it, there are particular areas that we really need to that are actually causing. There is a high level, high food prices, and also high energy costs. When I talk about high energy costs, it's about petroleum cost. These are the main driving forces, and it's not actually the same in all the countries. But for Gambia, high food prices, because we import most of the things that we eat, and secondly also the energy cost is also going up, that petroleum sector is also going up. So these two alone is actually causing us a lot of trouble. Now, the Ukraine-Russia war is just an additional thing that's actually making it even worse. But it's not the main thing. When you talk about Russia, Ukraine, somebody will ask, what difference do we have to do with Russia and Ukraine? But yes, if you look at the transport sector, especially the aviation industry, these are the two countries that actually leading. When you look at the agricultural sector, in terms of fertilizer production, these two countries actually are leading. Then you talk about food also, in terms of grains for the flours that we actually have, again, you go back to the same countries again. So this is the exact area, and I expected this to be very clear so the government can actually understand that there is something we can do as a nation to help control, but there are certain things that are outside our control. Now, Honorable Speaker, to be really very, 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 I think I don't need to go through all that thing because it's already been said by other honorable members in terms of domestic revenue mobilization. If you want to depend too much from the outsiders in terms of loans or grants, it's also going to affect us. So I think strategies or policies must be in place as quickly as possible to see how best we can do to further increase the domestic revenue mobilization. Again, around 2015-2016, the total revenue that we were able to mobilize as a country was about almost 7.6 billion. But now we are talking about 12 to 13 billion. So it means something's actually working. Whatever we are doing at the level of Minister of Finance or at the level of GRA, that is making that increment of almost 100%, we need to redouble that effort so that we can have more revenue and then, keep away from having to get these loans or grants that actually have some lot of strings that are attached to it. And in terms of the Minister of Economic Finance and Economic Affairs, The only area also that I saw the president actually has not touched, which is about audit queries. You know, public funds must be audited to ensure that they are put in where they're supposed to be, as approved by the parliament. You know, if you look at the audited accounts of government for the past few years, you realize that government, the accounts, the auditors are rating them adverse opinion. Adverse opinion is very bad, which means they are not very comfortable in what is presented to them to make an informed decision, which means there is high level of material overstatement or misstatement in terms of figures. And I think this is the particular area that the president needs to take a look at to ensure that those areas that are highlighted in the audited accounts of central government are actually resolved. Because on qualified adverse opinion on audited accounts of the country, it can actually affect the country in terms of being able to get further funding from international organizations. Because when you want to make an investment, these are some of the areas that you're going to look at. The ease of doing business in the country, and then also what happens when funds are given to a government. So let's try to reverse that adverse opinion from our audited accounts. It doesn't really look good on the country, and again, I think the president needs to take a look at, or has a lot of interest in the audited accounts of the government, which is not really looking very good, as the FPAC will actually show later on. Now, let me go to the energy and petroleum. For the energy and petroleum, I think we are clear on really the direction. Again, on that area, I'm just going to talk about the rural electrification, where on number 6, this says works on electrification to attain 2025 universal access goal set by the government is in high gear, where access will be given to 685 more villages. You know, I have one of the constituencies that has never had electricity since independence. Together with my neighbor Nyanija and Nyamin and Tankunku, to name few. This is a very serious matter. You have an entire constituency, Upper Salom, where they come, sometimes it's very sad. But you come all the way to Kaur, outside Kaur, that's where they tie the electric, these cables, and they continue. For what reason, I don't know. They continue around West area and then they continue to work, as if we are not part of Gambia. So when I see this, it makes me feel good, because I already know that this time around, something must happen. This time around, something must happen. Because, I mean, and when people talk about this backway syndrome, people talk about, rural urban migration, these are some of the areas that is actually causing that. The carpentry men, welder men, they don't stay there because there's no electricity. They have to move to the cities or other places around Warsaw to be able to do work. So, Honorable Speaker, in other countries where they say they do this land appropriation without compensation, I want the government to take a look at compensating this constituency that never had electricity since independence. Some kind of way. Some kind of way. So because you see, we can do electricity without compensation. You do it, meters free, and then give us 1 year or so free of electricity. Yeah. And to compensate us. Because you see, since independence, Honorable Speaker, nothing, absolutely nothing. Nothing. As if we are not part of national care, and we are paying taxes like anybody else. So I think let's take a look at that, and then that's one of the recommendations. Let's have electricity without compensation in Upper Salom, Nyamene Dankonko, and in Nyanija, and some other places. Now, in the area of health, Honorable Speaker, I want to stand here and say I'm really very happy with what is going on in Upper Salom as far as it is concerned. I'm very grateful for the various interventions, because again, if you look at the constituency of Upper Salom, it has a health post. And you are talking about an area that has almost 83 villages and a population that is getting close to 30,000 people. And no wonder, when you look at the infant mortality rate, our area also actually, they are the worst. But there are interventions. A minor clinic, health post is being built right now. The minor clinic is being built right now. It's advanced stages. One has already been built by a philanthropist. We are just waiting for electricity and furniture to be handed over to the government. And we are also been given 3 ambulances that are located at strategic location to be able to carry the sick people to the nearest hospital. So I think in terms of health, the intervention by the ministry is commendable, and I want to stand here to register my thankfulness to the minister for intervening in this particular area. Now, to go also further along with the fisheries and water resources. I was looking, but again, that's going to be on page 50. To me, there are a lot of interventions about water. Like my area, they just completed about almost 10 boreholes by the government of the Gambia to assist people to have clean drinking water. But when I look at the document here, that is presented here, I have not seen much talking about water. What they're talking about is only fisheries. But there's a lot that's actually happening in water. The JICA project from the Japanese is going on right now. Then you have the WASP project is also going on. But when you look at the document, you don't see anything from there. So I don't know whether it was an error from somewhere, but they need to be talking about that. There are a lot of water interventions across the country. The WASP project, I think, under the African Development Bank was about 142 boreholes, and it has not featured anywhere here. And I know the work is in progress. So I think that really needs to be captured in some, in some kind of way. Now, Honorable Speaker, also on information and communication. This is one sector that is bringing a lot of revenue to the government. Look at the telecom industry in this country, how much they are paying to the government. And surprisingly, here in the Parliament, we have approved the Gambia Information and Communication Technology Agency, GICTA. The bill was approved here. And essentially, what this agency was supposed to do is to encourage the optimal use of ICT, the introduction of new technologies, and also to invest in transformation of the ICT. Essentially, the agency is supposed to empower the government. But right now, most of the people that work whether you are a minister, permanent secretary, members of parliament, you ask for email, what they give you is email, or they give you Yahoo, or they give you Hotmail. And these are the emails that we actually use to communicate among ourselves, to communicate internationally with information relating to our government. Who owns Yahoo? Who owns Gmail? Who owns Hotmail? And we are transmitting very highly sensitive information on this network. And you don't even know where the server is. You don't even know who owns it. You meet with your colleagues, you give your business card, when you check their Yahoo or Gmail or Hotmail sometimes. We need to do better than that. And I thought this agency was supposed to do just that. But still now, as we speak, in fact, we were able to put a budget of almost 10 million for this particular agency. But since then, after the inauguration of the board, we have not had anything. And again, this was almost 2 years ago. That's the Gambia Information and Communication Technology Agency that was approved by the parliament here. Still now nothing. On top of that also, the parliament also approved the access to information bill, which is a game changer to help minimize rumors. Because when you go request for information in any area, even being in parliament here, they are supposed to provide certain information. But also, we approve in parliament, but yet still we didn't hear anything about it from there again. So we are passing laws to create agencies, but yet still, the implementation, nothing. So I think we need to do better than that. And again, the president talked about the ICT 4M, which is the ICT 4 master plan from the ministry. Again, the master plan really talks about national broadband, cybersecurity, human capital, ICT in the STIs, etc. Very good policies. But where exactly are we? We are not told from the document. And I think the president should have given us more information about where exactly we are in terms of those areas. And besides, in last year's SONA, and this year's SONA, they're still talking about cybersecurity and personal data protection that the country is working on. Yet still, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection has not been ratified by Gambia. And this is since 2004. So that should have, in fact, set the benchmark. You know, for us as members of the African Parliament, sometimes we don't feel good because when we go there, certain ratifications are not done by our own country. And this is really very important in this day and age related to ICT. But yet still, Gambia has not ratified the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, and yet we don't have the laws that will help us in cybersecurity in here. What we depend on is the ICT Act of 2009, and that is not comprehensive enough. The world is moving as far as ICT is concerned, but we are not moving as far as ICT laws are concerned in this country. And we need to do better because we have already moved into the information age, and again, the ministry must be at the forefront of every other sector in this country. Because when you talk about agriculture, we have a very good place. You talk about the youth and women, still. Science and technology and engineering, same. But we have a lot of work to do. So from the information from the president, I think we don't have enough information along those lines, and I think that is actually needed to ensure that we put this country on the best track. And again, a few years ago, here in this parliament, we approved almost a $30 million for the broadband network. So what happened to the network? And also to create a data center. I was one of those that put here to defend that. I think we need it. Because if you don't have a proper broadband network, how are you going to make the connectivity across the country? Cables are laid, everything's done. But what next? And this should be an area where the private sector can even utilize for a fee. The data center, we have co-location. The private sector can actually house their servers in these data centers for a fee. But everybody is standing alone. So we built one, $30 million, almost $1.5 billion. So now next, what? Nothing. And if you go to government ministries, they pay for internet services from different sectors actually, from different, we have, ISPs around here, so they pay. And government actually has their own bandwidth, but yet still they go pay somebody else to provide internet service for you. I don't understand that. Because if you look at the earth cable, government actually has the most controlling stake in terms of bandwidth. But yes, the same government that will go pay somebody else to provide you with internet service. It doesn't make sense. Let's ensure Moise has the right infrastructure to be able to provide internet service for all government institutions. The education sector especially, across the country. Because fiber cables actually are laid all over the country. And the last miles were already complete. But yet still, we have to depend on somewhere else. The internet is becoming very expensive. Why? Yes, and we have the bandwidth. Honorable Speaker, I think there's a need to take a look at that. Now, the last area I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to hold on to that one until the adjournment debate. That is the gender issue and the issue of polygamy. I'm going to hold on to that one for the adjournment debate, because I have a lot to talk about on this particular area that no member is actually mentioning, but I'm going to mention that in the adjournment debate. Yes. No, why? But Honorable Speaker, I'm going to leave that one until the adjournment debate. I'm going to bring some of these issues we need to really resolve. No, I cannot bring it now. So, Honorable Speaker, in general, I think what we've been presented with in the SONA, I think overall, the sectors actually have indicated what they are doing, but what is lacking is the challenges that they actually have. And I know all the sectors, they have challenges. But we need to know what are some of the challenges. And we can come here and sit together as members of parliament to see how best we can work together. Because when you talk about the government, even though in the constitution it refers to the executive as government, but I think to a bigger extent we are part of it. So if there is going to be a solution, I think we should be part of the solution. But first, we must know what are the challenges that we actually have in the respective sectors, so that we can work together as a team to ensure the side is off. And on that, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Salum. Honorable members, it's almost going to 10 o'clock, and we have to break off for members to have their some small food. But I want to urge honorable members, my estimation at this rate, we may be finishing around 7 a.m. That's my estimation, 6, 7. But what is important is we have invited guests. We must thank the Honorable Vice President, His Excellency the Vice President and the Honorable Ministers who are able to stay with us up to this time. So therefore, when we go, we're going out for, is 9:50 almost. By 10:30, we should all try to be here. That's 40 minutes. 15 minutes to eat, pray, and come back. It may be difficult because we will end up waiting and waiting. We used to sit down and wait. We will not get a quorum, and then we cannot come in. So why don't we make it? We will say at least 10:30. But if you are here by 10:15, we will just come and start. What is your opinion? Yes, yes, Honorable Majority.
Thank you very much. I think we can take 20 minutes break and come back because we have a lot to do. And also, I want to bring it to attention. Some members have approached me that they want to see the table office. They want to withdraw their intervention to allow because it's cross-cutting, and they will reserve their interventions at the adjournment debates. We will see you during the break. Thank you.
So, honorable members, we agree on 20 minutes? 20 minutes.
That's fine.
So, honorable members, please, 20 minutes time, let's all be here. Now, I will... I understand some of my Jaranka friends could not withstand the hunger, and they are out. They have eaten until they are back. The House is now suspended until 10:15. 10:15. The House now stands suspended until 10:15. Honorable members, the House now resumes. Let me thank those honorable members who want to give up their time to wait for the adjournment debate. I now call on the member for Brikama South. Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to seize this opportunity to thank the President for fulfilling his constitutional mandate by coming to the Assembly to address the Gambia through the Parliament. And I also want to salute the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers here in present. I think, Honorable Speaker, it's always unfortunate to be among the last speakers, since most of the areas that we want to intervene have been adequately dealt with. But I also want to reserve some of my intervention, probably in the adjournment debate. But I want to lay specific emphasis on the agricultural subsector. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the statement in the agricultural subsector, to me, it doesn't deal with much of the challenges that the subsector is confronting with. But I want to look at few areas, like it used to be history where agriculture was the backbone of the economy of this country. But interestingly, that has been going down. It has been declining seriously. And the President, if you look at the statement, he laid emphasis on there was an increase that was registered in the area of the following cash crops, that is groundnut, maize, and so forth. And he went further to also highlight a significant increase in the area of eggs, milks, and all those stuffs. I think there is an increase which we welcome very well. But interestingly, we have to look at the other side of it. Yes, there is production going on. But do we have market? Market as a major challenge. That has not been highlighted here. There are production all over. But the issue of the market is a problem, especially the vegetables you talk about, the eggs and the milks. Most of these are perishable commodities. And if there is no market, storage, and value addiction, I think this is the dimension in which we should be thinking. Because I know this is a major challenge and it has not been highlighted. And that is why agricultural production is declining. And even if you look at it, he went further to mention over 6,000 hectares of rice production was done and 400 for vegetables. But let's look at 6,000 hectares of rice production. Does this have an impact on the importation of rice in this country? That is something we have to look at it. But I want to look at it compared to the number of hectares that are line fallows. We have 386,000 hectares of arable lands that are line fallows, which means production is going down seriously in this country. Are we looking in this dimension? Because there are production, storage is not available, farms are not linked to the market, and there is no market. These are problems. For example, I want to give a scenario. Like you go to Brikama by 4 a.m. The market is jam-packed. All over West Coast and beyond West Coast, all the goods are brought to Brikama. They bring it to Brikama. But interestingly, the middlemen will play a kind of delaying tactics from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. So if the farmers are tired, they eventually give their produce to the middlemen, and even recovering that money becomes a problem. And again, I want to believe the policy direction, since the President made it in his statement very clear that they're working on a PPP format. How do we bring in private sector into our agricultural subsector? This is very, very important. I don't think people should forgo agriculture because they are not performing. It should be everybody's business, from the president to the last person in this country, to revisit our policy and make sure that we have a strategic dimension in connection to agriculture. You have a lot of youths that are coming into the production center. Like I have so few boys within my area that are into the poultry production, and they are producing eggs. But unavailability of the market really frustrates them. And another issue, I want to look at it because there are few projects that we approve in the 5th legislative. One is small ruminant, rice value chain, and roots, the famous roots. Roots is in progress for almost 2 years now. And if you look at the advent of roots, it has been seriously confronted by the COVID. So the issue of disbursement was a problem. And roots is phasing out by 2026. We are only left with 4 good years, with a funding gap of 20 million. Honorable Speaker, I want the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to look at this dimension. How can you team up with the Ministry of Finance to make sure you engage IFAB for the disbursement? If not, this is going to be a different. And the other issue I want to emphasize, that is in connection to the issue of the signing of these projects. These projects are in a form of grants and loan. Sometimes it could be concessional in terms of loan. But you look at the designing. It's very unfortunate sometimes, the designing of these projects, which the taxpayers are coming to pay, 60 to 65% will be consumed in the operational cost. The target beneficiaries, how much are we getting? These are issues that we need to look at it. Since they are going to be government projects and the taxpayers are going to be responsible, let us make sure that we more seriously monitor the designing aspect of it. It's very important. From there, we can take up with the implementation. Honorable Speaker, I want to look at the issue of awarding of contracts to the project implementations. Sometimes the way these projects are awarded, you find it very difficult to understand what is even happening, especially with regards to farms like Pabi 4. I want to mention this specifically. If you go to Sankule Kunda, around even Makati, the Nyantale and the other farms, from design, this specific company want to do this within 9 months, but it's almost 4 months. These people are without a farm. They are not producing. And how are they feeding? Almost 4 years now. So these are problems. You cannot give all the project to one single farm that cannot even deliver up to expectation. And we've been looking around some of the these roots projects. Most of them, especially with regards to the district store and drying floors, with that of cold stores, is different to one farm. And currently, even if you go around, you will understand that some of them are at the nursery stage. So these are problems. That is why I want us to take a proper dimension in coming full with a strategic dimension in order to deal with agriculture. Because there are problems. The issue of marketing, the issue of storage and value addiction are very important. And I was made to understand that even the current seeds, the Maro farm is doing very well. And the ministry, your partnership with him is really working. But how much ready are we to engage other youths into the subsector and also link them to market? Instead of taking your goods from the farm to the market, where you will not even see any customer, if they can be linked to our hotels. I live in Bulkama and I'm on the highway. You look at the produce that are coming, and it's high time for us to start thinking in this dimension, to put embargo on the importation of certain goods. Even whereas our neighboring country, we have this ECOWAS protocol of movement of person and services within the goods. But if you go to Senegal, their level of control is far more than us. For Gambia, we are very porous. So we have to look at these things. How do we safely, jealously safeguard our produce here and put an embargo on them? Then we grow. From there, Honorable Speaker, I want to look at the local government. I think this is an area that is also very, very important. And there are a lot. Thank God it has been mentioned. Now we are ready to bring in the 2002 Local Government Act. But what I did not even see, and I'm expecting that one to be part of the report, that is the land policy. And the number one timing bomb in this country are land-related crises. So we need a policy. From regional boundaries, we have a problem. And up to the tail end, where we have a lot of problems, our borders are very porous. Interestingly, Honorable Speaker, this by way of informing you and the cabinet ministers here in present, I'm the only parliamentarian who represents 2 states in this parliament. Because there are communities in my constituency that are yet to be determined, whether they belong to the Gambia or they belong to Senegal. Notably among them is Dar Salame, Dimbaya, and Bajira. These are serious areas. Most of our development are in an area that is claiming to be in Senegal. So these are issues that we have to look at it. That's why the issue of land policy is important for us to have a clear policy towards the land issues in the country. And the other issue is like you look at the Greater Banyan area, there is population density is growing seriously. Are we really banking land for future borehole drilling? These are problems. That is why every household within this area, you will have a borehole. You don't know the water that is even coming, whether it's even safe for you to drink. But we need a major borehole. Like you go to our end, Tamara end, we have about 17 boreholes. But the level of encroachment by the estate developers is just too much. So that's why we need a land policy, and if possible, cadastral map, to make sure that we have land banking for specific projects. Yeah. Probably residential, industrial, and that of agriculture.
Honorable Member.
These are very important. So this is the dimension.
Honorable Member, can I observe you? Please. All right. You've talked about communities in your area where development is centered, and those communities claim to be in the foreign nation. Could that be on the majority? Let me observe, please. Could that be captured in the land policy, or is that a boundary issue? I want to be clear with that. Is it a boundary issue, or that could be captured in our land policies? Please, thank you very much.
I want it to be captured also in the policy, because we have areas that we have districts that are very much connected. So these districts, there are a lot of conflict going on between district and other districts in terms of land dispute. So that is why those boundaries need to be clear, 1. 2, we need a policy in land usage too. So this is the dimension in which I am coming from. Finally, finally, don't disturb. That's a joke. I just want to withdraw because my honorable minister is not around, because that statement is from. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very
Hello, Speaker. Can I observe something? Speaker, can I observe something?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Speaker. Can I observe something?
I think Honorable Member to speak.
Honorable Member, just
if he's going to observe, I have to allow him to observe. You called and I was already on my legs, so I think my time has started. I will only allow observation.
Member, please. Honorable Member, who was talking?
Yes, Lower Fladu.
Huh?
Lower Fladu.
Lower Fladu.
Yes.
And what were you saying?
Yes, yes, thank you. I just want to remind this gathering, and I'm observing for the fact that the honorable member that is said to talk decided to march out of this chamber. He did not want to listen to the speech of the president. So I think it is not of just for him to speak on this.
Honorable,
please.
Speaker.
Honorable Member Fulak Kunda Sabeji, can you take the floor?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I did not see anywhere in our standing order that says if you boycott the president's SONA, you shouldn't participate in the debate. Now, before I go further, I thank the Vice President and all the ministers that are present here. The only thing also, I'm not very impressed with the attendance of the ministers. I think if the National Assembly members get quorum, ministers should also try to get quorum when we call them, because if you look at Section 74 of the Constitution, it is very, very explicit with regards to the minister's commitment or responsibility to the National Assembly. And I want to remind the honorable ministers, Section 74 and 75 are very close. Section 75, this National Assembly can sack any minister. So I will advise ministers to take the National Assembly matters very, very seriously. Now, we talk about the SONA. I will first of all look at the constitutionality, the constitutionality of the SONA.
Point of order.
That is not point of order.
Point of order, please.
It is.
Honorable Member, when a point of order is raised, you take your seat and the person will... which member is saying point of order?
Yes.
Sabak Sanjal.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to raise a point of order 12 under quorum. Are we having quorum now for the honorable member to proceed? Because it says the presence of at least one half of the members shall be necessary before the commencement of a sitting. So I don't know whether he has put. Yes.
Honorable Member, in fact, before you put it, you should have just ascertained yourself whether there is quorum or not. And two, when the session is in process, is a quota of members. For the session to start, it is half of the members. But while we are in progress, we can have less than half and we'll continue until we are about or less than a quarter of members present. Can the honorable member continue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. They have started their destructive method, but I will refuse it this time around. Now, if you look at Section 77 of the Constitution, that mandated the President to appear before this National Assembly a year, every year once. But if you look at our standing order, Section 24, is very, very clear. The President must appear in the last quarter. For me, if the Constitution is silent on the time for the President to appear, that is a lacuna in the Constitution. If our standing order is very clear, Section 24, that the last quarter of the year, the first quarter rather, I think the President should appear in the first quarter, because the essence of coming to state of to give for the State of Nation address is for us to track the development agendas of the government. If you appear in the last quarter, it means we cannot track it very, very well. So going forward, I will advise the National Assembly to always write to the Office of the President to appear in the first quarter. Because if the Constitution is silent and our standing orders are very clear, I think our standing orders should take precedent here. Now, I don't want to address all the ministries actually, because I cannot perform any soliloquy act on the stage, talk to myself when the ministers are not here. I'll only address the ministers who are here. Those ones that are not here, I'm not going to waste my energy to talk to somebody who's not sitting here. You are not here, your vice president is not here, it's like we are just talking to ourselves. I will start from the Yeah, but if the vice president is here, I don't want to overload the vice president too. I think the ministers should accompany the vice president. But we don't expect the vice president to take note of all these ministries. I don't think that's going to be very
Honorable member, you must be consistent.
I'm going to start with the minister.
Honorable member, you must be consistent.
Wonderful.
You talked about ministers not being present. You went
That is what I said.
Honorable, when I'm talking, please keep quiet. And you talked about the vice president not being present. And now your attention is called to the fact that the vice president is here with us. Acknowledge that.
I know the vice president is here because I started, I mentioned his name in my preamble. What I'm trying to say, I will only address the ministers that are here. I'm not going to address the ministers that are not here. So I'm going to start from the legal sector. Honorable Minister, the TRRC report was given to the government and government adopted a white paper out of the report. But it's like the implementation strategy of the white paper is very, very slow. Last time when one of your prosecutors appears during our session with the Human Rights Commission, it's like, if I understood her very well, she was trying to give us the interministerial approach with regards to the implementation of the TRRC report. And for me, my fear is, if you want to follow that trend, it might delay the whole process. I think the Ministry of Justice should lead. Like what she was trying to tell us, that there was those who were affected by way of education, then education will be responsible, health ministry will be responsible. My fear is this interministerial approach might bring a problem. So I'll urge the Justice Ministry to take responsibility of this. Now, if you also look at the criminal prosecution aspect, because if you look at it, it's like criminal prosecution, reparation of victims, then you go to the institutional reforms. I think there are certain things that can be very, very, very easy to do. Like, for instance, it was in the government TRS recommendation that the president should not patronize any religious group. For me, this can be so easy by just writing a letter to Supreme Islamic Council, to the Christian Council, that the president is not going to patronize any religious group. But still, I don't think none of these religious body received that kind of letter. These are type of recommendation, these are type of implementation that we should not waste. I think it's high time the Justice Ministry to write, for the president to write to this religious group to tell them that the TRC recommendation said the office of the president cannot patronize any religious group. These ones are so easy. Now, if you also look at because what I fear is for us to go back to dictatorship. I think the Justice Ministry should let judges do their job. I think the judge who ruled over the Global Homes affair at one point was frustrated, and he left this country just because I was told his salary was not paid. I think if the Ministry of Justice want to interfere into the rulings of judges, this can bring another dictatorship in the country. So now that the Honorable Minister is sitting down here, I think it's better we leave judges to do their job so that we are not going to slip into any dictatorship again. Now, going to agriculture. A previous speaker said agriculture is the backbone of this country, and I concur with them fully. We went on track, and it was very disturbing. The project implementation strategy of Minister of Agriculture is not very, very right. I will advise the minister to the project coordination unit. What the directors complained to us was the project how do I call it? The project staff are not answerable to regional directors, and this is very wrong as far as project implementation is concerned. So I'll advise the ministry to put their house in order to make sure
Point of order, Honourable Speaker. I'm rising on the point of order.
May I hear the point of order, please?
I'm rising on clause 26.2, a member, clause 26, subclause 2. A member shall speak standing and shall address his or her observation to the speaker. The member is addressing the ministers. I think it's all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful observation.
Yeah, when a point of order is made, you wait for a decision. Yeah, honorable member, I think you have yourself noted it. Address all your concerns to the speaker, please.
Thank you very much, honorable speaker. Still at agriculture. It's like when we look at your projects, it's like one project is always very similar to the other project. That is why at one point we requested for the complete project completion report so that we will be able to know if these projects are similar or not. Because what I realize is one project will phase out without completing its aims and objective. Another project will kick in, which sometimes the implementation is very, very the same, or is very, very the same. So therefore, we will advise the Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that, because these projects are loans and grants, if they are similar, it's like we are just repeating. So we have to make sure the projects are not the same, so that their implementation studies can also go parallel. Now, with Honorable Speaker, the Youth Ministry, I think the previous speakers has already mentioned, we visited Chairman, and we were told that this particular institution is under the Ministry of Youth and Sport. Now, we will agree that agriculture is the backbone of this country, and this particular institution is specializing on agriculture. So I will advise the Minister for Youth to make sure this place is uplifted, because when we went there, it was very disturbing. Even their residents were not very good, their conference rooms, etc., etc. So the Minister of Youth and Sport should make sure that this particular institution is put in order. Now we go to the defense. We will also agree that security is very, very important. And what we did not see still is the security agreement between the Gambia and Senegal. If you go to Fonyi, Fonyi is part and parcel of this country. And it's like the presence of the Senegalese troop is quite disturbing. So we will probably want to see the security agreement between Senegal and Gambia so that this National Assembly will be informed on the way forward. Now, strategic planning and delivery ministry. This is the new ministry that's probably under probation, and I think the minister, I want to give the chance to the minister in few months to see how he will be performing. But as of now, I don't think I want to hold this minister accountable for anything. Now, the Ministry of Works, my own minister, I don't know whether he's here or not, because I have not seen him since in the morning. I don't know whether he's here or not. Now, this particular ministry, the problem there is project monitoring and implementation. And I think this is becoming a problem as far as the OIC projects are concerned. The implementation strategy is not very proper. And also giving contractor giving several contracts to one contractor. This is a problem as far as this ministry is concerned, and I think the Honorable Minister should make sure that one contractor is entitled to only one contract, not several contracts. Especially Honorable Sane mentioned with regards to Pavifort. This man has lot of contracts, and eventually he's not performing in most of the contracts. Now, going to the Vice President. I think the Vice President should tell the ministers to always stop interfering in the government projects award and contracts, because this always leads to corruption. I will advise the Honorable Vice President to tell cabinet ministers to all the time avoid interfering into government contract procurement process and eventual awards of contract. the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, I did not hear anything like the OIC projects from the speech of the president, and I think the OIC projects are very important to be mentioned, especially water and electricity. This is something that I did not hear. I don't know what is the state of this project implementation. With regards to our Ministry of Interior, we visited the prison last time, and it is very, very disturbing that prisoners are living under that inhuman condition. For me, I always advise myself that anybody can go there. We met former ministers, we met former directors there, so therefore, anybody can go there. The prison condition is very inhuman. It is not in good shape at all. One small room, you will have more than 20 people, especially at the remand wing. You will have more than 20 people, sleeping there day in, day out. So I'll urge the Ministry of Interior to make sure that this place is maintained to suit human habitation. Another thing will be the Prison Act. I think it is high time that the Prison Act to be brought before this National Assembly, because according to them, the act they are using is still a colonial act which did not favor some human rights conditions. So therefore, I will urge the Ministry of Interior to expedite that process to bring the Prison Act back to the National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang East. He's not here. Kiang East is not around. I now invite the Honorable Member for Tumalna. Is out. I invite the Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi. Lower Nyomi, is he around?
Good evening, Honorable Speaker. Good evening, fellow National Assembly members. I will recognize the presence of the Vice President, the presence of the Honorable Ministers, the presence of the security services, the media, all the National Assembly staffs here. The National Assembly staff, it seems they were forgotten since in the morning. I didn't hear anybody mentioning about them, and they are rendering a good service to this assembly. Thank you very much for all the services you render. Honorable Speaker, I will start with to applaud the speech of our dynamic president, Honorable Adama Barrow. He came here and made a wonderful speech on this last Thursday. I will not dwell much on his speech, but only one point, the economy. When I say the economy, I say no matter what, the global economic crisis hits our this beloved nation, our able Honorable Minister of Finance, together with his team, worked very hard in order to came up with a jilt in this economy. I will commend them for that and commend the entire cabinet for job well done. Keep it up. Keep up this good momentum for moving this country forward. That's what we want. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, electricity, good road network, education, health, water supply, and agriculture, these were mentioned in the President's speech, which are one of the major needs of my constituency, but I will not deliberate on that. I will leave that to the adjournment debate. But still now, beside that, I want Honorable Speaker to extend this message to the Health Minister that my community, there is a health center at FAS in Jagachoy. This health center, they need an ambulance, and it's kind of urgent. It's one of the health centers that has the largest number of referral cases from that end to SL District Hospital. I would like the Honorable Minister of Health to please assist with that as soon as possible. 2, from SL Health Center to Banjul, sometimes they do get late referrals when the ferry is closed. Honorable Minister, I would like you to help with a sea ambulance that will able to evacuate patients from Bara to Banjul at odd hours. I don't want to lengthen my speech because people are tired. They've been sitting here for all day saying the same stuff, the same thing all over and over. It didn't worth it. But I have an advice to my fellow National Assembly members. What I want from my fellow National Assembly members is for us to unite. Let's unite and consider this country first. Let's unite and consider this country first. Honorable Speakers, again to my fellow National Assembly members, I want us to reflect back our memories to the 26-letter alphabets. Out of these 26-letter alphabets, there are 3 letters that I would like to share with you. R, S, T. Each letter stands for something or means something. R for respect, S for security, and T for trust. I'm urging my fellow National Assembly members in order for us to respect one another, have security, built-in security to one another, trust one another. These 3 letters, if any of them is missing, that means we will not achieve our goal. And our goal is to move this country forward together with the current able government. Thanks to the 5th legislature, they left a good legacy. The question is, hope this 6th legislature will leave a good legacy. That's the million-dollar question we need to ask ourselves. On that note, Honorable Speaker, to certain my deliberation, I will say God bless you all. God bless the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I will then ask to take my seat. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Nyumi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I first of all want to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President with the other ministers here present, and also on behalf of Nyani and on my own behalf, to express our sincere thanks and appreciations to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, for fulfilling his constitutional mandate to come and address this August gathering. I have a lot of things to talk about, but I just want to send it into few areas due to time factor. And the first thing that I want to discuss here is factors contributing to mass failure in schools. Sometimes when we talk about our school system, we must factor in what are some of the factors that are responsible for this mass failure in schools. If you look at in the nation's address, basic and secondary education, point 8, similarly, girls' performance at the West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination improved slightly. The word slightly, we all need to tie up our belts as a nation to see how best can it be improved 100% come next time the SONA address. Factors here are numerous. There are many. But the greatest challenge that we have at the moment can be linked to the usage of mobile phone and the improper use of the internet. The internet could be very vital for the student if it is used properly. Sometimes, as I am speaking to you here, less than 30 minutes ago, I read that there is another killing that took place in Sanjaba through the use of mobile phone. Where are we? It is definitely sad and it is definitely hard. And what we need to know here is that in this, everything has to be responsible. Let us be ready to take up the challenge as a nation, work as one Gambia, one nation in order to improve this country. Looking at the agricultural sector, I really have to thank the agricultural minister for seeing him distributing farm tools in Nyani for the first time. And I definitely appeal to you, if we can have more farm tools to be distributed in Nyani. Looking at transport, that's page 38. If you look at page 38, in the President's Nation Address, he said, furthermore, government has finalized the maintenance and reconstruction contracts using the road fund for the proper upkeep.
Honorable Member, refer us to the
page 38
and the paragraph.
Transport, works and infrastructure, page 38, 6.
6, okay.
6. Furthermore, government has finalized the maintenance and reconstruction contracts using the road fund for the proper upkeep of selected roads in the Greater Banjul area and the North Bank and Central River region, which I definitely want to commend the government And I wish this is even to start tomorrow. Because when we look at road network, it has some implications in reaching the health sector. We have some of our areas in Nyani, some of our villages that are almost 10 to 15 kilometers away from the hospital. In most cases, especially in the middle of the night, someone in labor trying to reach the hospital now with that bad road condition, inability of vehicles or whatsoever, how will that particular individual reach the hospital? It's always challenging, especially in the rural Gambia. We also talk about health. Coming up with the key achievements in health sector, especially in the aspect of the national insurance scheme. When you talk about this national insurance scheme, will definitely help us as we border in Senegal, and the fund of our drugs, it depends on the population that is available in that particular area. In most cases, we have intruders, we have people who will come from Senegal and they'll be attested by some of our alcalos for them to go and get medication from our hospital, which find it very, very difficult. And the other challenge there and concern that I have regarding that health insurance, looking at the nature of certain areas in Nyani, network is a problem, talk less of internet connection. How will those areas be registered? And I would definitely want the minister, Honorable Speaker, I definitely want the minister to take note so as to see what plans will they put in place before reaching those particular areas. In the same health sector, page 18, looking at the distribution of the community ambulance, page 16 rather, page 16. Yeah. Now, you move to page 16, looking at the distribution of the community ambulance. He said, government's introduction of community ambulance service following the distribution of 18 new ambulance in areas without health facilities is widely applauded in the government.
Honorable member, always give us the page and the paragraph.
All right. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Page 16, paragraph 5. Yeah, number 5. It said, government introduction of community ambulance services following the distribution of 18 new ambulances in areas without health facilities is widely applauded in this country, which I definitely want to commend the President for that. Honorable Speaker, looking at the population of Nyani, the total population of Nyani as of 2013 census is about 28,343 people. That's the population. And looking at the health facility that we have in Nyani, that is Kuntaur Major Health Center. As I am speaking to you, we have only one medical doctor in Kuntaur, and there is no surgical doctor, and there is a lab, but doctor is not available there to do the necessary operations. There is one of these scenarios that happened in August. A woman from these particular areas was in labor and was to be taken to the hospital. She was on a donkey cart. Before reaching the hospital, she gave birth. After giving birth, she has cervical tear. But because of the nature of the hospital and the way she was bleeding, they decided to rush her to Bansang. When the ferry service at Janjambure was contacted, they said they have closed from work. Bansang was the same thing, they said they also have closed from work. They have to take the long route, go through Kunting, Bustown, and hired these local barrels to cross. In the middle of the river, the lady died. This is extremely sad. If we said we want to serve our country, definitely we need attitudinal change. The ferry service should be there to respond to emergencies every time, at any time they are needed. And this has been happening there. August was not the first time, and if no solution is put in place, it will not be the last time. Honorable Speaker, I definitely need support from the Minister of Health and from the Office of the Vice President in order to find solution to those problems. On that note, I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyani. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bikama North and Minority Leader. He's out. I now invite the Deputy Speaker, nominated member, Honorable Sidi Njai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank...
Honorable Speaker, can I observe, please? Honorable Speaker, my tag was up since in the morning. I have been waiting. Yeah, but I should be called again. I am back. No, but before the
Honorable Member.
Yes, I said my tag was up and my name was listed. You called me, I was out, and I returned, and up till now, I am not called.
No, Honorable Member. That's not a fair statement. I called you, you were not here. Yes, those who are here.
Yeah, but I am back again.
Pardon?
I am back in chambers again.
Then sit down. Sit down and wait. Honorable Deputy Speaker, can you take the floor, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank His Excellency, the Vice President, and ministers who are here present. I want to thank you sincerely. This is in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate for you to represent His Excellency, the President. You being here alone would have sufficed in accordance with the 1997 Constitution. But you decided to come with all members of cabinet who are in town. Those that are not here, they are not within the jurisdictions. So this is indeed democracy at work. And this shows that under the leadership of the President, that the country indeed is transforming, where the cabinet respect the National Assembly in accordance to the 1997 Constitution, and that you are here sitting with us up to early morning, and members of the National Assembly, of course, bipartisans, have issues, raised their concerns, where at time may not be palatable to His Excellency, the Vice President, and members of Cabinet, that we need to recognize. And that any member who is contributing, we must acknowledge the fact that this is a positive transformation. This could not have been possible without the commitment of His Excellency, the President, and his government to the total and true separation of powers. As members of parliament, one of our main functions is oversight. We are not an executive arm of government. We are the legislative arm with our primary responsibility of legislations, oversight, and representations. And for them, as executive, recognizing that shows this government, as President indicated in his statement, is committed to the welfare of the people of the Gambia. Honorable Vice President and members of the Cabinet, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I would indeed summarize. I will not be like the Honorable Member for Central Badibu. Honorable Speaker, but we have to make some record straight. Honorable Speaker, the President has indicated in his statement, from infrastructure to health, agriculture, education, energy, youth and sports, civil service, the list goes on, that he outlined his government policies and programs on those sectors. The road infrastructure, which is very key in catapulting the development agenda of any nation. The President and his government intend, according to him, to continue work on road infrastructure in the country. For meaningful development, socio-economic development of any nation, you must have good roads, because that is linked to agriculture, it links to health, it linked to education. When you have good roads, that is why he indicated his government policies, in addition to the road infrastructure, drainage, and sewage in Banjul. Every citizen of this country would agree that under President Adam Barrow's government, that Banjul as a capital city, its first lift has been improved to standard by this current government. We have heard, it is unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, for a member of the National Assembly to indicate that the Banjul's roads projects, the sewage and the drainage systems, is primarily responsible for displacement of people and flood. That is erroneous. Honorable Speaker, if you meet anybody in the capital city of Banjul, whether 10-year-old, 7-year-old, or 100-year-old, will appreciate the gigantic strife President Adama Barrow and his government in the area of road infrastructure, sewage, and drainage. This since colonial, it has been a problem of Banjul, from mosquitoes to littering, dirt, and to motorable places in the capital. Today, thanks to that project, every citizen of Banjul and non-citizen is proud to call Banjul the capital city of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, of course, this year we agree that we've received a rainfall that, according to the Ministry of Water Resources, that we have not received for over 38 years. And same amount of rainfall, that is 270, as per the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources, was received by India. And India, we also, the flood in India, indicating that for over 7 decades, they have not received such a rainfall. So we agree that this government is committed to the welfare of every citizen in this country. And nobody, as representative of the people, and no responsible and responsive government would contract or would come up with a project only to be disadvantageous to her citizens. So therefore, we want to thank the President for that. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Same, Wuli East, and Combo South, in their drive to appreciating the President in his closing remarks, that he wants this National Assembly as representative of the people to be bipartisans and to work towards the common good of these nations, and indicated that the President should come bipartisan but not partisans, indicating that there were yai campaigns and people with T-shirts in this gallery on Thursday. Honorable Speaker, that is wrong. Those who were busy with the fanfare and their T-shirts and their asobis, that's happened outside. And the National Assembly as an institution have no control over what happened outside. And as representative of the people, as representative of the people, go ahead, sir. Bring it.
Honorable Speaker, the whole assembly, the chambers was full with T-shirts of NPP in this house. We saw it, we were all here. So nobody can say that did not happen.
Honorable Speaker,
what I said is true.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, we were here. In fact, it is the common practice in this assembly that dress code is there is a prescribed mode of dress, either formal or traditional. And on that day, nobody was allowed who was wearing T-shirts. You are only on half-tan, traditional, or on suit. That is the truth. That is the truth, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member, what he can say is because of the President's comportment, his composure, his presentations, and people appreciated it, from members of the Parliament to the upper chamber, everybody was clapping and appreciated the President. That is the truth. But for the fanfare, thousands of people came accompanying the President from the State House to the gates of the National Assembly. We have no control. And as members of the National Assembly, we are representative. And these institutions is a symbol of democracy, symbol of good governance, symbol of rule of law, a symbol of which its membership are expected to respect people's fundamental rights to association and to belong to any political party and to manifest and profess, including religions. So what happened outside is not our control. If any political party so wishes to mobilize his or her own people to accompany their party leader up to the gate of the National Assembly, we have no control over that, Honorable Member.
Observation, Honorable Speaker. I want to observe. Honorable Speaker, please, I'm appealing to your noble office. We are disturbed by murmuring from the member of Wuli East. Can you relocate him to another place?
Honorable Member, Honorable Deputy Speaker, you can continue. It is noted, and I am sure the Honorable Member is aware, that you should, Honorable Members, let's give opportunities for everybody to listen.
Honorable Speaker.
If you don't want to listen, you can just go outside until the time you want to come in. But whilst we are in, let's give every person the opportunity to listen so that he can hear what is being said. Honorable Deputy Speaker, you can continue.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. On the area of health, the President indicated his government resolve to continue to improve service delivery in health sector, and of course, to continue to build health facilities across the land and breadth of the country. He also indicated his government policies of community ambulances, which of course, we had numerous interventions from members of the National Assembly indicating how positive the communities in various constituencies receive those community health ambulances. Honorable Speaker, we want to commend government for that, and we are aware under the current administration at the Ministry of Health, they are committed to ensuring that each health facility in this country, as directed by the President and his government policy, that basic services and basic medicines and equipment are available in every health center. We agree, as Honorable Member indicated, man's wants limited. We agree that we still want more, but the direction and the trajectory in which this government is taking the Ministry of Health seriously is commendable. Over the last 12 to 24 months, the government has resolved to building a lot of health facilities and health centers across almost every constituency in this country. And that government's commitment to service delivery have allocated a huge sum of money of scholarship for students at the University of the Gambia, including the School of Nursing, Public Health, Medicines, and Allied Health Sciences. Honorable Speaker, we want to commend government for that. And the Honorable Member for Kiang West make a very serious and worrisome statement here, Honorable Speaker, that on the solar day, while His Excellency the President is delivering his statement, there was no water at the Edward Francis Tumol Teaching Hospital.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Yes, point of order.
Yes, Member of Central Balibu.
Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 29, content of speeches. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. So honorable nominated member, since he took the podium, is trying to impute motives on members. So he's not here to respond. So the Vice President is here, he'll respond on issues. I believe he need to concentrate on his debate.
No. Honorable Member, if I heard the Deputy Speaker well, he quoted what the Honorable Member for Kiang West said in his deliberations. We were all here, and he said it. So I don't think there is anything about imputing something into somebody's statement.
No, Honorable Speaker, I think the debate is about son, as you said earlier on. So, but it's not here for him to respond to Honorable Member of Kiang East. It's not here to do that.
Honorable Member, members have even asked people permission from them, and they have commented either against them or on behalf of somebody. Much more, yes, observations. Now, the Honorable Member in his deliberations will want to say what he feels is right, either to comment or object to, or accept, or whatever. That's his right.
Honorable Speaker, you need to concentrate on the speech of the
Honorable Member. Your point of order has been decided. We now have the Honorable Member to continue.
Honorable Member, you cannot distract me. Honorable Speaker, in his intervention, he indicated because of lack of water, some premature babies died on that day. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask him a question. Premature babies, do they use water, or premature babies are put in incubators? These are the facts. Honorable Speaker, we cannot come to this National Assembly and mislead the nation and create a situation where you kind of anxiety, fear on the people of the Gambia. That is not accurate. Honorable Speaker, we want to commend the Ministry of Health. Now, when you go to the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital and other health facilities in the country, our young nurses, doctors, and officials at the Ministry of Health, in various health facilities in this country, they're committed to service delivery under a condition of probably mega resources and equipment. That is the fact. Honorable Speaker, on rural electrification and expansion project, the Honorable Member for Upper Salem has indicated here that the President wants to, in 2023 and 2025, there's this universal access to electricity, and his government commitment also to provide electricity to every country, every constituency in this country. That the people of Nyanija and Upper Salem are very happy, because these are the constituencies in Central River Region North that have never been benefited from electricity from colonial to Second Republic up to now. The First Republic, Second Republic up to now. So government that is responsible and responsive to the people will only be interested in providing key services, social services, education, agriculture, health, energy, and road infrastructure. And that's what the President is telling us, and that's what his government is doing. The honorable from Central Badibu to Nyanija to Wuli to Kantora to you come to Combo South to KM and to North Bank. Every constituency you go to, every day, the government of the Gambia is providing basic services to every Gambian. We want to thank, and we want the honorable member and all of us to thank the government for that. On agriculture, Honorable Speaker, the President has indicated his resolve and that of his government that of course, the crisis in Ukraine, the COVID-19 pandemic, and other forces continue to affect all sectors of society, but especially, most importantly, agriculture. Today, we must link it to Ukraine, which is one of the world's largest producers of grains, and we rely on them. We also rely on India and Pakistan for rice consumption in this country. That this government want to diversify it and also want to ensure that food self-sufficiency in rice production and productivity. That is why the Ministry of Agriculture, under the current minister and his team, are committed to ensuring that rice production is maximized. When you go to my constituency, yes, when you go to my constituency and my region, Central River Region and the Upper River Region, they are blessed with a lot of inland and lowland rice fields that could be harnessed to ensuring that in the next 2-3 years, Gambia could be able to produce rice for consumption and exportations. Therefore, I want to urge the Minister of Agriculture through the Vice President for them to continue to expedite that process so that the millions or billions of dollars annually that government spend on subsidies and or importations of rice into this country could be used for other sectors, the health sector, energy, education, so that we will continue to train our teachers to give our children befitting education. Honorable Speaker, I will definitely be ending my statement soon. Honorable Speaker, you know the honorable member for talked about in his own the popular vehicle policy. That was very unpopular vehicle policy because the intention was bad. Honorable Speaker, we talk about service delivery in the civil service and in all sectors. When you talk about service delivery, you need a highly trained, skillful, and of course, well-motivated civil service workforce for them to be able to deliver. For the vehicle policy, as it was meant to demotivate the civil servant. And no responsible government will allow her policies or programs that are ill-intended, and the end result will be to destroy the civil service and the workforce. That vehicle policy was unpopular. Even the honorable member himself knows about it, and we want to commend government for stringent measures that they continue to uphold in the area of course, vehicles and other expenditures, in tandem with ensuring that, following the creations of the Ministry of Civil Service, that they will look at the whole civil service, not only vehicles, but also what can be done as a government to continue in ensuring that service delivery is maximum. For example, the central bank, you go to the central bank of the Gambia at this time, and the national treasury, they've all gone for. Can we think beyond vehicle policy that is very bad, denying people, directors, deputy permanent secretaries, vehicles? Can we think about how do we move from Nil and Kodan Dohale of closing, from working from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and start to look at some key ministries or key institutions where if they cannot work 24 hours on shift, at least some people could stay up to midnight for essential service, even on the weekend. You go to other countries, you need something urgent here in this country, from the National Treasury or the Central Bank, you have to wait. When it's 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock, you have to wait until the following day. So that's how we should be thinking. But not about policies that will depopularize government, policies that will demotivate civil servants, that have political and ill motives. Honorable Speaker, we want to thank government for that. On finance and economic affairs, the Honorable Minister for Finance and her team, what a commenter. Because the directions at which this government want to operate on is through prudent financial discipline and macro policies. The Honorable Minister for Finance tabled a revised budget here. We all know that that budget, the revised budget presented here, was as a result of government realizing some of the things that were in that budget were not realistic. And that also following the President's commitment to increasing civil service pay scales, that is to improve their welfare and to motivate them for service delivery. That we want to commend government. I want to thank the President for that, and we hope it will serve as a motivating factor. It is not right for businessmen to hold Gambian for ransom by the mere fact that the government increased 30% of pay. So therefore, the bag of rice, bag of sugar, bag of onions, whatever, should double up or to increase. That is not what the government intended. And the intentions of government is to address the hardship of Gambians. Honorable Speaker, you know, when you talk about the judiciary or court, that is not under the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice have no control over the judiciary. This government is founded on the basis of respect for rule of law and good governance. That is why, under the current government, the independence of the judiciary is being respected. Members have indicated that here for the first time, because there is transformation, that any member, any citizen of this country can go to court against government or against even the leadership of this country, and you are protected. Due process has been followed by all actors of the state, including all organs of the state, and that government do not interfere with the operations of the judiciary. That is the government that President Adam Barrow is.
Now, sir, bring it. Thank you, honorable nominated member. Honorable member, that merit that you took off, we all fought together, is the effort of the Gambian people that brought that change. It's not Adama Barrow, it's not President Adama Barrow, it's the Gambian people.
Honorable member, I can safely say that you don't believe in that statement. That is the Gambian people collectively. You know, Honorable, during politics, each competitor have an agenda and program, and you go to Gambians and tell your agenda. Based on the agenda you have and what you believe in, and the type of government and governance that you want to operate on, when you are elected, you tell the Gambia. And because President Adama Barrow's policies and programs is based on respect for due process, respect for fundamental laws of this country, respect for rule of law, and freedom of assembly, freedom of association, where you, the honorable member of Parliament, and like me and others, will live in unison, will live exercising our fundamental rights without any hindrance. On those bases, they elected President Adama Barrow, and since his assumption to office, he continued to improve, not only to renegade on his promise, but to improve on those promises, and that is the reason why Gambia is recognized as one of the best countries within the sub-region in terms of respecting fundamental rights and due process. And that's what you are enjoying and this parliament. You cannot distract me. Honorable Speaker, it baffled me for an honorable member of the National Assembly to question where the President indicated that this country is transformed. The same honorable member in his intervention indicated that 22 years of dictatorship, no respect for people's rights, no due process, flouting constitutional provisions. People are detained beyond 72 hours without charge. Killing, torture, that's what he indicated. And today, under this transformed government, it's in public service. People who claim to be people who serve in the highest and continue to exercise their right, even though under those circumstances that they call dictatorship, they could have been behind bars. Today,
speaking. Is it Honorable Siringa speaking? Okay, so Honorable Member.
No, I'm coming. Honorable Member, I'm coming. And it's not for you.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable, Honorable, please.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Please, somebody has shouted behind there. Fonyi Jarol, what is the problem? I have withdrawn. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 32, permissible interruption. No member except the Speaker shall interrupt another member.
Honorable Member, you are 100% right. Except with my leave, you should not obstruct or disturb somebody who is speaking unnecessarily. Honorable Member, I don't expect that from you.
Honorable, thank you.
I
will
think
conclude
you know better. So, honorable members, please, we are wasting our own time. It's gone, we are above midnight now. So, can we allow the honorable member to continue peacefully? And let's be patient and listen. Honorable member, please.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Their tactics won't work. Honorable Speaker, for one to say that only if this government, may God forbid, ends at this time, but because the president have what many Gambians call, including the honorable member, was saying Gambia is not transformed, newfound democracy. If that honorable member can use the floor of the House or outside on his right to express him or herself, to go to the media or to go on fora, political gathering, and caricature, cajole the persons of the president, any member of the executive, any member of the legislature, any member of the judiciary, and that person will be deemed to be enjoying his democratic rights. That alone is transformation. That is the truth. And the honorable member is indicating, let us on judiciary and the Ministry of Justice and on prisons and security, indeed, from 2017 for now, the security sector reform, I can say about 90%, even 100% have been achieved. Since then, the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, have now returned to their constitutional mandate of intelligence gatherings, analysis, and production. No longer that we are, it is no longer at detention centers. You go to the Gambia police force from the length and breadth of the country, nobody is detained beyond 72 hours without charge or and presented before a court of law or on bail. You go to the prisons department, you cannot go to prison if you are not on remand. Due process through the judiciary. That alone is transformation. So we want to say that this is not about personal opinion. It's about the statement of the nation's address.
Can I observe, Honorable
Statement
Speaker?
of the nation's address.
Can I observe?
Therefore, when you take the floor, as the president indicated, we are expected to be members of standing and in our contributions and in our work as representative of the people to serve this country with diligent devotion to duty, commitment, and non-partisan when we are here. This is the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you sincerely and thank the Vice President and the President for his presentation. And of course, he is committed to a bipartisan National Assembly, and that is why he opened up this democratic space and widened this political pluralism where the honorable members, including that of Wuli East, can continue to enjoy their political rights. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I now invite the Honorable Member for Old Yundum.
No, I'm going to say something. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Normally, in such a debate, if you come last, you barely have anything to talk about. A lot has been said already. I just want to be very brief in my intervention. First, what I will do is to equally thank the Vice President for being here with us, with the Cabinet Ministers. The President of the Republic of the Gambia, having observed the constitutional mandate on him to appear before the National Assembly to deliver a speech on the nation address. Quickly, I just want to go into the sectors that the President mentioned, and there are a few things that I wanted to elaborate on, perhaps commend the government of the Gambia for achieving those things. First, Honorable Speaker, if you go to transport works and infrastructure, in the President's address, he made mention of certain things that I think we as members need to commend the government for achieving those things from 2017 or 2016 to date. In his speech, with your permission, I will quote from the report that he said on page 38, number 7. In addition, my administration has rolled out a massive reconstruction program of markets in growth centers where need is most urgent. From 2017 to date, perhaps in 2020, when we approved the budget here, we've seen the government rolling out to build market in various areas. Notably, one of them is in Soma. We've been there, and I think the people of Soma will definitely, appreciate that market that is built by the government. In his speech as well on 9, he also said they're bringing a bill for public facilities management bill, where this institution will be responsible to do maintenance for the government buildings and stuff. The issue of paying huge amount of rent, from the taxpayers' money will be reduced because there will be a body responsible for all these things. And I think the government is doing the right thing. We need to commend them for that. These things are coming now. We've been here in 2017. We have not seen them. Now they are coming. The transformation we are talking about are coming for our country. Honorable Speaker, on 12 as well, he said the Gambia Port Authority is about to, bought a new ferry that is going to be added on the ferries that we have. And the capacity for that ferry will be at least 44 vehicles and 600, the capacity will be 600. I think that is commendable. The current ferry we have, if you look at the size, how many vehicles can the ferry take from Banjul to Bara? It's less than 44. And I think if we have that, that is also commendable for the government of the Gambia. We need to say that. Honorable Speaker, on the youth and sports, I think we also need to commend the minister. They have been doing a lot of good job. And part of the presentation that the president, highlighted, I think you can see the progress at that ministry since the coming of the new minister. However, one thing, they failed to mention in the speech, and I wanted to draw the attention. I would have loved to see that. That is the issue of the Independence Stadium. I've seen the government is investing a lot of money on that. And that is of public concern. When Gambia was going to play against Sudan, our match was hosted in Senegal. We went to chess and play. We spent a lot of money on that. Now government have taken it upon themselves to spend about $100 million to renovate the Independence Stadium for us to be able to play our home games. I think that is commendable. That should be in the speech. People must have seen that the government have taken the initiative to refurbish the stadium for use by the Gambian people. I would have loved to see that in the report. A lot of people criticize the government on that. So now they have taken it up, and then they're spending $100 million. So I think it's important to see that in the report as well. Honorable Speaker, on defense and security, a lot of good things are also happening under that department. We have seen the progress on the policies that they are developing. The minister is here. I know he will respond on that. But a lot of good things are coming that were not there before. And I just wanted to comment on something. I've had members talking about the issue, the presence of ECOMIC in the country. That was never mentioned by the president in his speech. But however, members wanted to make some political scores out of that, making it as if that is bad for our country. And I think it's important for us to appreciate that. How is it possible for
point of observation
in this country to be
point of observation? Observation.
You cannot observe me, please. Allow me to learn.
Observation.
I'm not allowing you. How is it possible for the presence of economic in this country to be a threat for investors? That is a misleading statement. And I think no member of this assembly should even author that. That is
Observation, please.
That is misleading. And the presence of
Honorable member, observation.
No, you're not
Honorable
observing.
member, don't stop. If you observe somebody and he said he is not, please.
No, it's a different person.
Yeah, but you say observation, he had it. Just keep it there. If he wants to get you go, he will sit down. That's the process. If he does not sit down, it means he's not giving you.
What I wanted to say is, I think we should desist from talking about economic presence and taking it as if that is bad for this country. These people are here on a mandate, and the Gambia is part of a regional bloc. They must be seen in this country because we want to restore democracy in this country. We must appreciate them. Our country, the Gambia, our security forces will travel all the way from Gambia and they will be in Sudan and other countries. And then we appreciate that. Why shouldn't we appreciate the presence of economic in our country as well? Let's desist from that, making it as if that is bad for our Gambia. We need to look at the conduct. We can talk about that. How are they operating in our country and stuff, but we cannot, express it as if they are not even supposed to be in our country. That I am not taking, and I think the government of the Gambia would not even listen to anybody talking in that direction. Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for All Yundum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by recognizing His Excellency the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers here present for being with us the whole day and up to the night. The 2022 SONA, I have the belief the organization was very solemn. This resulted as a way of our concern expressed to the Assembly Service that we have observed and noted something very unusual. The political elements within the premises of the National Assembly, either partaking in the organization and we have the belief then the event could be politicized. This concern was put to the Assembly Service and indeed to the Speaker. Measures were taken to assure us that the event would not be politicized. There will be no activity of such a political within the premises of the National Assembly, much more in the chambers. The Honorable Member for Woolly East could be partly right when he said he saw people with T-shirts within the chamber. Maybe the number or the magnitude could differ. Yes, there was instance of 2 or so that was brought to my attention and had drawn the attention of the protocol, and they acted accordingly to normalize that. I must, at this juncture, commend the minority group, the manner in which you comported yourself during the deliberation of the president. as promised. I had observed instances where some will struggle to prevent others from knocking the table just to give peace a chance. No provocation. What we were here for is patiently listen to the President to address the National Assembly on issues of importance. I could say throughout the main part of the speech, maybe if you were National Assembly members were involved in knocking the table, I could also say once in the main part of the speech, in the gallery, some people were involved in clapping. I think to the remark of introduction of salary for the Alcalu, perhaps that could have been addressed if the Speaker had given an earlier reminder that the rules of the National Assembly call for no permission to clap in the chambers. If that had done, maybe they would have realized that it is not permissible to do so. Until the tail end, the introduction part, where political jargons were used, I observed those clappings from the gallery. Above all, there was improvement as far as order within the National Assembly chamber is concerned. And I look forward to the same spirit to be prevailing in our subsequent SONA. Honorable Speaker, it is mandatory for the President to address the National Assembly at least once in a year by the Constitution. I will not also fall sight of the standing order of the National Assembly that call for in the first quarter of the year. Inasmuch as we respect the Constitution that prevails over any other rule, our standing order is meant to put things in the right way as far as National Assembly is concerned. We believe the President coming in the first quarter talk on government policies and issues affecting the nation would be better for the nation than for him to come off late in the year when issues that should be addressed much earlier were not attended to at that very much time. I will urge and advise, inasmuch as we respect the Constitution, let's also try to give consideration to the standing orders of the National Assembly. Come 2023, let the President attend the SONA in the first quarter of the year. Finance, I will not have much to talk on that, as many speakers deliberate on that. However, on the recovery-focused national development plan and the long-term development vision, which are replacing the National Development Plan and Vision 2020 respectively, I would prefer the President to inform us the progressive achievement of the National Development Plan, the constraints and the shortcomings. I will also prefer the President to inform us the progressive achievement, constraints and the shortcomings of the Vision 2020. but this was not the case. Debt service payment, no debt service suspension. I would prefer the President to inform us the reason behind why the Gambia could not benefit to debt service suspension. On the foreign affairs, it has been mentioned the important role the Gambians in diaspora played, 40% of our GDP. That is, they remain very high in our development agenda. No point in the speech of the President where concerns of our young people in diaspora who are facing deportation or currently waiting for deportation, their fate and the position of the Gambia government to protect the welfare of those Gambian boys or girls who are in diaspora or abroad waiting to be deported, and those who are deported. No mention of those people. In agriculture, a lot has been invested, heavy investment, to modernize and transport agriculture. That was a statement. Whether this has been realized, I think the President should make an analysis of that. If the government have claimed to heavily invest in agriculture for the past 5 years up to now, whether this has been realized to transform the life and livelihood of the Gambians. I noted the concern the honorable member for Lower Fuladu expressed regarding Jahal Pachar. That should be the food basket of the Gambia. If such kind of investment as talked about actually happen, indeed, where we call the food basket, we should be realizing, instead of talking of importing rice, we'll be using our homegrown rice, but that's not the case. On environment, Gambia is the only country on track to achieve the Paris Agreement to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 1.5 degrees by 2050. Gambia is vulnerable to negative impact of climate change, as shown by the frequency of windstorm or floods. Gambia taking a lead in climate action. Honorable Speaker, this document is what we call the National Determined Contribution of the Gambia on Climate Change. And in the document, it reads, the Gambia National Determined Contribution has received the positive distinction of being considered 1.5 degrees centigrade Paris Agreement, compatible by Climate Action Tracker. The nation is one of the few developing countries with a conditional target that set emission on a down trajectory, one of the few countries. Not to say is the only country or is the leading country. This is the national document of the Gambia. To mitigate implemented adaptation and resilience building projects, about $36 million has been spent in the past 5 years. Honorable Speaker, on resilience and mitigation, in 2017, the NDC crafted an integrated adaptation program for the country, the study program for climate resilience 2017. And this has 4 fundamental pillars. These pillars projected financing, and this projection, that pillar 1, 28.8 million US dollar is projected, and then pillar 2, $45 million is projected, pillar 3, 169, and pillar 4, 73, a total of 315,850,000 US dollar. This one is projected to phases: the short term, long term, middle term, and the long term. For the short term alone, we're supposed to be 0 to 5 years. And this one was the 5 years, we spent 36 million. And this one, only for pillar 1, 11 million US dollar was projected. And pillar 2 for the short term, within the first 5 years, 40 million was projected. And then the pillar 3, within the first 5 years, 50 million was projected. Pillar 4, within the first 5 years, 20 million was projected. Altogether, a total of 121,060,000 was projected in US dollars. If we were able to meet 36,000 for the past 5 years, that means we fall short of financing that projection by 85 million. What the Gambia was good at is planning, implementation, education. So to say we were among the few countries that have proper planning or target to mitigate climate change was merely on paper. In practice, it was lacking. This is the unfortunate scenario as far as the issue of combating climate change is concerned. Honorable Speaker, this reminded me of the issue of climate financing, and indeed the fight against climate change. I attended an international conference which called for effort to finance climate change that should be child-centered. And if we are to tap more funds in order to combat climate change, I am putting to the Ministry of Finance to consider issues that are child-friendly and are children-related, so that the funds that are there can be easily tapped. Honorable Speaker, if you talk about climate change, deforestation will still be a concern. I am concerned that our forests are disappearing. The few existing forests, if not protected, our fight against climate change would not be realized. In Brikama, we have the Kabafita forest. The protection is very weak. We have the Nyambai forest. We have the Furia forest. These forests used to be fenced, and there used to be forest rangers who will day in, day out protect the forest. These are no longer existing. From time to time, you will see part of the forest being cut down. For what reason, I would not know. The Ministry of Fishery and Forestry should ensure these existing and remaining forests are protected. But that's not the case. Charcoal production was banned, but is still in existence. If we are to enforce the law, where is the alternative fuel that we're supposed to use? I think we should look into that. The alternative measure so that the charcoal production can be totally banned. If not, we will still continue to deforestate. Honorable Speaker, on health, yes, it is claimed that maternal mortality is in decline. One will not also rule out the fact that hardly a week will pass. You will not hear a lady died as a result of maternal mortality. Hardly a week will pass. You will not hear an incident of that. If it is declining, indeed, it is alarming. What action should we take in order to control that? Most of them as a result of excessive bleeding at the hospitals. Some of them, they will say the lady is at labor, neglected by the nurses. Hardly a week will pass, you will not hear an incident of that. I am not saying it's not declining, but I am worried that the frequent occurrence of maternal mortality is a concern. Sometimes you feel fear if a woman is conceived. You think at the end of the day, what is happening is what is going to happen. Let's address that. I don't dispute the statistic. I am only concerned about the frequent occurrence of the dead in hospitals. Basic and secondary education, a lot of improvement on development structures from classrooms, toilets, and then scholarships. The figure that is given as a result of scholarships, I think is in a very low side. 498, that's for classroom rather. The figure on scholarships on higher education. And teachers trained 1,162. Honorable Speaker and Your Excellency the Vice President, Gambia College Teachers Training now is privatized. The students have to pay in order for them to acquire their education or training. I don't know if they are graduated. How do they partner with the Ministry of Education to go and teach in the field? Because they invest in their education, will they be conditioned to go and teach in the field? And if they don't do so, what do we get from their training? Yes, teachers training and to have the facilities for teachers in the province is very important. I know there was increment as far as salaries are concerned, 30%. But what is more important to teachers is salary restructuring. Let our teachers be well paid so that they can serve well, so that we can have good education and the performance can be improved. Our teachers are exceptional. Let them be given that specific or special attention. I repeat, let our teachers be well paid so that they can teach well, serve well, and we can have good performance. Ministry of Tourism, people made mention 3-paragraph reports. Do not be surprised. For us who were here in the 5th legislature, is the norm of the ministry, as if the ministry would never do anything. Perhaps they could do, maybe they don't care. What is reflected in the report about the ministry? 14% increment of arrivals. 53 flights arrive per week. I even question the very city of that, 53 flights per week. And then diversification of the sector, expanding the destinations, activities, and products. These are always the themes that will appear in the report. I don't know which destination. Year in, year out, you are diversifying your destinations year in, year out, your products and your activities, and still the ministry will remain the same. And most of these activities are done outside the country. Whenever they talk of the destination, promoting our destination, it's always outside. What the ministry is counting here as a major project achievement is safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage that is sponsored by UNESCO. That's the only thing that the ministry is talking about. Somebody asks, the fate of the ecologists. We believe this is one thing that can promote not only the tourists from across the border, but even domestic tourism. Why couldn't the ministry report on the progress work on the ecologists? Higher education. That is where I wanted to talk about the issue of sponsorship. 486 scholarships, both within the Gambia and without. That is too small a number. The university campus at Farba Bantang, at the time when it was inherited and up to now, they said it was at 1% in terms of the civil works. But when the government of the day took over, it is at 70%. I could recall when there was a loan agreement regarding the completion of the Farabandang campus. It was noted there was delay in the work. Now that the fund is available, I then am putting that the remaining 30% of the work, there should be no delay in it. Transforming the GTI to a university is a welcome move. By now, we should be training Gambians to be full-fledged engineers so that we stop hiring the Senegalese contractors or companies to go and come and construct our roads. To have the university to train our engineers is a welcome move. And I commend the government.
Clarification, please. Yeah, I try to think over this, but I cannot understand. Can you buttress on what do you mean by domestic tourism, please? No, you pass, but I'm still trying to understand.
Yes, I think anything domestic is home-based. Usually, if you go to certain countries, let me see, in South Africa, people move, they don't go and stay with the local people or locally. They go and stay in hotels. That is not very common in the Gambia. If I travel to Basse, usually I will go and stay with my neighbors or friends but rather I should go to the hotel or lodge. That is domestic tourism. Now, I'm still on the higher education, MDI also to get a degree program, the Basse Annex, and then the Tibet education are all moves in the right direction as far as higher education is concerned. What is more important to be attached to higher education is higher education financing. At a point in time when the vice president was the minister, he used to fight for funds for higher education. And I believe now, even whereas you are vice president, you should still have that consideration to ensure that higher education has more funds, especially the university. A university, no country can develop without heavy investment in our university education. You have started the School of Engineering, but if you don't invest heavily, the type of engineers that we want, we will not get them. So I'll urge the government this time round, the university education, funding the higher education, we should endeavor and spend more funds on that. I promised the Minister of Higher Education when I attended to session with him on their plannings regarding the university financing, that let him think big and let him have ideas. Without ideas, we will not consider. But if ideas are there, bring it. The chairman of education committee is somebody who has passion for that and has care of FPA. I equally will join him to ensure that our higher education, university education is well funded. Ministry of Youth and Sports, like tourism, these are the norms. Year in, year out, what they will report. This number of corps trained at NYS, this number of corps trained at President Award Scheme, and this number of entrepreneurs trained by NEDI. You will not realize the impact of this training. The international competition, the Gambia performance is improving in AFCON, Commonwealth, Turkey, athletics. I believe the report should go beyond that. What achievement do we have in AFCON should be mentioned. The achievement we have in Commonwealth and in the Turkey Championship should equally be mentioned. Somebody made mention we should not be sport biased. These are talking about football and athletics. There are other sporting disciplines that we are doing well that are not captured in this report. Beach volleyball. In beach volleyball, the Gambia male beach volleyball team in the Senior African Championship or in the Zone 2 was able to get a gold medal and bronze medal. In the female, bronze medal as well. In the Senior African Championship, we got the gold, and that gave the Gambia the qualification to go to Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth, we participated up to the quarterfinal stage. So this achievement by this sporting discipline should also have that recognition and attention. Office of the Vice President. 1,952 households affected by windstorm and got support, each receiving 7,500 monthly for 3 months, which amounted to 43,920,000. Honorable Speaker, I want to recall that for West Coast alone, the assessment, 2,000 households were affected. If 1,952 households were beneficiaries nationally, West Coast alone, 2,000 were affected. And out of this, ADRA, 60 families benefited, and World Food Program, 1,717. Honorable Minister, or Honorable Speaker, I want to believe this is a reflection of last year, but this year there was similar windstorm and flood within Brikama, I would say even the whole of Greater Banjul. And there was rapid movement by the Vice President, and the President also followed suit. Since then, has there been any response in terms of support to those victims? On transport and works infrastructure, the report talked of the completion of the $82 million China Aid Road and bridges in URR. Now this bridge, will it have toll facility just like the Senegambia Bridge? That's the question. The major rural roads program on North Bank and South Bank are progressing satisfactorily. You go to Akalang, I doubt whether that road is progressing satisfactorily. Go to Sabasanja, go to the Salus, whether those roads are progressing satisfactorily. I think sometimes the President should work out and try to inspect these works by himself. Just like what he discovered at the OIC road project here, I want to believe if he should go down there, it is going to be the same thing. It will be a different thing here. These roads are progressing satisfactorily. Let him take a drive to these places and find out for himself whether that is the case. The Kiang West also in the South Bank, whether that is the case. The 50 kilometers construction has commenced in the Greater Banjul. I question that as well. 112 million Basse main market inaugurated. Well, I did not hear that of the Brikama market. Fire disasters happened in both markets. Yes, speedy work at Basse until completed and inaugurated. What is happening in Brikama? I want to get a report on that. On defense, I will add my voice to the concern of the people on no mention of the continuous stay of the economic forces in the Gambia. I think it's an oversight. This is the maiden sona of the president when he's elected for the second term. Meeting the National Assembly, matter as important as that, the president should inform the National Assembly members the state or the fate of the state of the economic forces in this country. No part of the speech mentioned about them. If people are with the opinion that our forces are capable enough to man the affairs of this country, what is wrong with that? We are comparing the Gambia with Sudan, Darfur, elsewhere, those warring nations. Are we at war? No. You compare the Gambia with those warring nations. Yes, there was impasse that resulted to the coming of the economic. 5 years has gone. We are not talking of the impasse. Are we realizing or smelling anything that we feel will justify the stay of the economic in this country? And why is the president not mentioning it? Stop comparing the Gambia with Darfur. It's a warring nation. That's why our soldiers will join all other soldiers to go and keep the peace there. There is peace here. Stop comparing it. On trade, my only concern with trade, why up to now no minister for trade is appointed? If we don't have a caretaker president, we cannot have a caretaker minister. I want the minister of trade to be appointed, and I give the president 1 week to do the appointment. On interior, my concern on interior, the killings in the country is very alarming. I think that need to be addressed. Local government, the Land Commission has been established, but very inactive. Something needs to be done about that. There are a lot of land disputes in the country. We believe it is the Land Commission that can address that. But if the Land Commission is dormant, that means the dispute should be given the liberty to continue. I believe that is a major issue. A lot of appointments happen for Alkalolu and chiefs in the past 5 years. At the same time, a lot of retirements of Alkalolu and chiefs. We want to be informed. There are chiefs that are appointed, Alkalolu that are appointed, the basis of the appointments, the worst of all, the retirement of the chiefs and Alkalolu. You check in the Local Government Act. You will not come across anything like retirement of Alkalolu. Do you have an age to decide when the chief will be retired? You retire a chief for having 70 years and allow another chief to continue with 75 years? Where do you base the retirement of the chiefs? Honorable Speaker, it is in the Act that the President should appoint paramount chief among the chiefs for 2 years. And this is rotational. The current paramount chief, when was he appointed? Whether his appointment is less than 2 years, and why is the paramount chief not rotated? On legal sections, the President mentioned of the TRRC report and then the white paper for implementation. Since the white paper was out, and up to now, you are not giving us the progressive report of the implementation. We would like to know that. This is the only portion where the President talked about corruption, that we have the anti-corruption bill that was laid before the National Assembly to inform the establishment of the Anti-Corruption Commission. And I would like the journalists not to ask National Assembly members about the anti-corruption bill. It came here. We did our work, gave the report, the bill to our committee, and the committee did its work. They reported, and we adopted our report, only for the minister to withdraw the bill. Don't come to the National Assembly to ask us about the bill anymore. Now, if this is the only portion...
Observation, if you allow me.
If this is the only portion...
Yeah, it's misleading. Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable speaker. With regards to the anti-corruption bill, the committee did present their report, which was adopted, and we were at the committee stage already. Now, during that time, it was the ministry, the minister himself actually, that did not show up for one of the sessions, and his entire bills were actually suspended, including the anti-corruption. So, but the bill was never withdrawn. Thank you.
I understand that one, but I think there was an instant when the minister came and then moved to withdraw the bill. On corruption, I said the only instance corruption was mentioned was surrounding the anti-corruption bill. I believe the president should go beyond that and take stinging stand of the government in combating corruption. This was not the case. That's why if they say the Gambia is not attending to the fight against corruption, you are qualifying the position of those people. We've been hearing scandals, corruption in agriculture, health, works, judiciary, petroleum, etc. What is the position of the government against corruption? An important thing like this, an important issue like that, nothing has been mentioned about the government's serious stand to combat corruption. If somebody should say, it is government officials who are corrupt, and try to exonerate the president. How can you go to the village, say the whole villagers are bad except the Alcalo? Would one accept that? The whole villagers are bad except the Alcalo. That will be harder for one to take. I think the president should demonstrate his firm commitment and stand in the fight against corruption. If that is done, then we will say it is the government officials. His action should be demonstrated. And if that is not seen, he cannot be exonerated. I don't need to find a proof. What I'm saying is that these are issues people are talking about. And if that is the case, the president should set seriousness to ensure that the people who are doing it know that the government of the day is concerned and serious on the matter. But this is what we are not seeing. And I want a serious attention to be taken to the issue of fighting against corruption in this country. On that, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Vice President and Cabinet Ministers, I still must conclude by thanking you for being with us. And I hope and pray all the issues, concerns that are raised shall be fully captured and considered. And I hope and pray the 2023 SONA will not be in December, somewhere in March, and that SONA will be very rich. Give adequate report of your ministries. This is what we want, not haphazard reports. The Assembly should be well informed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for Brikama North. Now I give the floor to the Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It's been a long day since we start to debate on the merits of 2022 State of Nation Address delivered by His Excellency the President. Before going further, I want to join my colleagues to sincerely thank the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, members of this August Assembly, entire working staff of Parliament for judiciously grazing the SONA in a grand style. I want to seize the opportunity to thank the able office Speaker for the proper coordination, proper implementation, enabling environment for His Excellency to be able to observe Section 77 of the Constitution, to come before this August Assembly to give government policies and programs, enlighten citizens of status quo or state of affairs of our country, by extension, the trajectory he wants to catapult this nation. On that note, we thank him so much for constitutionally inclined. Before going further, allow me to recognize His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, whom, by the dictates of a standing order, shall be the mouthpiece of the President to respond to issues, concerns raised in this Assembly by members of Parliament, wind up the debates, and his entire cabinet ministers here in presence. Honorable Speaker, before going further, I want to refer this Assembly to page 62, paragraph 12. His Excellency remind us fundamental things here, and I quote, "You have the responsibility to educate your constituencies, the opportunity to initiate development projects and programs, and the option to engage government. We are open to dialogue, and I ask that we work together." It demonstrates government commitment to the contrast theory of state of nature, that government does not really lose sight for the fact that they are charged with primary responsibility, that is to take care of the welfare, by extension, service delivery, in respect of protecting the lives and property of the governed.
Point of observation.
It demonstrates
Point of observation.
government's commitment in terms of an all-inclusiveness in governance structure. It demonstrates the democratic principle of participatory governance. It opens up an opportunity. It opens up a window that Parliament, we are open to dialogue. We are open to critiques, as well as we are also open to recommendations to catapult this nation to high heights. Honorable Speaker, I thank each and every member that took part in debates, knowingly or unknowingly. Each and every member has really enriched the State of the Nation address given by the President. Debates, it's always in two forms. You either for support or against and give critiques. Criticizing is very easy. Government is open to critiques. What is important, at the end of the day, you are able to give constructive recommendation that will proffer solution, that will redirect government agendas and programs for the betterment of this country. Honorable Speaker, he went further. Aside from being legislators, you have the ambassadorial role of representing the nation at international forums and holding meetings with foreign dignitaries and philanthropists. These create opportunities for you to promote national policy, plans, and raise funds for national development. It's called for people-centered government. We thank the government for having that foresight that our separation is also equal to our interdependence. Our interdependence is as much more important to the separation. So basically, I seize the opportunity to thank His Excellency for that wise words of wisdom. Honorable Speaker, people talk on finance. Probably the 6th legislature might not understand the history we've undertaken to come out of the woods. Government inherits a system where we were left with a 1-month import cover. But with strict recommendations, with tough fiscal and monetary policies, government was able to realize to close all financial leakages, come up with a treasury single main account, stringent financial measures. When we resumed or when we assumed office in 2017, our revenue collection was $500,000 per month. 500 million. But government is now busting because of appropriate mechanism put in place. Government receives or collects 900 million to 1 billion in a month. This is really commendable. This does not just come out of the blues. When you come in terms of transparency and accountability, government has opened up the window of opportunity to discourage issue of domestic borrowing. I remember in 2017, we were struggling with treasury bills and interest rate of 25%. That narrative has changed. It's not that easy. You might ask yourself, why are we having 6% interest rates as opposed to 25% interest rate? It's through a strong fiscal policy. It is only government with vision and mission and focus, dedicated to duty and service delivery, that will turn around to change dynamics of a country where you have one more input cover. Therefore, they deserve tap on the back. I just did a quick analysis or a quick research. As a country, we are struggling currently on September 1st, 2022, with a 12% inflation rate. Of course, this is justified. The 12% inflation rate has a dragging bearing right from COVID-19, now the Russia-Ukraine war. Gambia cannot be in an isolation. The world has now moved into global village. World is globalized. We are more interdependent and interconnected. When Senegal sneezes, Gambia catches the cold. So therefore, what obtained in Ukraine will have a mega impact, if not severe, on our economies. However, it's an opportunity for us to redirect our policies and programs. That takes me to agriculture, to explore the opportunities that God has given this country, to look at ideas, to go back to what we call irrigation. I said it in these hollow chambers. Time without numbers that we cannot measure our food baskets In 1980s, some of our households are 30 people or 20 people in a house. But currently, because of the number of people living in a house, it's close to 100. And we are using the same farmlands. There is no expansion. Technically, it tells you that the consumption rates outnumbered the production. It does not take you with mathematical mind that you need to improvise. Improvise in the sense that you have to go into irrigation. You can no longer depend on a 3-year rainfall and you say that's it. No. Or 3-month rainfall. We have to also farm year in, year out. I'm impressed with the amount of resources. If you go to page 12, at present, the Ministry of Agriculture is implementing 8 major projects with a total portfolio of 294 million. I believe this is the giraffe project that His Excellency, the Vice President, has launched not long ago to promote agricultural value chain and value addition. And if maximized, it will really increase in terms of securing our food basket. Honorable Speaker, members alluded to community ambulances. The idea behind community ambulance is to create that contact to enable to ferry or transport patients to the nearest hospital. Government is aware the struggle we undertake in terms of accessing our medical centers. It is in that good reason or that good spirit these community ambulances are allocated. However, we will really recommend the communities that have benefited one way or the other should form their community-based committees to make sure the sustainability and the maintenance of this vehicle rests in their hands. That is why His Excellency reminds us that we have a reserve right. It is a tall order for us to enlighten and educate the electorates we represent. So it is really out of order for us to come and do the blame game and mislead the gallery. Honorable Speaker, coming to petroleum and energy. Probably we should be more appreciative of the intervention made by...
Honorable Member, can we hear the point of order from Woolly East?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member is saying that... Wait. Don't jump the gun. You don't know what
Honorable members.
The Honorable Speaker, clause 29, 5, is saying that no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. The Honorable Member is saying Honorable members are playing to the gallery. That what we are saying is not real. And that's not true. What we are saying here is true. Because that is our opinion. So nobody should do that. Continue.
Yes, Honorable Member, you are right, it's your opinion. I sincerely feel it's his opinion to express an opinion on what you have said.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Honorable Member, just wait.
Okay.
Honorable Member, you heard what I've said? No, he has not imputed any motive. What he said, actually, if I heard him well, was that some members are playing to the gallery. That is, what does it mean? It's an opinion. Honorable member, honorable majority leader and member for Kantora, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, before I was interjected, I was at Petroleum and Energy. I want to take the opportunity to really commend the government for coming up with the foresight. And I read, and I quote, furthermore, on page 25, paragraph 9, my administration has resolved to separate the water business from electricity business at Nawek and have come and have them as two independent corporations. These initiatives will make difference in the country. I think this is what we have been waiting for. To understand that these are two businesses. There's no be lump sum, page 25. This will only, these are progressive approach and are progressive decisions of government. And I think we should commend the government for doing that. Obviously, when it's properly managed and utilized, the issue of having access to water at midnight, that reminds me of former member of Gundakunda, that my constituency people think that water comes out from gallons. So it will be out of the day. Honorable Speaker, issue of petroleum and energy as well, we want to recognize the tireless effort of government in terms of fuel subsidy. Every vehicle owner, if you buy petrol, knowingly or unknowingly, government is actually paying amount of dollars for you to bring you to the price you are buying. It's only a serious government. The government that has people at heart and understand the inflation rate, cognizance to the earnings of people, there's need to intervene. So we want to thank them so much for that generosity. Honorable Speaker, members did reiterate about security ports. I think we need to understand, in the first place, why do we have security ports? It's unless and until we understand the important role that security ports is rendering to this country, we begin to appreciate what security port is doing. In essence, security port is established to make sure that they reliably inform our immigration and security forces the entry and leaving of travelers and report on their threats potentials to government. Therefore, an institution or an arrangement, a private-public partnership that geared towards fortifying, that geared towards creating an enabling environment safe for your people, to make sure that travelers are tracked. We know the kind of people entering and going out of our country and informing us for prior potential threats.
Can I observe, please?
I think that is really commendable. What we recommend is the modality in which these funds are paid to discourage the human interaction or human contact. Probably with our previous engagement, we'll recommend the otherwise. Honorable Speaker, Tourism. We thank the Minister of Tourism for measures taken in department and its ministry despite the COVID-19 pandemic challenge. We are all living witness that it has really, if any sector suffers setbacks, it is the tourism ministry that suffers most. And this tourism ministry constitutes or contributes 25% of our GDP. However, there are serious financial interventions. The issue of ecotourism, the minister should have really taken time to graciously update the Parliament to understand the status quo, level of implementation, what have you. Honourable Speaker, going further, we want to use this opportunity to thank the Minister of Youth and Sport. It's commendable. It happened during his time that we've registered success as far as sport and sporting activities is concerned. Honourable Speaker, Office of the Vice President, as part of the Civil Service Reform Program 2018-2027, PMO is striving to transform the public service sector and efficient motivation workforce. By extension, I will further recommend that government put in place or put into account the need to come up with a minimum wage whereby it will be a key determinant, not only for government, but even our private sectors would not really underpay our brothers and sisters. Once they are aware that government has really regulated the labor industry or the service sector, that you cannot employ anybody and pay him or her less than this, will really create dividends in terms of our take-home for society. So it's a great concern for government to really come up in the long term, of course. This is in the long term. Policies and program to bring up with what I call the minimum wage. And this will really be appreciative to all and sundry of this country. And by extension, there's need to really regulate the private sector, because it's only in the public sector whereby if you have grievances or if you have foul play, the ombudsman stands for you. I think similar replica need to be accorded to the private sector in terms of redress. Honorable Speaker, coming to information communication infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, Gambia is very small, and if we harness the potentials in terms of the ICT sector, embracing datafication of the country or society, these can even help in terms of curbing the menace of corruption, boosting the revenue collection, identifying ideal revenue base that are still lying down on top. So the ICT sector, if really embraced, it will contribute more than 40% to our GDP. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the governments of the day. The President did mention on page 37 on the transport works and construction infrastructure. In the road sub-sector, my administration successfully completed the $82 million China aid roads and bridges project in URR. I have been singing, crying that my region has been forgotten, neglected. When I first come to Parliament, there is no single adjournment debate that I wouldn't raise this issue of Basse Fatoto Road. Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate. They said, who fails to appreciate his opponent effort will not appreciate the Almighty. So there is need to use this platform to reiterate the joy, to reiterate the happiness that this government has really brought to my people. And now we are enjoying that road. It has linked us, the north and south bank of URR. And we thank them. And I'm of the conviction that for any country to develop, they must focus on road infrastructure. That is the starting point for any development. Every other development will follow suit. And this government, since they come to power, they focus on that road infrastructure, hard-rich areas, the Hakalang. Now, we Kalang it now. So definitely, we have to thank the government of the day for coming to our aid. Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't want to take much of the Assembly's time to conclude. In terms of the infrastructure, I want government to have a relook the issue of river transport. River transport is another sector that the government needs to really focus to make sure it's developed. It attracts tourism. It also lessens the amount of accident or loaded trucks that will hamper our road, because the longevity of these roads depend on the usage and the loaded trucks that ply on our roads. So if you have that river transport, we have a dry port. In fact, I was even expecting that to factor here in Basse that will really encourage re-export rates. Okay, so that will really help us in terms of revenue generation. Honorable Speaker, the Defense Ministry, I join my colleagues that Gambians should not easily forget. In 2016, 2017, when economic trip enters in the Gambia to come and salvage this nation, people are chanting, dancing, welcoming them on difficult moments. Those nice times and those nice days should not be easily forgotten. We must appreciate regional integration. We must appreciate the economic forces. There was no amount of negotiation from this ECOWAS head of states flying in, leaving their precious time to negotiate, to make sure that little Gambia is not hot. So thanks to regional integration, thanks to economic forces that come to our aid to make sure that democracy that we are all enjoying, they were not in isolation. They help consolidate the newly found democracy. So as members of parliament, I don't think those utterances really come from us, that they should leave or we don't need them. And Honorable Speaker, I also am of the belief that the rates in which I'm happy government yesterday they released a press release to show concern about the murder cases that are happening in the Gambia. Left to me alone, government will reintroduce that penalty back. Because this is really becoming unbearable, and they must face a tougher punishment or reprimanding them so that a replica of it will not really happen again. But I know if you talk about death penalty, democracy country like Gambia, you might tend to, be funny. However, I think there's need for all hands on deck to make sure that we address these unfortunate situations in our country. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to, on my behalf and on behalf of the majority NAMS, to thank you so much at your age and time to be here with us long day to make sure that we do justice to this presentation or this policy of government, and also giving the ample time of members of parliament to make sure they also add value through their various interventions. On that note, I want to thank each and every member for your indulgence to my own side of story. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader. Honorable members, let me first of all seize this opportunity to thank all of you for your time and your contributions, which really enriched the debate, all geared towards finding solutions for our beloved country. Honorable members, following consultations with the Vice President and in accordance with Section 25(1) and 2, I will call the honorable ministers here present, one after the other, to respond to issues raised by honorable members affecting their sectors, and the Vice President will round it up. I now have the chance to call the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to take the floor to respond to issues affecting his sector.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to members of the Honorable National Assembly. I acknowledge the presence of His Excellency the Vice President and my colleague cabinet ministers. I also say thank you for all the time you have spent here. I must also say thanks to the media and our securities. I must also thank the staff of the National Assembly for their guidance and all the hospitality since yesterday. I must say, since yesterday to now, no cabinet minister has left this building. So thank you to Team Barrow for this commitment. The most important individual to thank here is the person whose fort we are holding. That is His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Adama Barrow. He has created the environment for such to occur, and we must thank him for also fulfilling a constitutional mandate to come and address the nation, but also address the honorable members of the National Assembly. So our ministry, that is the Ministry of Agriculture, we are tasked with feeding the nation. Our task is daunting, and we are supposed to feed a nation that has quadrupled in population in the last 50 years. We are supposed to feed a nation that is undergoing serious climate challenges, a nation that has serious saline intrusion, a country that has very unpredictable rainfall, and a country with serious rural-urban migration. However, despite all this, the Gambia has all the favorable factors to feed itself. Key among them is the leadership. We are led by an individual who is determined to make Gambia food self-sufficient, but also to make Gambia food sovereignty. That is, we must be independent of external food sources. And His Excellency, this is his vision, and this is captured in the Ministry of Agriculture's Gambia Agricultural National Investment Plan 2022 to 2030. And in this plan, Gambia must be rice self-sufficient by 2025, and Gambia must be food self-sufficient by 2030. Apart from the leadership, this country is blessed with a very youthful population. This country has River Gambia that has abundant water for our irrigation to feed ourselves. And this country has a motivated population to divorce itself from foreign food sources. So all the environment for Gambia to be food self-sufficient do exist. Honorable members, there were a lot of questions regarding the Ministry of Agriculture. We may not answer them on an individual basis or from individual members, but we will try to deal with them on a subject matter basis. There was a question relating to land development, and I think this one came from our honorable member for Upper Fuladu. Yes, the Ministry of Agriculture has some challenges on land development issues, especially the areas they mentioned, that is the areas of Bansang and Sankule Kunda 1, Sankule 2, and Sankule 3. And this includes Moribale and Nyantangle areas. The ministry is aware of this. And during this rainy season, farmers in those areas were offered free plowing by the ministry. They were offered seeds and they were offered fertilizer at no cost, all to mitigate the displacement that the land development has caused. However, the ministry will redirect our resources to make sure that these land development issues that are currently haunting the ministry are taken care of as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, there were questions relating to staff in the project not being answerable to our regional directors, and also high staff attrition, staff moving from the ministry to the projects. This is true and has been the case for a while. However, henceforth, the policy under the Ministry of Agriculture is we shall never take a standalone project from now on. All projects that will come under the Ministry of Agriculture henceforth are going to be streamlined, are going to be integrated in the existing structures of CPCU. And this means that projects must work through our technical departments all the way to the farmer. The farmer is the most important centerpiece under our ministry, and no standalone projects will ever exist because standalone projects have the tendency of failure, and when the blame comes, it will now be heaped on the minister and the ministry. Honorable Speaker, there was a question from our honorable from the councillors who also questioned about the distribution pattern of the tractors that were distributed by His Excellency the President and the government of the Gambia. Yes, about 50 tractors were distributed in June of 2021. These tractors were distributed nationwide, and Fonyi is no exception. Currently, as we speak, there is a tractor in Kanjibato that is very close to where I'm from. There is a tractor in Somita Mixed Farming Center, and there is a tractor in Bullock. So the Honorable Speaker from Fonyi, be rest assured that the tractors were distributed evenly entire country, and Fonyi was definitely not discriminated. Honorable Speaker, I am happy to inform our honorable member from Nyamina West, who also talked about stores. Stores are essential parts of the value chain. We cannot produce without having enough storage facilities, because what will happen is post-harvest waste. And this is a serious concern for the ministry. We just returned from Kigali on a summit that was entirely dedicated on post-harvest waste management. So, honorable member from Nyamina, I would be happy to inform you our project, Roots, is going to build 15 cold storage facilities nationwide. In 2022, this year, we have laid foundation to build 3, one in Jarasoma, one in Basse, and one in Wasu. And those stores should be ready. The project should take 12 months. And those cold stores should be able to help with the store issues until the 15 is built nationwide as cold stores. However, the ministry has a short and long-term view as to our national food security, and that includes food banking. And when we talk about food banking, the long-term plan is for every region in this country to have one mega store. That is to be able to have food bank that is going to buffer this country for a period of minimum of 6 months, because there may be many external shocks. Currently, the Giraffe project is going to build a store in URR and CRR, minimum measurement of 20 by 40. And we expect this to cover the entire country. Each region should have one mega store. However, the traditional stores that are known as Mangasin will be rehabilitated, and we are aware of their nucleus function, that is to function at the village level. Honorable Speaker, there was a question from Honorable Member for Joshua, and he questioned about Kamalo Feed Factory. Kamalo Feed Factory, for your information, Honorable Member, is not under the Ministry of Agriculture. The Kamalo Feed Factory, Honorable Speaker, is jointly owned by the ports and Social Security. Yes, the Ministry of Agriculture has a vested interest in the functioning of the Kamalo Feed Factory, because this country can never stop importation of chicken if we do not develop our chicken industry. And our chicken industry can never develop if we don't have enough chicken feed. And that factory is paramount in that endeavor. However, it is currently owned by the ports and Social Security jointly. Honorable Speaker, there was a question about fertilizer from a honorable member for Jokadu, and this has to do with fertilizer leakage to our neighboring countries or across the border in 2021. This did happen in 2021. Fertilizer did leak out across the borders. This was common knowledge. However, this was done by unscrupulous businessmen, because there was a limit as to how much every individual can buy. What some unpatriotic Gambians did was to go and collect family members, friends, 20 or 30 people, and come and queue for them or collect their ID cards. If you are supposed to buy 7, you go and collect 7 ID cards or collect 7 family members, of course you will be able to buy 70. There is no way the ministry could stop that. And that is what caused the blame. However, in 2022, when we received the fertilizer, one of the things that we put in place was we no longer are going to sell fertilizer except through the cooperatives, which are very well-structured systems, and no individual businessman was involved. So in 2022, there is not a single report of fertilizer bleeding across the border, because we only sold it to our cooperative societies and not to any individual businessman. Honorable Speaker, we had a couple of questions that came regarding animal drinking points. This is a concern, because yes, in the Gambia, it's not yet a flashpoint between herders and crop producers. However, the potentials exist. But the small ruminant projects, which honorable members here alluded to, has already dug 20 drinking points. The only reason why probably you are not seeing the impact is because the contract was given in 2 phases. Phase one was to have the borehole dug and put in place, and phase 2 is to erect the rest of the structures. The contract has already been awarded, and by the end of the year, we should see all the 20 drinking spots for animals being in a fully fledged functional state. There was also an issue about youth empowerment in agriculture. Agriculture cannot develop without the youthful population of this country. We are fully aware of that. and knowing very well, our giraffe project currently has 40 gardens to be started in this country. And some members in this house have already benefited from these 40 gardens because I have communicated to a few. These gardens are divided into two. 20 are purely youth-led gardens, and the other 20 are purely women-led gardens. So the involvement of youth in agriculture is very real. We are fully aware of that. And our Roots project has trained over 100 youth in this country in agricultural entrepreneurship. So our ministry is fully aware of the potential and the role of youth in developing agriculture in this country. There was an question regarding value addition and availability or access to market. Access to market has been a challenge. It is multifaceted and it involves so many ministries. However, access this year, one of our projects has a 200-kilometer feeder road component. And these 200 kilometers will be implemented through the NRA. They are the most appropriate agency to deal with roads. These 200 kilometers of feeder roads will be in components. One is access to the fields. Two is access to markets. So we are fully aware of access, especially for all the vegetable gardens. All the vegetable gardens that are going to be built by the Roots project have a component of an access road so that women can access the fields, but also they can access the markets. But again, talking about value addition, our giraffe project is going to build 2 agrology centers, one in Wasu and one in Farafenni. And these agrology centers will cost about $200 million. What these centers will do, they are going to be a one-stop shop center. The center will have a garage, it will have a market, it will have a bank, it will have a processing facility, it will also have a cold storage, so that when the women bring their vegetable products, sell, and it's not finished, they are not pushed to sell cheap, as it is occurring now. This will give them the opportunity to be able to sell, and when it is not finished, they can put it in the cold storage. And also the bank will be next door, so they are also trained in entrepreneurship. So they are able to save their money, and they have access coming in and out because it will be next to the garage. So these agrology centers, one will be located in Farafenni, and one will be located in Wasu, and they should be fully functional in 2023. There was also an issue regarding pasture and grazing. It all has to do with the animal herders and the farmers. Yes, there are certain parts of the country that have not demarcated lands or areas for pasture. However, this is a challenge, but in the Greater Banjul area or in the Upper West Coast, where there is serious population density and there is beginning to realize certain clashes between animals and human interface, either in traffic or at human level, the Small Ruminant Project has started distributing pasture seeds. What these seeds will do, especially for the small ruminant farmers, that is sheep and goat, these seeds, once put to use, it will have a very highly nutritious grass that will be able to feed the small ruminants in-house. Even a 1 hectare kind of facility should be able to take care of a small ruminant farmer. So this is one of the things that the Small Ruminant Project is doing as far as grazing land is concerned, especially in the urban areas. However, the rural areas is still a challenge. We are aware of that, but you must understand that grazing land is multifaceted, just like markets. It has to do with multiple ministries, and it has a lot of traditional land tenure system. It has a lot of underlying factors, which the ministry is fully aware, and we are working through our traditional operators, that is the governor and the chief, to make sure these are settled amicably. Honorable Speaker, I think these were mainly the issues that were addressed. However, one more thing was, I think, a question from member for Latrikunda. He asked about our involvement of private individuals in agriculture or private partnerships. I am happy to announce to this House today that the Ministry of Agriculture currently has about 5 PPPs, that is public-private partnership, and the most famous one you heard about, I'm sure you, or maybe you haven't, is Maru Farms. It is a very successful story, but we also have Salih Mbalo and Sons, and we have 3 others. These are individuals that are in partnership with the ministry. We are supporting them with equipment and fertilizer, and they are doing the outreach kind of catchment area farming. That is, they have their farms, they have the equipment, and then they are doing plowing services for about hundreds of other farmers, and they are teaching farmers, and then the extension services is taking part in the teaching. So yes, the ministry is open to private partnership. We are very welcoming of genuine partners. The environment do exist, and so we will be happy to welcome partners. There was also an issue about from the member for Brikama South. He talked about the funding gap in the Roots project. The ministry is aware. If you'll allow me, Honorable Speaker, to enlighten members a little bit about when they say portfolio. Giraffe project, on paper, you probably, Roots project, it will say 80 million. And on paper, it will be, probably, you will hear the Ministry of Agriculture has $294 million as portfolio. Portfolio is different from monies that are laying at the central bank or laying at the Ministry of Finance or at the Ministry of Agriculture. These monies are probably laying in Washington, D.C. or in Abidjan, and processes are very cumbersome. So, Roots project currently has a funding gap of 20 million, and I think next week our team, that's the Roots director with a team, will probably be flying to Dakar.
Honorable Minister, yeah. $20 million or dollars?
Dollars, yes. Yes. The Roots project has a funding gap of 20 million US dollars. So, being aware of that, the Vice President of IFAD is the main sponsor of the Roots project. The Vice President, Mr. Donald Brown, was in town sometime in June, and I have personally, together with my technicians, we have seriously engaged him on this funding gap. That notwithstanding, our team at Roots is already in the advanced stage of going to Dakar to engage our traditional donors for fundraising to be able to fill the funding gap for the Roots project. Personally, this is where we are, and thank you very much for your time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Agriculture. Honorable members, I now invite the Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, the Vice President, members of the National Assembly, my cabinet colleagues. I would like to first start with the Minority Leader, Honorable Dabo. The Ministry of Justice have not withdrawn the anti-corruption bill, so I think we need to correct that. The bill was tabled, and I think the Honorable Member for Upper Salem gave the clearest explanation of the history and the journey of the anti-corruption bill in the National Assembly. It has been here for more than 2 years. Unfortunately, I missed a sitting of the National Assembly. I think that was the last session of the 5th legislature, due to some breakdown of communication. However, you were part of the 5th legislature. It was decided, of course, the anti-corruption bill was not scheduled for that day that I missed, but a general decision was made for all the bills that the Ministry of Justice had before the Assembly were rescheduled. So the anti-corruption bill, for the records, is, as far as we are concerned, is going through a legislative process. The executive introduced it more than 2 years ago and has not withdrawn it, except for the fact that we are all now considering the ruling, the effect of the ruling of the Speaker last week. And if we will be consulting with the committee if we have to retable or we have to reintroduce whatever necessary step needs to be made, will be made to reactivate the anti-corruption bill for it to complete its journey. So we've not withdrawn, Honorable. Quite a few issues were raised affecting my sector. One of them borders on electoral reforms, particularly somebody made mention of diaspora voting. Diaspora voting is catered for within the overall electoral reform process, and this part of it is included in the elections bill, which is also before the National Assembly here. But also the draft constitution was also going, if it had succeeded, it would have introduced some novelty in our electoral laws. So it didn't get through, but you had the president actually, in fact, that's the next issue I'll address. The executive is committed in bringing back the draft constitution. So if we have the draft constitution passed and we have the elections, a new elections act, hopefully the issues surrounding diaspora voting will be sorted out. But it is part of the overall electoral reform, and our position as the executive, we are very positive about making possible for Gambians living in the diaspora to be able to vote. It's a question of how and when, which we are all together working to ensure that this happens. The next issue is the draft constitution. The president is committed and his government to bring back the draft constitution. I have the task of making this possible. I can inform you that hopefully before the end of the year, I've just approved a project. Before the end of the year, some engagements with respect to reactivating the constitutional promulgation process will begin. But you will have to agree with me, some form of process have also to be followed before it comes here. And if it comes here too, there is a lot of steps that needs to be taken. But it will come. We're committed to it, and some activities will start hopefully even before the end of the year. So we are committed to start this because the instruction of the president is we should have a draft constitution with your consent, because it has to come here for approval before the end of his mandate. Of course, a lot of people wanted it earlier, and we are committed to that. The TRRC implementation white paper, I must begin by urging National Assembly members, and by extension you help us urge the citizenry, that these processes cannot be as fast as some of us might expect. So we probably need to exercise some patience. We are currently interpreting, translating all the recommendations that we accepted in the white paper have to be translated into a program and an implementation strategy. And quite a lot of effort goes to in developing a strategy, because it has to also be costed. So there is time, there is expertise that is needed to develop all these reforms and issues that have been recommended and accepted in the white paper into a program of activities that is fully costed. The Ministry of Justice doesn't have this expertise. We are a group of lawyers. We are not trained to develop programs and strategies. So we have to seek assistance in this area to support us to be able to develop programs and strategies, and it is the programs and strategies that will be implemented. It's not the white paper itself, the way it was published, that it will be implemented. If the white paper say, for example, reform the prisons, there is a lot, that word is a loaded word. How do you implement a prison reform? You have to come up with an implementation strategy. Are you going to build a new prison? Are you going to change the prison law? Are you going to completely change the prison setup? So somebody needs to sit down, having accepted that we will reform the prison. That acceptance has to be interpreted into a program and a strategy. This cannot be done in 1 month or 2 months. So people need to understand we have accepted the recommendation, but it will take a little bit of time for these recommendations to be implemented. In the meantime, The priority will be that of the victims. We are very committed to the plight of the victims. I think some people made mention that they've been waiting, and my office is working very closely with the victims. We have made a public undertaking that we have put aside some funds for victims this year. The plan was there was supposed to be a victims bill ready. That was our expectation. The bill went through some consultation, and unfortunately, we do not think it will be ready this year, but we are committed to introducing it in your next session. In that bill, we envisage to set up an agency that will succeed the TRRC, that will be independent and will be able to administer what we call the Victims Fund, to continue to pay reparations to the victims. Unfortunately, this agency could not be in place this year. So I am in discussion with the victims so that we can come up with an interim arrangement that government will have confidence in, so that the little money that we have in place for them can be handed over to that body, so that they will continue to receive some form of reparation until the agency is put in place. So we are in touch with the victims, and we are very, very sensitive to their plight, and hopefully some form of reparation might take place before the end of this year, this year as well. Some commented on generally the delay in cases. Somebody said justice delayed is justice denied. I remember at least honorable member from Basse, with your experience with the subordinate courts as to the unacceptable delay. We are equally concerned. However, the kind of democratic dispensation that we all yearn for and we are now enjoying guarantees the independence of the judiciary. So I'm sure the authorities in charge of administration of the judiciary would have had you and your concerns about it. So they will do something about it. As the executive, judiciary is a partner in this process. We continue to engage with the judiciary and to ensure that the concerns dealing with this kind of issues in the administration of justice are dealt with. However, there are many factors that causes delay of cases. Sometimes it's not entirely the fault of one, like judiciary or the Ministry of Justice. It could take more than one reason sometimes why cases are delayed. But where it is purely based on our part, the state, we are working very hard to ensure that people who seek justice actually get justice reasonably fast. But this takes me to an issue raised by member Folatikunda Sabiji, which I consider to be a very serious allegation. I'm not too sure how far he verified his allegations of Ministry of Justice interference with the independence of the judges. He even went further to cite a particular judge that delivered the decision against the state, and probably because we are not happy with that and the judge is frustrated and left. I take this to be a very serious allegation, and I think as members, before you make such statements, I think you need to verify. I can assure you very, very well, there is zero executive interference in the administration of justice under the current dispensation. We don't interfere in the appointment of judges. We don't interfere in the discipline of judges or judicial officers. So even if it is true that a particular judge has left, we don't know the circumstances by which that judge left his duty, and we are not responsible. The Ministry of Justice does not interfere. The executive does not interfere. It could be purely a judicial process for which I don't think it is fair to start pointing fingers to the executive to the extent of saying we are worried that we are going back to dictatorship. I take that very seriously, and I want to assure this House that we are not in any way interfering with anything that is happening in the judiciary. We are guaranteeing full judicial independence in this country, and there are several decisions against us, and we are accepting those decisions and moving on. So that is an unfair comment, and we have not interfered. Since I took office, and I know that has been the status quo since 2017, we have not been interfering with the work of the judiciary at all. There is linked to the delays. There is a particular case that was mentioned that was very striking. I believe, I think maybe some of your committees on tour said you met a pre-trial detainee at Mile 2 who claimed to be there for 14 years. That attracts my attention, and I would investigate that myself with my colleague, Minister of Interior. That is serious, because that means that person was detained for 8 years pre-trial during Jammeh and 6 years of this government without his trial being completed. That, if it happens, it is serious. We will look at that. But currently, we are compiling all pre-trial detentions, and our objective is to make sure that pre-trial detention should not be long, because we have a system where if you happen to be acquitted, there are no compensation mechanisms. So we're working towards ensuring that pre-trial detentions remain as short as possibly they could be, so that you know your fate, a verdict is delivered. If you are guilty, if it is going to be a prison time, you serve it. But of course, if you are found to be innocent, so that you don't necessarily have to have spent much longer than necessary in detention. Unless there is any other issue, I think these are some of the key issues that touched my sector, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker,
just
a clarification on what the minister has just raised, because he is saying our committee. I just want to clarify something.
Clarify what? To clarify what?
Well, I want to clarify something to him, because what he is raising, just give me the permission to clarify. If you give me permission.
Honorable member, can you something?
Yes, I am saying, Honorable Speaker, the minister is saying one of our members of the committee, of the Human Rights Committee, said something about a prisoner in prison for a number of years. I am saying it's attributing to our committee, but I'm saying individuals have been speaking to different prisoners, but our committee has not come up with a report yet. So it cannot be our committee. It's the individual who raised it. That's what I want to clarify.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
But is the member also who said our committee visited the prisons? He said, Honorable member, please, we don't need to debate on this. The Honorable Minister answered the question as was posed to him. That is, you went to prisons as a committee. It looks like, even myself, I understood it as the committee found these things at the prisons. That's how I understood it. But if that is different, is the individual's opinion, though he's a member of the committee, then it still answers the question. It still goes to answer the question that what is found there, if true, they will look into it to solve the problem. So thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable Members, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to stand in front of you this morning to answer the questions put forward by honorable members and to address some of the concerns. Honorable Speaker, yesterday there was a question that was directed on the COVID-19 expenditure, and we had prepared some answers. I'll quickly go through them. I know it's been a long day for everyone here. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia in March 2020 allocated a sum of $500 million to the Ministry of Health to help in the COVID-19 response, and an additional $250 million approved by the National Assembly as part of the supplementary appropriation bill presented by the Ministry of Finance, making a total of $750 million. The said allocation was used to finance activities outlined in the National COVID-19 Response Plan. Through the various components, expenditure was in the following areas: procurement of medical supplies, medical and office equipment, contribution to the construction of the Emergency Treatment Center at Farato, training of health workers to respond adequately, hotel accommodation for the quarantined individuals, and some staff working at the front lines. Food and food services for the same individuals, payment of allowances to frontline workers, procurement of operational vehicles, and operational costs and consultancy. And the breakdown is attached, which will be submitted for members for the scrutiny. Honorable Speaker, with regards to accountability in the Ministry of Health, we had some members also talk about corruption and the audit reports. To the best of my knowledge, I didn't see anywhere in the audit report that says there was corruption. But I think what I saw was certain transactions, the risks were high. Honorable Speaker, I think the whole country knows now that since we came to the helm of affairs at the Ministry of Health, there has been zero tolerance when it comes to corruption. I think probably that is why we have made quite a number of enemies in the past period, because of a zero tolerance when it comes to corruption. Because we know corruption in the health sector affects lives, because what is meant to save lives is what is lost to corruption. It is not easy reforming a sector. It is not easy changing the bad habits, but I think what we have been doing is continuing, and we'll be happy to be informed if any member or anybody in the community has evidence of corruption, and we'll be happy to tackle it head on. Honorable Speaker, distinguished members, recently, about 6 months ago, we intensified our resolve to accountability and insisted that people are no longer even paid, given interest of hundreds of thousands of dollars to go and make payments when they run activities. We insist that everybody who is participating in those activities must be paid in the bank account by direct bank transfer. Unfortunately, that's not a popular decision. For the past 6 months, probably that is why every now and then you hear people undermining and criticizing us. This is the reason behind it. But I think it is yielding dividends. We are able to conduct a lot more projects and a lot more activities. But at the end of the day, what it is helping us do, I think part of the gauge for a system's accountability is let's look at the partner response, the international partner response. Because a lot of times they are not biased and they are on the fringes and observing. And they tend to hear a lot more than we do ourselves. And the fact that there has been so much confidence in the Ministry of Health, partners are supporting. World Bank, the health portfolio of the Gambia is one of the best performing ones by World Bank standard. We've been told many times. UNICEF, WHO, UNDP, they are all supporting the health sector because they have seen our stance against corruption. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 vaccination coverage was also a question put forward. We've currently had 16.5% of the total population covered. This is much less than the 70% recommended figure for us to get herd immunity. We've had immunity if there's another surge of COVID-19. The tendency is that the infection may not be very severe and not many people will be affected and the population may be saved. But without achieving that level of immunization, I'm afraid if another variant comes, Gambia could still be at risk. So we urge everyone to help us to increase the immunization coverage. Another campaign started yesterday, and they are in the community immunizing, vaccinating people as well. However, the country wants to develop strategies, put forward strategies, and some of them may come to the Assembly for support. That will make it mandatory for people to be vaccinated, for them to get access to certain areas. Many countries who have achieved 70 to 80%, these are some of the steps they took. Post-COVID-19 strategies. It is important to note that COVID-19 is still here with us. It has not disappeared. We're still having cases of COVID-19. Now, the COVID-19 period has been a very difficult period for all governments, for all communities, for all sectors. However, it has also taught us quite a lot of lessons. When COVID-19 struck, most of our health systems were weak, with dilapidated infrastructure, obsolete or absent equipment, and human capacity was also quite minimal. As part of our response, Honorable Speaker, we strengthened the health system, and the health system strengthening is still continuing. Surveillance has been strengthened, surveillance strategies, public health officers and other officers have been trained to ensure that COVID-19 surveillance is robust in all the communities so that we can pick it up early and deal with the cases as they arise. In the health system strengthening, the government has invested in infrastructure development, provision of isolation centers in 12 health facilities. The government is constructing 8 emergency treatment centers across the length and breadth of the country. We are equally constructing with the help of World Bank, a state-of-the-art emergency treatment center at Farato, and this treatment center is going to be one of a type in the Gambia, a 104-bed facility with a modern, well-equipped 20-bed intensive care unit, in addition to a modern imaging center that's also going to have a CT scanner and MRI. There's equally going to be a new national blood bank and new national public health laboratory with a conference center for the Ministry of Health. The Ndeban Health Center, the Ndeban Medical Center in Bakau has been upgraded as part of our response to COVID-19, but it is now serving as an emergency unit of the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, where the main hospital is being upgraded, expanded, and renovated. These are amongst the many infrastructural projects government has embarked on in the sector. With regards to capacity building, many health workers have been trained in various aspects, including surveillance, case management, infection prevention and control, and the training is still ongoing. The ministry has increased the intake at both the state-enrolled nurses school in Bansang and the community health nurses school in Mansakonko, and we have expanded, built new classroom blocks and new dormitories to accommodate these individuals. We've equally started specialization program for doctors at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. I must say, Mr. Speaker, this is a big plus for this country. Now we have over 30 young Gambian doctors who are specializing to become surgeons, obstetricians, gynecologists, pediatricians, family physicians, and internal medicine physicians right here in Banjul. They are being trained. Equipment and medical supplies, the government and partners have procured, and we are still procuring numerous equipment and medical supplies. Amongst these are life-saving ventilators, monitors, and others. We are happy to inform this Honorable Assembly that through the support of partners, we have now gotten 2 large oxygen plants for the country. That had never happened before. One of the plants has already even started putting oxygen into cylinders for other facilities to also benefit. We've also, the President, His Excellency, has recently launched a clinical waste treatment center in Farato. Honorable Speaker, this has been a big problem for the country and many developing countries, in the sense that waste directly from the health facilities is dumped at the Mile 2 dump site, irrespective of whether they are body parts, dressing materials or not. These are washed by the rain into the streams, and children equally go to pick these items from there. But now we have this waste management system in Farato, a modern state-of-the-art. Equally speaking, we have gotten 7 industrial incinerators in all the 7 health regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, there was also a question on drug shortage in public health facilities. The Ministry of Health has signed a drug procurement contract for the year 2022. However, we face numerous challenges, among which is the international shipping challenge due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, many of the drugs have started arriving now. As we speak, there are 17 containers awaiting clearing at the Ports Authority. Nonetheless, it is important to let you know that all health facilities have a stopgap measure to procure essential medicines through the results-based financing project. That's the RBF. In the RBF program, 60% of payment. In the RBF program, the World Bank, and with contribution from the Gambia government, from the GLF, has a performance-based contract with health facilities. Now, based on the number of immunization, the number of deliveries, the data entry, satisfaction rate, and so many other factors, these facilities are given some amount of money every quarter. 60% of this is supposed to be plowed back into the facility to renovate, minor renovations, and also to buy essential medications. 40% is shared among the staff as a performance bonus. Honorable Speaker, this most of the time is not mentioned when people complain in the facilities. They don't mention this, but it's important for you to know. And we have now decided to be sharing the information regarding this with honorable members so that you know the facilities in your communities, how much they are getting per quarter, so that you'll be able to hold people accountable in the facilities and ask the relevant questions. Honorable Speaker, there was a question which said there was water was not available on the 15th of September at the 2022, the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. The water supply from NAWEC is no longer coming as usual. This has caused many interruptions of water supply at the main hospital. We've been informed that the water is pumped from the NAWEC sources to the hospital now once a day. The hospital, with the increased number of patients, unfortunately, that's not adequate for the hospital. Attempts at drilling a borehole at the hospital were not successful because of the topography and the salt water in Banjul. The ministry is working with partners to get additional overhead tanks before the problem is resolved by NAWEC. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member, there was an honorable member who asked of the promise made to build a dialysis unit in Bansang Hospital and the lack of surgeons in the hospital as well. The dialysis unit in Bansang is already being renovated, has already been renovated. However, we plan to expand it to increase the capacity to be able to take care of the people in that part of our country. New hemodialysis machines are currently being procured with the help of partners. Staff are also being trained in preparation for the commencement of dialysis. The services will commence soon. With regards to the doctors, there are currently 3 obstetrician gynecologists and 1 general surgeon in that hospital, and the ministry has requested for additional doctors from Cuba to strengthen the health service delivery. We are equally training many other Gambian doctors in the hospital, EFSTH, as we mentioned earlier. There was a question on neglected and deteriorated Biam General Hospital from the member of the area. The hospital is not neglected. We want to reassure the honorable member. The Ministry of Health has secured funding from the World Bank to renovate some health facilities, and this includes the Biam General Hospital. Assessment and designs have already been completed, and we are now awaiting finalization to commence work. However, a team is being sent to Biam Hospital for a quick resolution of the very urgent issues. Another member asked, put forward a comment with regards to the issues of drivers and maintenance of community ambulances. 80 community ambulances were distributed throughout the country by His Excellency the President to alleviate the suffering of patients in getting to health facilities, especially the very sick, the young, and the pregnant women. The drivers are chosen from the communities and are employed by government. Fueling and maintenance of the vehicles are also done by government. There were some challenges in carrying out maintenance of some vehicles up-country, but these have now all been resolved. What is the reason for the ban on paracetamol syrups? That was asked by the NAM for, I think, Joswang yesterday. The Gambia has recently experienced very heavy rains which are associated with flash floods in many communities in the country. Floods are known to cause a number of health problems. Diarrheal diseases, for example, cholera outbreaks, are common during the rainy season, especially when there are floods. This is mainly as a result of contamination of water and food during these occurrences. Recently, we have seen referrals of children from most parts of the country except North Bank East, which also did not have much floods, with symptoms of diarrhea, vomiting, fever, and some of them have low urine output or no urine at all. A diagnosis of acute kidney injury was made. Acute kidney injury is a sudden deterioration of the function of the kidney, and it has a high mortality in children. These children continue treatment on referral at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. They continue treatment. However, mortality was high amongst them. The mortality data, however, is similar to that of the same period last year, when there was no such problem. This probably epidemiologically implies a shift in causes of mortality. Various investigations were carried out, and some are still being carried out. Initial suggestion was that this could have been caused by bacteria called E. coli. E. coli has been isolated in the stool samples of some of the patients. A type of E. coli producing a toxin that causes kidney damage was also identified. However, many of the children had also been given paracetamol syrup as part of their treatment, as paracetamol is the commonest drug used for many illnesses. The pediatrics department currently is headed by a professor of nephrology who is a kidney specialist. That means he has an edge and he probably has sharper tools with her experience. And we also got in a Gambian nephrologist who came back from studies recently. This has enhanced our ability to pick up some of these diseases early. This nephrologist has had previous knowledge of a similar problem caused by contaminated paracetamol in Nigeria, in Panama and Bangladesh, and other countries. This, coupled with the sequence of events clinically, gave rise to the suspicion that paracetamol or other medications might also be potential causes in addition to the bacterial infection. This has warranted the quarantine, the suspension of paracetamol and promethazine syrups until investigations are conclusive. Both possibilities of bacterial infections, paracetamol, or other agents of toxicity are being investigated. These processes are being supported by the WHO country and regional offices from the onset. They are supporting in the conduction of the lab tests in Senegal, Ghana, and South Africa. The WHO Office for Africa has sent the Regional Emergency Director, who is in country as we speak to you, and is working with our team. The Center for Disease Control in USA has sent 4 experts who are also supporting the processes. The Gambia is currently unable to do, currently only able to do minimal drug testing. For that reason, samples were sent to Senegal, who are also only able to do only few of these tests. A similar challenge is also in Ghana, so some of the samples had to be sent to South Africa now, France, and Switzerland. These were all coordinated by the World Health Organization, who are experts in facilitating this for countries when countries have similar challenges. Most developing countries do not have the capacity to do the quality control tests for medicines, as the Honorable Member asked. However, the Ministry of Health is working with partners to strengthen the current facility we have. A full-fledged quality control lab may cost millions of dollars. In addition, it needs a good number of highly skilled personnel to run. The government will continue to work with partners to be able to establish one in the very near future. Another question was, or that was a comment of appreciation by the Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi, appreciating the President's initiative for bringing the community ambulances to the country, and we thank you very much for that and for those words of encouragement. We have seen the dividends of the community ambulances because referral systems have been enhanced and morbidity and mortality are going down in some areas because of that. The national member for the assembly member for Banjul North did mention the challenges they faced during the floods. We first start by thanking the assembly member for all his support during the recent flash floods in Banjul. He'd been there with the various teams throughout, and we thank you very much for your support. Banjul was allocated a community ambulance, which is currently being used by the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital because of the challenges they have in moving patients from the Bakau Center to Banjul. However, we want to reassure the Honorable Member that the Red Cross's role is to complement the government's efforts. So the ambulance provided by the Red Cross is actually in the same spirit. The member for Fonyi Bintang did ask, put forward a question with regards to challenges faced at Ndeban Clinic. With the increasing population, many of the health facilities have become too small for their catchment areas. The government has therefore decided to build more health facilities and expand and renovate the old ones.
Honorable Speaker.
I want to make an observation.
Yes, can you hear it, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. By looking at the number of ministers that we have in the House and the Vice President also coming up, I want to make a special appeal if the minister can summarize the responses so that we can. Yes,
Yeah,
or like questions that are similar. Can you please land on my feet, please? Now,
Honorable members, can you allow him land, please?
Hakalam, we are not in Hakalam, please. We are in National Assembly. Now, I mean, issues that are similar, they can be answered together rather than going piecemeal.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you are trying to respond to all the questions posed by honorable members. Honorable members are now saying you can put them together and then summarize it. So you can continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will do as suggested. We want to assure the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang that building a health system is not easy. It takes time because training specialists takes time. Before we get the complete complement of specialists in the country, it will take time, but government will continue doing its best, to fill in the gaps by getting support from friendly countries like Cuba, Nigeria, and Ghana, as we are currently doing. There was a question on upgrading the Soma Health Facility. The Ministry of Health plans to upgrade the Soma Health Facility. In fact, the process has started. We already have procured some equipment, and we want to transform the regional facilities. And Soma will soon become a regional hospital, just like the other regional hospitals, inshallah, with its board. Currently, some doctors have been brought in from Cuba, who will be based in Soma to carry out the operations that are needed in that part of the country. We did answer the question on the drug shortages. We'll beg to skip that this time around. And the management of the community ambulances also came up again. Honorable Speaker, the community ambulances, we agree in as much as they are useful, but managing them can be problematic, mainly because of human factors. We got few reports of people using them for personal errands. We got few reports of people even trying to take them across the border for unauthorized errands, and we are looking at all those. The German government, through the West African Health Organization, is helping us put up a control center that's going to have GPS facilities to be monitoring these ambulances, and that will come on very soon. Honorable Speaker, the issue of maternal mortality keeps on coming up. Yes, that is because it is a very important thing. Mothers, the birth of a child is supposed to be a time of joy for the family, a time of happiness. Sadly, that's sometimes not the case, and it is very difficult for the families and very difficult for the caregivers, for the doctors, nurses, and the entire health team. But it is a very, very complex issue in the sense that there are a lot of contributory factors. However, I'm happy that the Honorable Member for Brikama North has attested to the fact that it is coming down. But we want to assure the Honorable Member for Sanimentary that maternal mortality has declined from 433 per 100,000 live births in 2013 to 289 per 100,000 live births in 2019-2020, and service statistics in 2022 has even shown a further decline. One life lost is too many, but nonetheless, efforts have been put in place to ensure that it goes to zero, inshallah. However, the community also needs to participate. The health facilities can be there, but the time of the pregnant woman in labor reporting to the health facility is also important. We have seen instances when people say when they go to hospital in the early part of labor, they spend many more hours there. So they will rather go when they think they are close to delivery, and that has created problems. We have also seen people also needing blood, and even husbands not donating blood. So blood donation by the communities is also important because quite a number of them pass away because of bleeding. And when they get blood, they are likely to survive. Early attendance of antenatal care is also important so that diseases like hypertension, pregnancy-induced hypertension, which is one of the highest killers of women when they are pregnant, pregnancy-induced hypertension, so it can be picked on time for adequate, timely intervention. So that's why it is complex. Malnutrition. Some of the pregnant women are malnourished. And that also plays a part because they don't enter the pregnancy in a healthy state, and that is also contributory. However, the health sector will endeavor to do what is needed by us to ensure that maternal mortality continues to come down. There were also comments on equipment, medical supplies. Government, through the Ministry of Health, is procuring a number of life-saving equipment, as we said. The challenges are certainly there, managing them, getting the right equipment, because there are capacity gaps. But the ministry is seeking to set up a directorate of engineering, which will have biomedical engineers that will help us develop the specifications when we procure this equipment, and that will equally help in the maintenance of the equipment. And the suggestion of quarterly reporting was also made, and we intend to improve on our reporting mechanisms so that the people, the assembly, and the country at large knows what is transpiring in the ministry. The member for Talinding did ask about the damage, the damaged community ambulance in Talinding. Honorable member, the ministry is working with partners to get more ambulances for the communities that did not have any, and to replace some of these community ambulances. But we are equally seeing a worrying trend. This is the third community ambulance that got involved in an accident, and most of them are irreparable, and it's all as a result of overspeeding by the drivers. In fact, in the case of Talinding, the vehicle was actually empty. It was not even going towards a hospital. It was rather going home, and it was overspeeding, and then that accident happened around the buffer zone. Honorable Speaker, the member for Lower Nyomi did mention the issue of Fast Njagachoy, and the ambulance situation is the same. We're trying to get some more ambulances, and the facility will also be given when we get more. The member for Nyani did mention the issue of the national insurance scheme. In those communities, I was being briefed that the communities where we have challenges with internet, they have mobile systems. They are in touch with some internet service providers who have some mobile systems, I'm told, that can be taken into those far-to-reach communities, and they will be able to get access to internet services to be able to register them. The honourable member equally mentioned the issue of access to health facilities. Loa Nyomi also mentioned the sea ambulance, and we'll also look into it. I think that is a good thing that we also need to look at. The issue of the Kuntaur Health Center, Kuntaur Health Center is one of the health facilities that will be upgraded during the World Bank project. We intend to change all the asbestos roofs. In addition to that, we want to renovate the entire facility, and the theater also will be upgraded. Inshallah, we get in some surgeons from Cuba so that many of these patients will not have to be transferred in the first place. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, this is what we have gathered, and we thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Health. I now invite the Honorable Minister for the Civil Service. Is he around?
Honorable Speaker, my colleagues from Cabinet, this being my first speech before the podium, I want to take this opportunity to first thank the President, His Excellency Adama Barrow, for his visionary leadership that led to the creation of the Ministry of Public Service, Administrative Reforms, Policy Coordination and Delivery. I also want to thank my colleagues who, for the past 5-6 months, since the ministry was created, who've been giving us a lot of support, me and my team, to come up with a structure, the scope, the functions of the ministry, so that we could in effect work on the targets that led to the setting up of the ministry. Let me say that setting up the Ministry of Public Service, widening the view of the President and the Presidency over the performance of the workers employed by the government and not limiting it to the civil service in itself, was a laudable initiative to refocus attention on the performance of everybody who is on the payroll of government. The ministry at this point, as you could see in the statement by the President, is working on a lot of issues that could lead to the roadmap that would enable this government monitor performance of individuals and institutions. In the mention of MDAs, there are ministries referring to directorates and agencies. And of course, this could be extended beyond that to include state-owned enterprises, as well as local governments, to get into performance contracts with government, that my ministry and my team in particular will be focused on monitoring, evaluating, and rating, weighting, and in the end, judging in terms of performance indicators that we will all be agreeing with the presidency through our ministry, so that at the end of the day, we have a balance between those that are outstanding in performance, who will be rewarded, against those who were, well, appalling in performance, who would require some consequences or some inducements to improve. So not having had a lot of controversial questions regarding the ministry so far, I want to seize this opportunity once more, Honorable Speaker, to thank you and expect that sometime, well, they have given me, somebody said they will give me time, before the questions come. I look forward to those days, but so far, I can say we are at the formative stage, at a very embryonic stage, but a lot has started happening, and a lot of issues are now being directed to our office to start addressing the personnel issues of this country or this government. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure. Is he around?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity and invitation for us to participate in this very important session. I also thank His Excellency the Vice President and Cabinet colleagues, Honorable Ministers, and also members of the National Assembly and staff of the Assembly for the opportunity. We had a number of questions relating to the infrastructure sector, mainly road infrastructure. Let me start with the famous Hakalang, which attracted a number of comments from members of the National Assembly. For the information of honorable members of the National Assembly, my ministry had just concluded a meeting with the contractor of the Hakalang to expedite the work, and new schedules have been submitted, and also we've agreed on the level of work that has to be done. Right now, because of the rainy season, what we are doing now is to stockpile the equipment, the number of things that they will need, including bitumen, laterite, and also other materials, so that immediately after the rainy season, they can start the work. However, we had some issues at Hakalang. As you may know, that particular part of the country, the water table is very high. And in the contract, what we had was that they should not go beyond the 5-kilometer radius to be able to have laterite. But unfortunately, we had a lot of problems because we could not have the right type of laterite within even 20 kilometers radius of where the roads are being constructed, because this particular part of the country is mainly sandy. So they could not get laterite, the proper laterite to put on the road. So the haulage has to change in the contract, which also attracted some additional funds to the point that we had to come up with an addendum. And this we had finalized. Now the haulage in the contract has been increased from 5 kilometers to 20 kilometers, so that they could go all the way to 20 kilometers, to get the laterite and then, do the work. We have also been having some issues with landowners, because, the way the topography of that part of the country is, if you need a good laterite, you have to go to quarries where, you need to do the survey and then actually get the proper raw material. Unfortunately, this happened to fall in areas owned by private individual landowners, and it took a lot of negotiation led by the office of the governor of the North Bank, and also the local chiefs and the opinion leaders there to help us deal with this, and the Ministry of Local Government. I can say that most of those hitches are now being overcome. We also had some issues of right-of-way. If right-of-way, meaning that you had properties that are already, along the the main highway that have to be done. So some of those property owners also, it took a lot of negotiation. And also we are legally bound that when we want to demolish, you have to go through the legal process and give notice, also give consent forms. In some of those communities, they refuse to sign the consent forms, just like we were having, the issues in Kaur and the Jimbala area. Some of the property owners refuse to sign the consent form. And with this type of democracy that we have, you have to go through a protracted negotiation and then convince the people before, until now, what the previous government was doing, immediately a road was identified, they will go and bulldoze. But now we have to follow the law. We have to, go into a negotiation, and we have to give consent forms. They sign these consent forms, and then on the law also we have to have 21 working days before you can even do demolition. So all these things are really, really, really a problem. But I'm happy to say that apart from one property owner in Kaur, all the others have signed, and we are working with the National Assembly members of those areas. They have been extremely very, very, very helpful. Honorable Mbo and and Seni, Honorable Seni, they have been extremely very, very helpful, and we have now been able to overcome some of those challenges. Now, the new program that we have signed, a new work schedule that we have signed with the contractor, is to give an extension to May of 2023. The contract should have ended in December of 2022, but that, by look of things, is not feasible. So the contract is pushed to 2023 of May to give him the opportunity to finalize all the orders, and we are strictly going by those, because beyond that we are not going to give any extension, and that was made very clear. Now, the Kaur Jimbala also, that one is scheduled to finish in December of this year, and they are making tremendous progress. Immediately after the rains, they are going to lay the asphalt, and we are hopeful that that will start very soon, because most of the major works have been finished in those areas, and the culverts have already been done. Now, the Jambur Road, which was an issue of discussion by at least 2 or 3 members of the National Assembly, including the member for Central Badibu, who also is resident in Jambur along that road. Let me assure you that what you have seen circulating in the social media is the part of the road that I have instructed that it be redone again, because the water table there also is a bit high. And we have seen that when it rains, the rainwaters actually cover the road. So it is going to be raised. It's part of a design default that we have discovered. So it is going to be now 600 meters of concrete rather than asphalt that has been laid. And we have, yes, this particular contract, we have a lot of issues with it, and I have personally intervened, and I instructed that the contractors should not be paid until some of those works have been done. And I can assure you that this is a road that is not completed. The works are still ongoing, and part of those areas where you have seen the potholes, they are to be concreted at the end of this rainy season. So that work is already done. Now, the OIC roads. To assure all of you that the OIC roads, the contract is going to deliver to the government in February of 2023. We are on course. Right now, just Tuesday morning, we had a meeting with all the contractors, and we have looked at the new work schedules, and we have also brought in the National Army for the first time to be part of our construction initiatives. This is for 2 reasons. One, to empower and build the capacity of the National Army to have the necessary skills to be part of the road construction initiative of the government, because this is what is happening in other countries. But also, being a disciplined force, it will help us deal with a whole lot of delay issues that we have been experiencing on this road, especially trenching, because the major problem that we have for the construction of roads in urban areas is the transfer of services like the NAWEC pipes, water and electricity, and also the GAMTEL, cables. So what we are doing now is that the National Army, this is outsourced to them. They will do the trenching and then move these services while the road construction is going on. And we are hopeful that the drainage facilities that are being built on either side of the road will be finished by end of October in almost all the major roads that we have identified. And then immediately, you will see tremendous progress on the road construction. Interestingly, also, we have put an agreement. We have agreed with the contractors to outsource to multiple contractors while ensuring that quality is not compromised. So we will see an intense, actions on the identified roads, and also the Battle Harden Highway. The extension is going on very well. They are already doing the 2 overhead bridges. Work has already started at the Brusubi roundabout and also the Old Yundum roundabout. And we are hopeful that this contract also, the first phase of it, which will go all the way to Senegambia, will be completed, within schedule for the as signed with the contractor. An issue of project monitoring was mentioned. I can tell you that we have a very robust project monitoring system in place. Every week, the site engineers, the NRA, a representative of my ministry at the work site, and the contractors meet. Every month, we do what we call project inspection meetings, and also we do on-the-spot checks, with the contractors on all the road sites. So that is very, very robust that we have in place. And yes, we are very concerned about timelines, and I can assure the National Assembly that the ministry is working very hard with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that we also, keep the side of our bargain by paying the contractors on time, and that is why it is important to still continue to work with the National Assembly Select Committee and the entire House to help approve our budget and then, give the ministry the necessary funds to do all the roads. Almost all the National Assembly members here want us to do roads, and we have identified about 1,200 kilometers of roads that we are assigned to do in the next 4 years. We are committed to this, but we still need the funds, and we'll really be coming to you as we have been doing in the last 5 years to work with you to make, to help us, have these funds available to the ministry to be able to deliver. Finally, the concern raised by the MP of Nyani regarding the issue of the lady who unfortunately gave birth, and then, because of the lack of, ferry services at both ends of Janjambure and Bansang, she died on one of the rafts on the way to Bansang and in the middle of the river. We would like to know when actually this happened, because we want to take action on this. The ferry services, in addition to providing services to the people, also have a responsibility, to provide social services. So we will want to know when this happened, and then we will definitely take up this matter. We are really very sorry that this happened. It was never brought to my attention or the attention of the ministry, and it's unfortunate that it happened, but it should not have happened. It should not have happened, but we will take action on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, National Assembly members. Good morning, Your Excellency and colleagues. Good morning to the support staff of the National Assembly. And thank you once again for having us here to contribute to the great sitting of this August body, attending to the speech delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency President Adama Barrow. Honorable Speaker, the first point that was since yesterday asked or mentioned pertaining to the Department or the Ministry of Local Government and Lands was the Tanbi land, wetland areas. And that was by the Honorable Member, I think, for Banjul, mentioned. I will respond to say that the allocations for the Tanbi wetland was done by the Banjul City Council and not by the Ministry of Local Government. The Banjul City Council has a lease way back several years ago, and this was the lease they were using to allocate land to individuals and companies and institutions around the Banjul area. And it was, in fact, the Ministry of Local Government and Lands that came to stop the allocation of land that was just by the National Assembly here. And we can say it has contributed to the flood in Banjul, or it may not have contributed to the flood in Banjul, but that is the requirements of the technical team to advise on that. During our tour, I think it has been seen that the government of the Gambia, through the leadership of His Excellency the President, placed a very great importance to the past events that have occurred to this country, particularly the flood that affect the Gambian country as a whole. The first visit to all the flood victims of flooded areas in this country was done by His Excellency the Vice President, followed by His Excellency the President, and followed by various ministries whose institutions or people were affected. Moreover, the Ministry of Lands, the Ministry of Environment, and other sectors of this country. Honorable Speaker, as I have said earlier on, the ministry came in to stop the allocation of land to companies or individuals or institutions around the Tanbi area because they foresee this type of circumstances that Banjul have definitely suffered from in the recent past. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands is cognizant with the fact that lands is a very scarce commodity. As the population increases, need for land also increased. But sadly, the land size never increased. Therefore, we can say here prudent steps have been taken to manage our land very well. The Land Act and policies that have been greatly lamented upon have currently passed almost all the stages, and we are now evaluating them and definitely will be taken to Cabinet before the next National Assembly sittings to be brought here for tabling. Honorable Speaker, despite the law that stating the state-owned lands or state-owning the lands, there is also alongside the customary ownership of land. And there has not been any incident where the government will go and forcefully take land from its people. No, it has a method of claiming or having land from the customary owners. And that always includes a compensatory strategy. The ministry, as we've said, is very open to dialogue. If anyone or anytime feels there is anything you want to put up to the ministry, our doors are open. There was a member who highlighted that we need to dialogue on several issues, and I can assure you that we are taking up dialogue as the key factor to development. Therefore, our doors are open at any given time among anybody who have interest to know anything about the ministry or to find out any problems that your community or people are encountering. Just come and consult. We will let you know and we will be available to you. Honorable Speaker, the Boundary Commission is in existence in this country. But national boundaries cannot be drawn by a single country. You draw it with the other neighboring countries that we are serving. Therefore, Gambia's boundary with Senegal is going to be drawn both by the Gambia Border Commission and the Senegalese Border Commission. They have a joint border commission that comes over to look around all the borders around the country. And I have been privileged to be part of it. So to say that there is no border in some places of the country, I think that could be very much misleading, Honorable Speaker. The borders are completely demarcated around the country. It's just the fact that Gambia and Senegal, these two countries are very funny because sometimes you go and see the boundary under the bed of somebody in one of the communities. You go into other communities, see the boundary peg in the bathrooms. You go to other communities at the Bantaba. You go to other communities behind the seed store. So you may find it very difficult to know where the national boundaries are, but they exist at all corners of the country. I think it's important for us to try and study our boundaries, particularly our district boundaries, where we are as National Assembly members heading to. It's very important because you may count communities out or in your constituency that may not be part of your constituencies. And I'm very pleased that some members are already aware of the significance of the cadastral system. And I think this is one of the systems that can turn this country around, and we've been lamenting over it over a period, and the cabinet is taking a great need over it, and we are discussing to see how we can introduce the cadastral system. This will help the Gambia. Besides its tax collection, both councils and national, it will also help in us knowing the limitations of farmlands, agricultural lands, residential, industrial, and so on. We'll be able to put our country land uses in order and in greater perspective. And it also alleviates the country from a lot of these land conflicts we are hearing. Because the cadastral system, the moment you key in any plot of land, it will